Chapter 240, Destroying 100 with 1. Xiao Ran sighed. These walking corpses might still be a threat to other Exalted, but they were completely inadequate for him. Wasn't this just giving away food? Anyway, he had already used his ability, so he no longer hid it and directly opened the door of space in front of him. A scene that made everyone's scalp even more numb appeared. These walking corpses rushed to Xiao Ran and then strangely disappeared. One disappeared. The alien had a crisis warning. Could these puppets have one? Moreover, under Chao Xinling's control, they did not have a mind of their own, they just went forward, so they disappeared neatly. What the hell kind of monster is this? I should say, what kind of ability? Too bizarre. Just now it was a rocket wash, and now it makes people disappear strangely. What ability would be like this? The crowd discussed. Some people were curious to kill the cat, some were self-reliant on their strength, and some others just didn't know what kind of mentality they were in. In short, none of them escaped. Chao Xinling's brows were furrowed extremely tightly, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. I know where you've hidden those 3 billion plus supplies, he said in his mind. Just now, those affiliates of his suddenly disappeared out of thin air, giving him a flash of insight. Space. Xiao Ran should have gotten hold of a huge space, so he had stowed all the supplies inside the space, so he had obviously rented a warehouse, but there was nothing inside it, and Xiao Ran's villa was just that dinky, so it obviously couldn't hold much supplies either. Who would have thought that Xiao Ran had actually been carrying around so many supplies? But in that case, was it impossible to kill Xiao Ran? Oh, that wasn't so bad. As long as he was allowed to take down Xiao Ran, no, as long as he was allowed to have access to this person, he could control Xiao Ran, just like those 200 plus people just now. Too bad, controlling these people had taken him a lot of energy and time. At this time, many Ultrans came over from all corners of the ruins and gathered around Chao Xinling. They were all Ultrans that Chao Xinling had collected. Some of these Ultrans were controlled by him, and some were not. Those who were obedient were not controlled, and those who were not were subjected to his tricks. Everyone listen. Chao Xinling let out a loud roar. The person standing at the far end of you is called Xiao Ran. This person's behavior is like a demon, and he launched an indiscriminate attack on me, us, and a number of your companions have suffered bad luck. I ask you all, do you want to take revenge? If you want to, come with me and exterminate this brat, and I, Chao Xinling, will never treat you poorly. Hearing him finish, most people were indifferent. Just kidding, you want us to be cannon fodder with just one sentence? It's not like we're stupid. Besides, so what if our companions died? Aren't companions for sale these days? Avenge them? Funny. Of course, this was mainly because Xiao Ran was too strong and his methods were bizarre, which greatly deterred them. Otherwise, who among them would be a good man or woman? You're Chao Xinling, one of the top 5 forces in Suzhou. You have so many elite soldiers under your command. You still need us to help you support you? Oh, this is your family's private business. You take care of it yourself. You open the market, you get the rent, but you want to crowdfund when you're fighting for your life? You want us to sell our lives with just a few empty words? What if we die? Do we get a pension? So what if I get a pension? I don't need it. Chao Xinling is a bit embarrassed. He is a party hegemony, but a sentence uttered actually no one responded. This makes him face greatly damaged. Fine, since you all want to watch the show, and even come out to pick up the advantage when both of you are defeated, I'll let you eat your own words. I'll kill all of you later. Spread out, don't concentrate together. He said towards those of his men. Xiao Ran's ability should be a spatial attribute, or at least possess the ability to project weapons from space, so definitely don't bunch up together. Yes. The group of henchmen nodded in unison. But before they could really spread out, Xiao Ran had already struck again. What was it this time? Sonic Steel Rebar. In an instant, dense steel bars shot out, and not only Chao Xinling and his men, but also those who were watching were also included. Naturally, this was not an accidental mishandling by Xiao Ran, but a deliberate act. Think he doesn't know what these people are thinking? Obviously, it was none of their business, so why did they have to stick around? Obviously, they wanted to see if there were any bargains to be taken. Xiao Ran would not show mercy to such people. Besides, he didn't see any good people, so killing by mistake was fine. It wasn't wrong at all. Grass. At once, there was a cry of surprise, but only a cry of surprise. Sonic steel bars were faster than rockets. How many seconds does 100 meters take? Less than 0.3 seconds. Therefore, even some of the psychics were too late to catch the appearance of the sonic rebar. and instinctively dodged or used their life-saving skills purely based on the warning of the crisis. Boom! 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 Sonic steel bars washed the ground, densely inserted in the ruins. At once, there were screams and wails. Trying to dodge such a dense rain of steel bars? It was impossible. Unless whoever was ridiculously fast could run 50 meters away in 0.3 seconds, because Xiao Ran was pretty much just covering a range of 50 by 50 meters, as long as one was able to escape from this area they would be absolutely safe. However, there were only a handful of 3 people who were able to do so. These 3 people were the ones who were known for their speed, and they were 2 men and 1 woman. They looked at Xiao Ran and shivered without palpitations, and then looked at the tragic scene. They did not even dare to let out a single fart, and turned around in a hurry to run. Xiao Ran did not chase after them because he still had the main kill. The remaining people were of course not as good as those who escaped the attack area, and that would have to be divided into the lucky ones or the unfortunate ones. Luckily, although they didn't escape the attack area, the steel bars weren't so dense that they were next to each other. There were still certain gaps, so if they happened to be standing at those gaps, they could luckily escape the round of fire. There were 9 such lucky people in total. Those who were hit by the attack were further divided into those who were directly shot, or those who were wounded. Under the terrifying attack power of the sonic steel bars, even if the alien used defensive abilities, no one could resist at all, and they were directly shot through by the steel bars when they touched them. Shot to the leg has an extra hole. Shot to the body will also have an extra hole. Shot to the hand, because the hand is too small, then it is directly gone, become a bloody slag. So, those who were hit in the vitals directly hiccuped, and those who were not hit in the vitals screamed and wailed. In total, there were more than 40 living people. Of course, there were still exceptions. For example, Million Sea Tide. Xiao Ran could see clearly that this strong man was miserable, having been shot with 2 steel bars, who let him have a big target for his size? However, his chest that clearly did not suffer any damage actually squirmed, snapped, and violently cracked, and then he saw 2 hands probing out, forcefully 1 point, and then a human head drilled out. Grass, strong. Man gave birth to a baby? No. Although the strong man gave birth to a baby is outrageous enough, but not so much as to give birth to a 1-meter-high baby, and at a glance, it is a midget in his 30s, right? So, it was actually this midget that had been hiding in Wan Haichao's body. Grass, I get it. Why did Wan Haichao want people to call him Tian? Because the midget in his body was none other than Tian. Chapter 241, each showing their godly skills. The midget drilled out of Wan Haichao's body, covered in bloodstains, and glanced at Xiao Ran with vicious eyes. He had almost died just now. After the end of the world, this was the second time he had almost died. So of course he hated Xiao Ran, but at the same time, he was filled with fear. This man was incredibly strong. How many exalts were there here? And this wave went down and at least 2/3 of them were killed by him. Just ask, which other alien in Sioux City can do this? Not to mention one person, even if 2 alien powers started a big battle, could they cause such a terrifying killing effect in just a few seconds? Let him do it? How could he dare? He looked over towards Chao Xingning, who was their head. Chao Xingning was also in a miserable state. He was being focused on by Xiao Ran, but there were 3 sonic steel bars inserted in his body. Being shot through by such terrifying steel bars, the entrance was fine, just the size of the steel bar's thickness, but what about the end where the steel bar was shot out? The wound was as big as a bull. Therefore, his left leg and right arm were completely ruined, and a huge hole was left in his left waist. Still not dead? Not really dead. Because Xiao Ran did not see any blood, as if these 3 places had no flesh and blood in the first place and were born with a big hole. But what was even more bizarre was that Chao Xingning was moving forward. As soon as he moved, the wound actually expanded automatically. What? It was as if Chao Xingning's body had turned into a liquid, and when it encountered the steel bars, it automatically separated, so we saw Chao Xingning easily break free from the bars, while the wounds quickly recovered, still acting like a liquid. If you slashed across the water with a knife, the water surface, even if it had been temporarily split open, would immediately recover. But Chao Xingning's body is not a liquid, but countless bugs. That's right, his body was actually made up of worms, so naturally, when it encountered steel bars and whatnot, it could automatically disperse and combine itself again. A very simple reason: a steel bar inserted into the ground large ants can kill a few? Hold up, dozens. But dozens of ants relative to the entire ant colony, this is how insignificant the number? Xiao Xining had fully recovered, but while his body could, his clothes couldn't, so a total of 6 holes were left before and after. Under the extreme cold, he was shivering a little, but his anger and killing intent was even more chilling. Xiao ran. He gritted his teeth, itching to eat the man in front of him alive. Just 2 attacks, the first one was a rocket, completely destroying the foundation he had worked so hard to establish, and the second one was a terrifying steel bar, directly killing all of his men, not to say that he had become a loner, but in fact, it wasn't too far off. The blow to him was just too great. I'm still fucking thinking about how to plot your fortune, but you directly destroyed my foundation and my men? Too ruthless. However, he was colorful and weak. His ability is very powerful, he can make himself dispersed into tens of thousands of bugs, so he is basically not afraid of physical strikes, not to mention the steel bars. Even if you use a boulder to smash it over, he can be transformed into a sky of flying insects scattered to escape. However, he also has weaknesses. For example, he was afraid of fire, and he was afraid of cold, especially under such extreme low temperatures. If he dispersed into countless bugs, it would be extremely easy for him to freeze to death. Damn it, if only he had been able to hold Xiao Ran's hand before, the puppet bugs would have been able to enter Xiao Ran's body and easily control him. But there was no if in the real world. Xiao Ran. More people were also shouting angrily, all of them being the exalted who had survived this wave of attacks. We didn't mess with you for good reason, why are you hitting even us? You're also too overbearing. That's right, why are you attacking us too? Do you want to provoke the public's anger? These people spoke angrily, all of them murderous. Those who were able to survive this wave of strikes, that one was an expert now, either possessing a powerful attacking force or a strong defense, such as Sui's type, who directly hung up when a wave of attacks went down. Therefore, although their numbers had plummeted all of a sudden to just over 40 people, their combat power really had not weakened too much. Xiao Ran swept a glance at these people and said indifferently, "Sorry, mistaken injury." "Goddamned mistaken injury. The scope of your misinjury is too big, and, even if I believe that you really did misinjure them, is this your attitude of apologizing now? Xiao Ran, if you don't want to force us to join forces with Boss Chow, give us compensation immediately." A person called out. "Yes, give us compensation." More people followed and yelled. People were dead when they died, and they couldn't come back to life. Therefore, claiming favors was the way to go. This scene was a bit confusing to Xiao Ran. You guys really want money but not life. He laughed out loud, "A bunch of fools, I even beat you all together just now, do I still care if you join forces or not?" Grass. Looking at the rocks coming over from the sky, everyone was scared green. Stones reaching the speed of sound, how terrifying must this killing power be? Which alien at this stage could fight against it? Everyone join hands, or else they'll all die. Xiao Xining yelled at the right time, while in his heart, he was laughing coldly. Xiao Ran had actually gathered people's hearts for him. Thank you. He directly controlled one of his men to unleash his supernatural ability. Giant. The puppet bug allowed him to completely control another person, and with a single thought, he could transmit a command, and the henchman immediately grew larger out of thin air, transforming into a giant that was more than 10 meters tall. Shield transformation. That giant's skin instantly turned gray as if it had turned into stone. But this was good, because it's not like his clothes would follow along with him after his giantization. This wasn't an anime, so it was inevitable that he would just hang on. The point was that once he was scaled up proportionally, he was hanging on more than an elephant. Now that he's turned into a stone man, at least he doesn't have to look inferior. Boom boom boom. How fast was Sonic Stone? As soon as the giant appeared, the stones all smashed up. Every piece hit, the giant's body appeared in a concave mass, splashing out a large number of debris. If it were a different person, would not have been able to hold out to change back to human form, but this alien is already a puppet. Although the sense of pain has not disappeared, the pain is full of stone hair up, but the body is not under his own control, or grit his teeth and hold on. But he also cannot block these sonic rocks. Just less than 2 seconds, he directly shattered open. Turned into countless debris, have spilled down. But with the time that the stone giant earned, everyone was gathered around. With Xiao Xining as the center, they all shot out, working together to counter Xiao Ran's next attack. 4. A moment, all sorts of supernatural abilities appeared in unison. Ice and fire intertwined, and werewolves and bears roared and relayed. To Xiao Ran's slight surprise, under the unity and cooperation of so many otherworldly abilities, his second wave of attacks actually failed to build. Oh, kill the stone man. Oh, it's still a bit tricky. Chapter 242 Total Collapse. While Xiao Ran was sighing, Chao Xining's heart was dripping blood. He was very optimistic about the ability of the stone giant, which could be used for both offense and defense. He had even shared a few of his abilities to strengthen his subordinates. Anyway, he is controlled by him, he is not worried that he will defect. But now? He was killed by Xiao Ran in a single glance. Make a move, don't let him continue his attack. Chao Xining yelled. As a qualified boss, he was clear-headed. He didn't have a second stoner henchman left. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Xiao Ran's attack came again. It was still sonic stones. It was even more intensive. Must block it. The crowd all roared, and once again, the 8 immortals displayed their abilities. While some people left the group and closed in on Xiao Ran. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Xiao Ran, and without hesitation, he used banishment on himself. The minimized kind could minimize the consumption of his powers, but on the other hand, he was also afraid of banishing the dangers as well. Wouldn't that be punishing himself? A silhouette suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at him. This person's face wore a cruel smile. I'll take your life and alien ability. Within such a close distance, Xiao Ran would definitely not be able to escape this slash. This person's ability was concealment, allowing him to silently approach his target and deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this scene, the crowd was overjoyed. But at the same time, they were frowning. Because with this slash, Xiao Ran would definitely die, but wouldn't the ability be taken away for this person? After obtaining Xiao Ran's supernatural ability, this assassin's strength would definitely skyrocket. Who could not be envious and jealous? It was just that everyone had to join hands to fight against that terrifying rain of stones, so naturally, no one could come forward to fight for Xiao Ran's supernatural ability. However, after a slash, that assassin actually planted himself towards the place because he exerted too much force. His face was filled with horror and even more disbelief. This knife he chopped alone, directly could not collect the momentum and fell out. How could this be possible? Could it be that Xiao Ran's ability was not a spatial attribute? Since this is the case, how could he be like an illusion and let me chop a knife in the air? Could it be that everything we see is fake? In fact, there are no rockets or sonic rocks attacking over, all of them are our fantasies? Sneak attack from behind is not good. Xiao Ran's voice rang in his ears. Besides, how can a civilized person slash around with a knife? It's not like they're living in a primitive society. Then, a miniature submachine gun was added to his hand. You cut me with a knife, then I definitely have to return it. I'm damn unhappy to kill you with just my supernatural powers. Chut chut chut. He pulled the trigger and the bullets poured out, the muzzle instantly turning red. That assassin was frantically warned, but so what? His ability was to conceal himself and perform a sneak attack after getting close to his target, but his own defense wasn't high, and his strength, sensitivity, and speed weren't superior compared to other aberrations at the same level, so how could he dodge these bullets? In an instant, his head was blown off. Damn, you said I was uncivilized when I used a knife, but you're civilized when you use a gun? This was what he spat out before he died. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Guns can be 1 or 2,000 years ahead of knives, naturally civilized. And you guys dash. He turned his attention to Chao Xining and the others. Hurry up and die for me as well. Boom, another rain of sonic stones poured toward the front. Xiao Ran was truly moved to kill, and did not hesitate to use up all of his bottom cards to finish off Chao Xining's group. Facing this round of attacks, Chao Xining and the others were about to despair. Xiao Ran's attacks were completely inexhaustible. One must know that psychic abilities were limited. If 1 point was used, 1 point would be less. How could there be no exhaustion? Even under Xiao Ran's several waves of attacks, they had almost exhausted their supernatural energy. However, Xiao Ran's attack arrived again. How to block? Take their lives? Block even if you can't, or die. Chao Xining yelled, and the men under his control once again struck out with all their might, while a few of them directly became in their second form due to the excessive use of their abilities, no longer able to act as human beings. Seeing this, the others could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might once again. But no one noticed that Chao Xining threw a look at Brother Tian. Brother Tian understood, and jumped towards Chao Xining, while Chao Xinning's chest automatically split open, allowing Brother Tian to enter, and then closed again. Chao Xinning directly turned around and ran. It was all in one go. Amazingly, he crossed more than 20 meters in a single bound. Because the ability of Brother Tian is parasitic, and after parasitism, he can greatly strengthen the strength, speed, and other attributes of the parasitized body. Chao Xinning is a psychic, and absorbed a lot of psychic abilities. The body has been strengthened many times, even if it is not the physical type, the quality of the body should be more than ordinary people 20 to 30 times. Even if he is not a physical type, his quality is still more than 20 to 30 times that of a normal person. With the increase of Brother Tian, he is really no worse than a physical type of the same level. Even so, Chao Xinning didn't dare to fight against Xiao Ran at all, and only thought of escaping, and even fooled the others first, letting them fight desperately to resist and buy time for him, or rather, for both of them to escape. Grass. Chao Xinning, I'll fork your whole family. Dog. Someone saw it with their afterimage, and who cares, they ran along with it. Who cares about the flood, I only care about my own death. They were already struggling to block it, and now that a few more people had quit, how could they still block the sonic stones? Boom, 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 sonic rocks washing the ground. What alien was not smashed to pieces? However, there were really a few people who escaped. Xiao Ran hurriedly chased after them, while continuing to hit sonic steel. Poof. Put. Put. Under the guidance of spatial perception, these sonic steel bars basically did not miss. Each one of them hit a target. However, they still allowed one person to escape. Chao Xinning. He ran too fast, just like a body type. His speed was amazingly fast, but this was not the point. The point was, after he ran far away, his back even opened up 2 wings, fluttered, and flew. Holy shit! If Chao Xinning just ran, then Xiao Ran would naturally chase after him, because the snow would leave footprints. The farther you step, the deeper the footprints would be, and the more you exerted yourself, so it was actually quite easy to track down a physical arts exalt. However, this guy flew away. How could Xiao Ran chase after him? Where did Chao Xinning's wings come from? They were made up of bugs. Chao Xinning's body could no longer be called a solid body, because it was made up of bugs that could be changed at will. So not to mention transforming into a winged form, it was not a problem to transform into a toilet bowl form. Xiao Ran came to a screeching halt. Chapter 243, Space Compression. Xiao Ran's face was ugly. It wasn't that he was sorry that he had to absorb less of his alien energy, but Chao Xinning knew too many of his secrets. In fact, his alien ability attributes were still secondary. After all, as he entered the end times for a longer and longer period of time, there would be a day when his alien ability attributes would be exposed. What he really cared about was the fact that he had hoarded more than $3 billion of supplies. This, coupled with the spatial ability, as long as the brain wasn't too stupid, it could all be associated with the fact that he had stored the supplies in an alien space. More than 3 billion in supplies. How many ambitious people would set their eyes on him? And how many holy mothers would want to preach at him, asking him to bring out the supplies to save the world? Holy shit! Xiao Ran's thoughts raced. What would Chao Xinning do after he ran away? He was definitely intimidated by himself, just by the fact that he didn't dare to fight with himself just now, but he definitely couldn't resist his greed for more than 3 billion in supplies again, so he only had one option. Cooperate with someone. Was it one of the 5 major forces, or simply several of them? If there were fewer forces involved, then the amount of supplies they could share would be large, but it would be unsafe, whereas if there were more forces involved, the amount of supplies they could share would naturally be smaller, but it would be safer. What would Chao Xinning choose? If I were Chao Xinning, I would go to Gao Liang first. I killed Gao Liang's son, so of course Gao Liang would want to kill me, and with the lure of more than 3 billion in supplies, the two of them should hit it off. However, Chao Xinning is now alone, and even if Gao Liang agrees to cooperate with him, he has to be careful and watch out, lest Gao Liang crosses the river and even eats him together. But before taking me out, they shouldn't have to fight amongst themselves. Chao Xinning only knows my address in Jiufu district, and is completely unaware of the 2 places, Qinghong Mansion and Qingfeng Park. On the contrary, I know that Gao Liang's power is in the gas group in the park, so the enemy is in the light, and I am in the dark. I'm afraid that what Chao Xinning is looking for isn't Gao Liang, and even if he goes to look for Gao Liang, it might be several days later. It's a bit late today, and the sonic stones and sonic steel bars need to be replenished, so we'll go find Gao Liang tomorrow. Go back to the clear wind garden. Before going back, Xiao Ran naturally touched all the exalts. The ones that didn't die were replenished. He had made a huge profit from this wave, absorbing around 152 copies of alien energy, which was twice the amount of alien energy he had absorbed before. At once, the limit distance of the spatial cut was raised to 100 meters. Obviously it wasn't right, and alien energy calculated at 1 meter limit distance, how should it be more than 200 meters? So, this skill also hit the upper limit? Just 100 meters? Xiaoran frowned. He was originally still dreaming of a beautiful dream. The person was lying at home, but the space cutting could chop off the head of the old mold witch bastard. Pity, too bad. As for the space gate and banishment? No changes at all. It couldn't be said that there was nothing at all. For example, banishment, I guess, the time he could support it was a little longer again, now it could last for 7 minutes, I guess. Only spatial perception is still steadily improving, now the limit of probing distance reaches 238 meters, which is very exaggerated, and then exaggerated a few times, probing distance reaches 1 kilometer upwards, then the fog can no longer trap Xiaoran, even in the middle of the night he wants to go wherever he wants to go. If it can reach several hundred kilometers? That is more powerful than any radar or satellite. And so on. He realized that there was a budding sense in his body again. A new ability. Not surprising, this absorbed more than 100 supernatural abilities at once, it just doesn't make sense to not awaken another one. Moreover, this budding sensation was getting stronger and stronger, and almost in an instant, it reached the point of breaking ground. There was enough foreign energy, and an October pregnancy could be shortened to a minute. Here it comes. Xiaoran was a bit stunned. What was this new ability? Compression? With a flip of his hand, there was already an extra steel ball in his palm. He just spread his palm flat like that, and suddenly, this steel ball was like a loaded bullet, shooting out towards the front. Why is it like that? Because he compressed the air behind the steel ball, and then suddenly released it, and only let go of one side, so the expanding air propelled the steel ball to shoot out as if it were a bullet, and about as fast as a bullet. So, this ability is allowing me to hand rub bullets? Just so, this ability was pretty useless. It was at best a pistol's lethality, but now that even sniper bullets were having a hard time injuring Exalted, what was the point of this kind of hand-rubbed bullets, other than being able to explode a little bit in terms of volume? No, of course not. Xiaoran looked at the snow in front of him, his ability was launched, a large amount of snow seemed to be pushed by a pair of invisible hands, piling up towards the center, the snow was hard pressed into thick ice, becoming transparent from white, and then with a click, it instantly crumbled. This can't be measured. Well, the true power of space compression. Xiaoran looked again at the steel bar not far away, and the ability was launched again. A horrifying scene appeared, the steel bar actually bent alive. This is a fucking compressor. Xiaoran revealed a smile. Spatial compression and spatial cutting actually had similarities, however, the effect was the opposite. The power of space cutting was much smaller, however, this could ignore the superimposed armor and act directly on the inside of the target, so only a small amount of power was needed to kill the target, and it also allowed for non-invasive surgeries, so this was mainly used for precision strikes. Space compression was the opposite. It was simple, brutal, and directly used mangled force to squeeze the target. Spatial cutting requires a precise strike after locking onto the target, but spatial compression is not necessary. Even if the enemy's attack comes over, I can still perform compression and directly give it a squeeze. This was exactly complementary to space cutting. And I can actually throw it at the enemy in compressed air and then release it. It's an air bomb. Whether an air bomb was awesome or not depended on how far one could compress the air. Obviously, the stronger his supernatural ability was, the higher the degree of compression would naturally be, and the more terrifying that air bomb would be. Also, if it's within a confined space, and I suddenly compress all the air to a point or a corner, will the people inside die due to lack of oxygen, or at least faint to death? Nope, it's possible for the person to have an imbalance of internal and external pressure and just explode. It's too strong, this ability is too strong, and there's huge room for development. The playing style was diverse. Xiaoran grinned, smiling happily. Just using the distance. Can be used 360 degrees without dead angle, squeezing in any direction, but the farthest can only affect him 30 meters away in front of him. Specific power is how big, this pressure to fold the steel bar is by no means the limit. I am so damn strong. It seems that letting people know that he has more than 3 billion supplies is not all bad. Indeed, the annoyance will be a little annoying, but can also give him Sen's supernormal capabilities. Most importantly, does anyone know where Xiao Ran really lives? No one. Even if someone can still communicate with the satellite, with the thickness of the clouds, how can they capture him? So, who could find their way to Qingfeng Garden? The fact that his secret was known to people did make him very unhappy, but with the current poor transportation and closed news, the fact was that the impact wouldn't be as great as it could be. Alright, that's the only way to comfort myself. Chapter 244, A New Goal, plus more. Xiao Ran got on the hovercraft and sailed back. After driving for a while, he realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet. So quiet that he thought he was the only one in the cabin. He looked at Jiang Yuzuning, only to see that police officer Jiang had a dumbfounded look on her face, as if she was stupid. He was originally very upset because he hadn't been able to kill Chao Xining, but he was happy to see this, reaching out and waving his hand in front of Jiang Yuzuning's face. "What's wrong, Officer Jiang?" Only then did Jiang Yuzuning wake up as if from a dream, exhaled a long breath and said, "I originally thought I already understood you and knew how powerful you are, only to realize today that I was wrong." This man was more than powerful, simply terrifying. A single person froze in 2 shots and killed and crumbled several hundred people on the opposite side, with only 5 people running away. Would anyone believe this if they said it? Xiao Ran deliberately eeped and laughed. "How awesome I am, shouldn't Officer Jiang have known it long ago?" Jiang Yuzuning was still in shock, so she did not hear that he was driving. However, the side effects of absorbing the alien energy had already begun to kick in, and Xiao Ran couldn't help but heave a smile as he looked at this beautiful and delicate police officer, stopping the boat. "I came to check how well you've learned from Bai Rue and the others." "Huh, didn't you just check it yesterday?" "Well." Xiao Ran continued to drive the boat. However, even if it was only a small delay, the sky was already dark and the fog came in intensely. Fortunately, his spatial perception had already reached 238 meters, although it was a little bit of effort and slower. He still returned to the Qingfeng Garden before 7 o'clock. Xiao Ran did not tell what happened today, but Jiang Yuzuning was still caught out by the ladies because of her gloomy expression. This naturally shocked the ladies as well. "Brother is so mushy, I love you." Zhou Yunsu was the first to rush over and jumped into Xiao Ran's arms. Xiao Ran smiled. What was so shocking about this? If there was a grade for alien abilities, then spatial abilities were definitely S-class, the most high grade, bar none. Oh, unless there was also a time attribute alien ability. Previously, Xiao Ran had been cautious. Firstly, he had fought too few times with the so-called strong people, and was completely unaware of how strong he was, and secondly, he had not developed the 2 major super attacks, the sonic stones and the sonic steel bars. Kinetic steel bars and the like were obviously much worse, and could not be hit at all against a physical arts type, while even against other exalts they could easily be neutralized. But after killing Lu Yong, Xiao Ran finally had a clear understanding of his own strength. "It turns out that I am so strong." Moreover, his current abilities were becoming more and more powerful. Not being able to kill Chao Xining and letting him run away will most likely leak my secret, which is a bit unpleasant, but there are actually some benefits. In the future, those aberrations will actively appear in front of me. I just need to keep watch in the 9 Fortunes neighborhood, then there might be alterants delivered to the door every day, adding to my might. Well, that's the only way to think about it. Thinking that way, sure enough, he was in a much better mood. He was the family's linchpin, and once he was in a good mood, with a calm and collected demeanor that the sky was falling and I was carrying it, it naturally infected and influenced the others, so the atmosphere immediately became active, and everyone talked and laughed without the slightest bit of worry anymore. There were no words in the night. After dawn, Xiao Ran first looked at Xia Chuchu. Not surprisingly, the strength of the energy in her body to another level, but the distance from the formation of the seed in the head will need 2 or 3 days. After breakfast, Xiao Ran went to Camp Hope. After today and tomorrow, the patients here should be discharged. Xiao Ran did intend to bring these nurses back to Qingfeng Yuan. Don't get me wrong, it's not about them, but they can usually clean the house, and in case anyone is sick, they can be useful. After all, the nurses in the use of medication is also a certain level. A needle, hanging a water, should be more skillful than the doctor, right? Anyway, it's not too bad for a few bites of food. There were slightly more people today, a total of 21, and the final result was 19 alive and 2 dead, but there was no appearance of an alien. It's fine, the odds were already pathetically low anyway. Xiao Ran left some more supplies behind and then returned to Qingfeng Garden. He replenished some more sonic stones and sonic steel bars, then went to eat lunch. With the appearance of the divine skill of banishment, he naturally felt relieved and bold, as he could pull himself back from the brink of death even if there was a mistake in operation. However, as the strength of his supernatural ability became higher and higher, his control, concentration, and acuity also increased dramatically, and he actually made no mistakes. Then, he set off to drive to the park. He was going to Gao Liang's place to see if Chao Xining had gone to the other party. If he had, he would naturally strike immediately, and if he hadn't, he would also strike immediately. If Chao Xining intended to hide for 2 days before going to find Gao Liang's share, and went there only to find the same ruins, beg for the shadow area in his heart. Because this time it was all about the fight, Xiao Ran did not bring any of the women with him, lest there was a possibility that they would be captured as hostages. However, this was also a little bad. What if Xiao Ran absorbed another alien ability? The chances were not great, but at least 99%. Then there was only watching. 3-legged toads were not easy to find, there were not many 2-legged women, and he had an odd amount of supplies. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Ran came to the park's gas group. 2 kilometers outside. He did not want to be discovered in advance and affect his plans. Xiao Ran was all in white. From head to white feet, this was really stealthy in today's environment. He approached quietly and walked for almost 10 minutes for 2 kilometers. He could have gone faster, but there was no need. This gas group was big enough to supply both piped and tanked gas, so it was really an explosives depot, say a rocket, or a sonic steel bar crashed into the storage silo that triggered an explosion, TSK. So, the north side of the gas group is Yangqing Lake, and the east, west, and south sides are all green areas. Just in case something happens, it can also minimize the damage. However, building the lair and gas group after the end of the world, this hard is also really big. Aren't you afraid that a rocket will teach you to be a human being? Oh, that's teaching to be a ghost. Xiao Ran didn't recklessly barge in, even though he had the banishing divine skill. There was no need to put himself in danger for nothing. He came to a high place and took out his binoculars to observe. Chapter 245, Pouncing, Extra 2. Behind the fence, there were gas storage tanks everywhere, oversized, as tall as a 10-story building, and the circumference was amazing. In fact, it was a bit like a grain silo. In addition to these tanks, there were also a few scattered buildings around the perimeter, both staff dormitories and office buildings. However, it was empty, and there were no human figures to be seen. It was too cold, so they all hid in the house? That's not right. If I were the head of this place, then even if it is cold, I would have to arrange for people to patrol, put guards on the high ground to check, but the biggest thing is to change the guards a little more often. You know, although this gas group is a gold mine, it's also a barrel of explosives. Aren't you afraid that a fire-type psychic will come over, detonate the gas storage tanks, and turn this place into a purgatory? No, there is no need for a fire alien. Even if an ordinary person, carrying an RPG, takes a shot at the gas storage tank, this place will naturally instantly turn into a sea of fire, explosions after explosions. Under such an onslaught, what alien can be spared? In addition to the absolute immunity ability, such as banishment, any other ability should be useless. At least at the current stage, an exalt shouldn't be strong enough to match a large explosion of this scale. So, is this actually a trap against me? Xiao Ran muttered to himself. Chao Xining found Gao Liang yesterday, and the 2 old foxes discussed and decided to sacrifice a gas group to blow me up? But they wouldn't covet the supplies in my space? It was worth more than $3 billion before the end of the world, and now it's so high that it's immeasurable. These 2 people are willing to give it up? Xiao Ran felt a bit unbelievable. Unless they feel that I am too dangerous to control, so they would rather kill me? Moreover, one of the foundations was demolished by me, and his men were slaughtered almost to death by me, while the other had his son die in my hands, so he naturally hates me to the bone, so they do have reasons why they have to kill me as well. In that case. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, and his spatial perception had already locked onto a gas storage tank. Launch! Swoosh, several sonic steel bars were shot over. He was about 500 meters away from the target, so it only took less than 2 seconds for the sonic steel bars to shoot over, and this amount of time was not enough for gravity to land the bars a few meters, so all 7 bars hit on the upper part of the gas storage tank. Plop, 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 these steel bars wrapped with strong kinetic energy, pierced and alive, and under the violent friction, sparks shot out in all directions. Explosion! Xiao Ran froze, because there was no explosion happening. For what law? Oh. Xiao Ran nodded. It should be that this gas tank was already empty. Without the gas, even if there was a spark, could it ignite and detonate? Obviously not. Change it. I'm damned. Xiaoran was very embarrassed. He continued to apply. I don't believe it, you can still use up all the gas of a gas group. However, he pierced all the gas storage tanks, but failed to detonate any of them. So obviously, these were all empty tanks. So, this isn't a trap against me, but that old man Gao Liang ran away overnight? No way, you haven't even met me, how can you be that wimpy? Xiaoran was all speechless. He had thought that Gao Liang was ruthless and would rather not have the supplies in his hands than to get him killed, but what happened? Running away with a poke in the night? How can you be a boss if you are so weak? Xiaoran walked into the gas group. Under the space perception, everything is nothing to hide. He just turned around, and has already mapped out the situation in the entire gas group. Indeed, there is no one, and the gas tanks have all been emptied. It was a real overnight move, and not a single hair was left behind. It can't be said that there was no discovery at all. He found a large number of corpses at the back of the group, that is, the side facing the lake. Basically women. They were disheveled, some were even naked, but most of them were not frozen to death, but were frozen into ice sculptures only after they died, retaining the state they were in at the time of their death. So, these were the women who were toyed with by Gao Liang and his group, and when they got tired of playing, or even died, they were directly discarded here, and those who didn't die would quickly freeze to death. This was the bloody reality of the end times. The strong bullying the weak, manifested to the fullest. But why were there still a few male corpses? Xiaoran observed and found that there were about 14 male corpses, a small percentage compared to the hundreds of female corpses, but these male corpses had the same characteristics. They seemed to have been sucked dry and were so skinny that only skin and bones were left. So Gao Liang, the group of altered beings, had a demonic woman who sucked essence? Xiaoran turned around a bit more before leaving, releasing the hovercraft as he headed towards the Zhoufu neighborhood. Old Gao, you are too careful, aren't you? Chao Xining said. He was now on a piece of high building that was 3 kilometers away from the gas group, through a high-powered telescope, but he had a good view of the situation there, and naturally saw the scene where Xiaoran went in and left. Careful? A semi-old man in his 50s grunted and raised his triangular eyebrows. You sat on a powerful force and even had altered beings from all sides to assist you, but what happened? Didn't you have your foundation destroyed in one day by that bastard? It's not too much to be careful when dealing with this kind of person. He is Gao Liang, Gao Buowan's father. Before the end of the world, he was the real power of Su City. I did not expect that after the end of the world, he had awakened his supernormal ability, although the number of people who can command him is much less, but too many things he did not dare to do before, he dared to do it. Unbridled. Because this is the end of the world, he has a strong strength, can do whatever he wants. However, after many years of being an official, he still developed the habit of being cautious. Yesterday Chao Xining came to his door and informed him that his only son had been killed. He was naturally furious, and could not wait to go and find Xiaoran to take revenge, but when Chao Xining said that the building materials market had been destroyed by Xiaoran, he immediately changed his mind. That night, he let his men pack up all the things that should be moved away, and early this morning all the men evacuated with their belongings, leaving only Xiaoran an empty shell. Sure enough, Xiaoran had come. Chao Xining couldn't help but be silent, and only after a short pause did he say, "In that battle yesterday, it was because I didn't understand that guy's ability, and I was dumbfounded by him using rockets as soon as I came up, so if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have lost. So, don't be a wimp either. Now that you already know how many cards Xiaoran has, that fuck is over." Gao Liang looked at him contemptuously. "How many exalts died on your side yesterday?" 100, 200 I think. Chao Xining estimated. Gao Liang lost his smile. That bastard absorbed so many alien abilities. Can his strength not skyrocket? Maybe he has new abilities. No, he must have possessed a new ability. Xiao Chao, you've already suffered a big loss once. Why haven't you learned your lesson? What a stupid fork. Chapter 246. One thought turns the tables. Facing Gao Liang's lecture, Chao Xining could only smile awkwardly, not daring to retort. He was here to beg Gao Liang for cooperation. Moreover, it was said to be cooperation, but he was only one person right now. He had no men to work under, no resources to work with, and even if Gao Liang promised him, were the two men equal again? How could it be? Therefore, Lao Gao can talk eloquently, and even call him Xiao Chao, but Xiao Chao only obediently listened to the part. Today is different from the past. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate Xiaoran. If it wasn't for Xiao Ran, he would still be the leader of one of the 5 major forces in Suzhou City, and he would have everything he wanted: food, women, and men. And now? Damn it! Xiao Xinning couldn't help but clench his teeth, his heart screaming hatred. But just let him go? He said unwillingly, don't forget, he has over 3 billion in supplies. If we let him go now, these supplies should be able to pile up into mountains, enough for us to enjoy for hundreds of lifetimes. Gao Liang grunted and said, don't we already know where he lives? A safe house that cost $80 million to remodel, are you willing to throw it away? The situation now is that we are in the dark and Xiao Ran is in the light. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as 1,000 days of defense against a thief, so as long as we're patient enough, we'll definitely be able to find that bastard's weakness and send him on his way. His expression became gloomy all of a sudden. His only son had died in Xiao Ran's hands, so he naturally hated to break Xiao Ran into pieces, but, compared to his own life, he naturally chose to be cautious. Xiao Ran must be killed, and the supplies in his hands must be obtained, but he could not send himself in as well. So what now? Xiao Xinning asked. He did not have any men available, and he did not dare to face Xiao Ran directly himself, so he had no choice but to take Cao Liang as his leader. Cao Liang looked at where Xiao Ran had disappeared and said morosely, didn't that guy blow up your building materials market with a rocket? We will then return the favor and blow up his house with rockets as well. If we can't blow up one round, then 2 or 3, is it still hard to get arms these days? Even if you can't get it, making your own explosives isn't that hard. This old man's face was eerie, looking at Xiao Xinning's heart was trembling. Is he looking for him to cooperate with a tiger for its skin? No, he had to leave a backstroke. It would be best if he could lay a puppet bug on the old man and give him complete control, but even though Gao Liang was not sure of his abilities, because of his natural prudence, he didn't give him any chance to get close at all, and the distance between the two of them didn't get closer than 2 meters. Then I'll control your men and turn you into a bachelor commander. You blew up Xiao Ran's villa, aren't you afraid of blowing him up as well and never getting those supplies? Gao Liang laughed loudly. Compared to greed, I'm more afraid of death. That bastard can easily destroy everything you have, it's really scary, so killing him is the main purpose, those supplies? Just incidental. He was a person who was just clear-headed and would never be blinded by greed. Faced with such a timid and cautious person, could Xiao Xinning say anything other than cursing a coward? Xiao Ran arrived at the Jiufu neighborhood. What was the coincidence? When he entered the neighborhood, he just happened to encounter a group of people who had also entered the neighborhood and were aiming straight for his villa. This group of people were the strangers that Bai Rui and the girls had mentioned, trying to trick them into opening the door and taking advantage of the opportunity to hijack everything? At this time, the group of people also walked over. Still daring to come out alone in such an environment, you're a shifter, aren't you? One of the people in the group said towards Xiao Ran, not even having to speak loudly. Now that everything was silent, there was barely a single murmur in the environment, and a whisper could be carried a long way. What surprised Xiao Ran was that this was actually a woman. Around 30 years old, ordinary looking, and wearing sunglasses, while her figure was completely unrecognizable. Dressed too much. Just one woman amongst so many men made her seem special. She should be an alien, or else it would be impossible for the others to stop as soon as she stopped talking, not even daring to let out a single fart. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, so what if I am? The woman smiled back, my name is Li Xinyue, from the Shaoyang Mountain Hot Spring Hotel, my boss is Wei Lily's sister Wei, you should have heard of her. If you had told me a few days earlier, I really don't know who Wei Lily is. Xiao Ran did not move and said, I've heard of it. It's good that you've heard of it. Li Xinyue laughed, our hotel is now hiring people, especially the exalted. As long as you join us you can get treatment that you wouldn't even dream of. Firstly, you'll have a warm place to live in. Secondly, you no longer have to worry about food and drink, and thirdly, if you're a man, hey, we've got plenty of beautiful women there, guaranteed to make you feel good. From a woman's mouth that last sentence was full of oddities. Xiao Ran shook his head, not interested. Li Xinyue's face sank, is this a toast you want to drink? Yo, can't hold it in and want to show your true colors? Xiao Ran said indifferently, what, you guys are still not allowed to be rejected? No, allow. Li Xinyue said word for word. It didn't matter to ordinary people, they couldn't care less, but it was different for the exalted. Every psychic ability was equivalent to an energy pack. As long as it was killed, its psychic ability could be absorbed, so it was doomed that it was difficult for psychics to get along with each other unless there was a powerful force for deterrence. It was inevitable that they would have to fight to the death. Was Li Xinyue's invitation to Xiaoran to join her power sincere? Of course not. She just wanted to trick Xiaoran back into the hotel, and with that group of people striking together, she could naturally kill Xiaoran easily. This was called being careful. But Xiaoran did not take the bait, so she had to do it herself. She waved her hand, and those henchmen immediately dispersed and surrounded Xiaoran. Xiaoran lost his smile and was quite emotional. Now, which one of the 5 major forces in Su City was there that he had not made an enemy of? It was just that boss Luo from Xiangqing district. Seeing that his men were already in place, Li Xinyue sneered, "Do it." At that moment, these men pulled out their guns in unison. Swoosh, 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 bullets flying around. However, it was not these henchmen who fired, but Xiaoran who took the lead in launching the attack. He opened the space gate to the left and swept a wave of bullets, then opened it to the right and swept another wave, and the entire process did not exceed 0.01 seconds, so it looked like the 2 waves of bullets were just hitting out at the same time. Boom boom boom, 14 of the 15 men fell at almost the same time. There was only one exception, because he was standing beside Li Xinyue, and in that flash of lightning, Li Xinyue violently reached out and grabbed the bullet that was shot at that man. Li Xinyue let go, the bullet fell to the ground, only to see the yellow bullet was actually pinched and flattened. At this time, the only surviving man reacted, could not help but shiver, could not move a muscle, directly scared silly. Look at Li Xinyue, her entire right hand actually became a golden yellow, as if it was cast in brass. Not gold, gold is a little brighter. The woman looked at Xiaoran in astonishment and said, "What kind of supernatural ability is this that you can actually fire so many bullets at the same time? Moreover, I didn't hear any gunshots at all, strange, odd." There was only curiosity but no scruples or fear on her face. Obviously, she was extremely confident in her own strength to be so certain. After all, in the case of being prepared, nowadays there are still a few other supernaturals who would be afraid of guns? Chapter 247, Pressure Explosion. Xiaoran pointed his finger at Li Xinyue. Pop. He mimicked the sound of a gun being fired, and instantly, a series of bullets were fired towards Li Xinyue. After possessing sonic stones and sonic steel bars, bullets were no longer of much use to Xiaoran. He could even hand-rub bullets now. Ding, 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 the bullets hit Li Xinyue's body, but they only pierced through her clothes, but when they touched her body, they were unable to penetrate her skin at all. And as could be seen from her face, neck and hands, her skin had completely turned a brass color. "So, your special ability is to turn into brass?" Xiaoran muttered. "Pretty much." Li Xinyue, however, heard it and opened her mouth, only to see that her tongue and teeth had all turned brass-colored as well. "My supernatural ability is very simple, it's to make my body turn into brass while possessing terrifying strength and speed. Give up, your attacks are useless against me." She spoke in a very condescending manner, also full of disdain. Similarly, if you were an alien, not to mention the difference in attributes, even if you had the exact same alien ability, it still depended on whether you had absorbed it or not, and how many copies you had absorbed. For example, she, however, had absorbed a full 21 copies of alien energy. Although she couldn't be counted as a team-up of 22 alter energies, if she were to fight 22 alter energies, she would definitely win. Because could 22 Xenos bring out all their strength? How long would it take to practice and work together? It was different with one person, full power was all the strength. "Daring to take a shot at me, you've got some fat guts, rookie." Li Xinyue took a step towards Xiaoran while a large number of bullets clanked and fell from her body. In her opinion, Xiaoran should be a newly awakened psychic who thought that he had become some kind of super bullish character and was being arrogant. She would immediately teach this guy to be a human being. Had she known that it was a rookie, she wouldn't have lied, and it would have saved her some trouble to do it directly. "A rookie?" Xiaoran lost his smile. "Then you try this." His hand that was originally pointing at Li Xinyue suddenly flipped and squeezed, and his space compression ability was unleashed. Eh? Li Xinyue let out a cry of surprise as she suddenly realized that she could not move. One foot was clearly raised, but she couldn't put it down. It was as if she was welded to death. Nope. She immediately felt a strong squeeze, a sensation that she couldn't believe. because she was now being metallized. From head to toe, inside and out. It could be said that she was now completely without any brakes or vitals, and unless she was made to lose her toughness and vitality with extremely low temperatures, and then made to shatter into a pile of copper slag with a fierce attack, or refined into copper water by using incomparably high temperatures to refine her alive, she was undead. The point is, she has absorbed a whole 21 copies of alien energy. If you want to freeze or melt her, you must at least absorb 25 or even 30 copies of alien energy. Otherwise, aren't you being a rogue? So how incredible was it that she actually felt a strong oppression? How much power did it have to be to press down on her, a body of brass, to feel it? What kind of power do you have? Li Xinyue was finally startled and shouted in a tone that carried trepidation. You guess. Xiao Ran laughed as he continued to strengthen the power of spatial compression. This move was a miracle of great strength, one word, reckless. Under the terrifying force of compression, Li Xinyue's body was actually flattened alive. It was as if she was lifted onto a hydraulic press. No! No! Li Xinyue let out a fearful wail, "Spare me! Spare me!" This was not a rookie, it was clearly an expert among experts, who had just deliberately pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Xiao Ran was unmoved. Li Xinyue clearly wanted to get her own supernatural ability. Now she can't fight and begs for mercy? Hey, now is not before the end of the world. Do I need to be afraid of the little fairy to write a small essay? He continued to add strength. Kaka, Li Xinyue's body issued a strange sound of metal breaking. She was getting flatter and flatter. Row, dash. Boom. She wasn't able to finish, and her entire body turned into countless pieces of brass. Naturally dead. It's not like it's a liquid metal robot. Xiao Ran walked over, reached out and pressed, and a warm current hit her. Well, it was confirmed that it was truly dead. Xiao Ran's left hand lowered, he was ready to unleash space compression at any time, but it wasn't necessary after absorbing the warm current. Then, he looked at the last person. The lucky person who was saved by Li Xinyue. This person was trembling with fear before, and at this moment, he was even more like a person who had lost his soul. His eyes were unfocused. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xiao Ran laughed. This person of mine has a strange temperament. I will only strike once, if you fail to kill once, even if you were lucky enough to survive. These words immediately made the man's body tremble and his eyes regained their anger. Really? Of course it was fake. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Naturally, it's true. Come, sit at my house. He brought the man to the villa and then locked him in a room on the 3rd floor. In that case, if someone comes over and finds someone in the villa, they should guess it's me. Xiao Ran muttered. If Gao Liang or any other shifter power could not even detect if there was a living person in a villa, then that power would be too useless. This is bait. I'll set up an ambush somewhere else. Trying to shade me. Hey, let's see who's more old 6. Xiao Ran left the villa and looked around the neighborhood first, only to find that there were actually still living people in several neighborhoods here, and he did not know how they had managed to hold on until now. He chose a woman who at least looked past, exchanged food, and easily smashed the legs of the other party, but after finishing, she and her man actually wanted to kill Xiao Ran, but the result? Xiao Ran didn't kill them, just sprayed them with a little bit of water made of poisonous hailstones, and if they were able to become an altered being, it would be considered to be a contribution to Xiao Ran. Did not succeed? He didn't have anything to lose. Then he went back to the Jofu neighborhood and turned around. Anyway, there were plenty of empty rooms in the neighborhood. He picked a room overlooking his villa, did a good job of keeping warm, and began to wait patiently. He was sure someone would bite. Just today, tomorrow, or which day is uncertain. Xiao Ran was in no hurry at all. It was the end of the world. Was there anything else to be busy with? The supplies had already been collected long ago, and the amount of fuel was enough to last for several years, so where was the need for him to go running around every day? Just one day, tomorrow I still have to go to Camp Hope to deal with the last batch of patients, and Xia Chuchu is also nearing that final moment. I have to guard the edge. I don't know if she will be able to awaken her supernormal abilities. Lao Gaoa, don't let me down. Xiao Ran smiled and took out his cell phone and started reading a novel. The ones that were downloaded before the end of the world, of course all of them were finished. The ones that weren't finished would definitely be broken forever, and would have to be old eunuchs for the rest of their lives. Although I hate authors who break their shifts, but let's just forget about this one. After all, it's an act of God, it's force majeure. Without realizing it was almost 5 o'clock, The sky that was already cloudy and gloomy also became more gloomy. Just when Xiao Ran thought that the enemy would not come today, spatial perception captured that there was a group of people quietly approaching. All of them were carrying bulging bags, and their appearance was sneaky, and they looked like they were harboring ghosts. "They're coming!" Xiao Ran immediately became energized, and his spatial perception kept following these people. There were 11 people in this group. They stopped and seemed to be talking about something. Unfortunately, spatial perception could only see, but could not hear. Chapter 248, Hidden. Why can't spatial perception listen? Why can't spatial perception listen to the words? Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Xiao Ran couldn't help but think. And in the vicinity of the villa, the group of 11 were discussing. "Lao Jin, listen, is the target inside?" One person said. Old Jin nodded and made a listening gesture. His psychic ability was enhanced hearing, which was not lethal at all, but was a good secondary ability. "Yes, there's only one," Old Jin said. "One? Male or female? Is it Xiao Ran?" The man from earlier asked again. He and Lao Jin were the only two exalts in the group. Old Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Firstly, I can only listen, damn it, can I still hear if it's a male or a female by listening? Secondly, I haven't seen that Xiao Ran, even if I can hear what someone looks like, how do I know if it is?" The other alien was speechless from his dislike. "It should be that guy." He said, "Whatever, anyway, the order we received was to blow up this place, let's go plant the explosives." The group moved forward. They were careful because they already knew that Xiao Ran was an exalt, and who would dare to underestimate an exalt? Xiao Ran smiled as the space gate opened. "Danger!" Old Jin and another person said at the same time. But after screaming, Lao Jin's reaction wasn't much better than an ordinary person's, because his supernatural ability was hearing, and his physical quality was only a cut above an ordinary person's, so what could he do in the face of bullets? On the contrary, the other person, his reaction was timely. A hand grabbed Old Jin over, then his right hand forward to block. A wall of ice appeared out of thin air. Bursts of bullets flew by, and all 9 ordinary people were shot and fell to the ground, but the bullets shot at him and Lao Jin were blocked by the ice wall. "You're really in there." He laughed coldly as the attack came from the front, which was the direction of the villa, and associating Xiao Ran's supernatural ability to be related to space, then it was obvious that the other party was in the villa, and had suddenly launched a sneak attack because they had noticed their approach. A villain. While he unzipped the backpack on his body, inside it was clearly a homemade explosive pack that actually had a timer. He threw the explosive pack out and at the same time activated the countdown, but instead of fleeing away at the first opportunity, he removed the backpacks from those who had died and threw them all out. There were explosives inside as well, so there was no need to care. As long as one exploded, the others would follow. During this time, bullets were falling. He didn't hide or escape. He used the ice wall to protect himself and Lao Jin, and nimbly threw all the explosive packs to the corner of the villa, before protecting Lao Jin and retreating. After retreating for a period of time, the bullets will no longer be sent out. It couldn't hit anymore, there was a wall blocking it. 9, 8, 7. He counted down. 0. Boom. A huge explosion rang out, the ground shook, and a large amount of black smoke rose into the sky. However, Old Jin and his duo were dumbfounded. Because the villa was actually intact. No, it couldn't be said to be absolutely intact, as there were still bricks that had fallen down, but underneath the facade was a metal wall, yet not even a single crater was visible. Holy shit! This son of a bitch actually built the turtle shell so thick? The two were dumbfounded. From the process point of view, they should have accomplished their mission and did successfully detonate the explosives, but from the result point of view. Fart. Who the hell would build their home so sturdy? You really want to be a bastard. What now? Two people look at each other, none of their ability to break through even the explosives cannot help the iron wall, so they can only say to each other, withdraw. Xiao Ran actually did not expect some. Jia Yungue used all real materials. No bragging, this alloy wall indeed explosives cannot destroy, at least this amount of explosives cannot. His plan is to let these two people to the villa blasted, that's see inside the blasted body. Zhao Xining, Gao Liang should think that he was blown up in the inside. In that case, these two would naturally show up, and then he could finish them off. But Buddy Jia didn't cut any corners at all, and built the safe house to be really safe, leaving Xiao Ran somewhat speechless as well. He couldn't fool those two guys anymore. Then he couldn't let those two escape either. Therefore, he launched an attack with sonic steel. The ice wall alien naturally defended it the first time, but the ice wall blocked the bullets, but in front of the sonic steel bar was completely insufficient. In an instant, the ice wall was shattered by the steel bar. Poo 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 poo. Both of them were pierced by several steel bars at the same time, and under the huge energy impact and vibration, both of their bodies were also shattered, and there was almost no piece of flesh that was intact. Xiao Ran did not rush down to absorb the alien energy. Gao Liang, he defaulted to the fact that this demolition team was sent out by Gao Liang. Would this person send out this team and then leave it alone? Perhaps he was following behind. If he really blew up the villa, or even injured or killed him, then Gao Liang would run out and pick the peach, and if not, such as in the current situation, would Gao Liang run over and absorb the alien energy of the old Jin duo? It can't be cheap, can it? Therefore, Xiao Ran was waiting. However, time passed by minute, but no one ever showed up. It's really hiding. In the distance. Chao Xining whistled. Boss Gao was really willing to give it up, two Xenos henchmen saying they don't want it. It was at least two Xenos. Gao Liang gave him a cold look. Before the end of the world, if a businessman like you dared to talk to him like this, your store would have been seized that day. Now, you're just a lost dog. How dare you talk in front of me? However, his city is so deep that he's completely happy and angry. The powers of two of his men? So what if you give them to Xiao Ran? As long as you can kill Xiao Ran later, naturally everything will come back. The higher-ups don't care about the gains and losses of the moment, they look at the whole picture, so this Chao Xining is not destined to become a great thing. Gao Liang was only thinking to himself. Although he had never come into contact with Xiao Ran, this person could destroy Chao Xining's building materials market and destroy more than 200 alien energy practitioners. To what extent was this strength strong? The key was that this lair of his was so sturdy. So how to solve it? Simple, go and call people again, Zheng Qian, Wei Lily, Luo Yafei, whichever one will do, or even, all four together. Then, no matter how strong Xiao Ran is, can he match the four strongest forces at the same time? It's just that in that case, more than 3 billion in supplies will have to be divided among the four families, so the harvest will naturally be less. He subconsciously kicked Chao Xining out. After all, how could a bereaved dog be qualified to share the fruits of victory with them? Chapter 249, I'll play with you guys some other time, extra. Both sides were very old 6. No, I should say careful and cautious, so Xiao Ran didn't expect Gao Liang to come out, and Gao Liang didn't wait for Xiao Ran to come out to collect his powers. Pity. Xiao Ran sked, old Gao was also too careful. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened, and the fog immediately appeared and shrouded the entire world. It was impossible to reach out and it was useless to turn on a searchlight with even more power, the fog was too dense. Xiao Ran finally moved. He absorbed the alien energy of Lao Jin and the two of them. I don't know if it was a long time, or these two people's alien energy level was not enough, he actually only absorbed the equivalent of 2 channels of alien energy. Poor to death. Have the two of them never absorbed any foreign energy before? That's not true. Old Jin didn't know. But the alien who used the ice wall obviously couldn't have been an original, or else a few bullets could have destroyed the ice wall, and it wouldn't have been possible for the two of them to evacuate easily. So, after an alien dies, the energy in his body will slowly fade away. It's just that the process isn't really short, half an hour at night is fine, but this time I waited for more than 2 hours in order to lure old Gao and the others to show up, so most of the energy of these two people have escaped. Well, it's true that everything must be taken while it's hot. Just the fact that the amount of alien energy absorbed was small did not affect the appearance of side effects. Soon, Xiao Ran found himself turning from Tian to Yu, and then to A. However, the only woman in the vicinity that he could still look past had already been sprayed with poisonous water for his experiments, and it was only barely visible, and he had to do it again? Forget it, I don't have to wait for Lao Gao and the others here anymore anyway. What to do? Xiao Ran thought about it. First, go back to the villa to kill the living person. This person is locked in the house, inevitably need to eat, drink, and Lao Gao has already confirmed that he in the villa. There is no need to put another person here. Therefore, this person has completed its historical mission. Go to Qinghong Daxia. There is no way, now is not the end of the world before, can stop a cab on the road, said to the master to go to which fun field to play, also cannot find a hotel to book a room, nonsense to the front desk to eat a fast food. Now you can only find it yourself. Xiao Ran launched the hovercraft and traveled all the way to Qinghong Mansion. Fortunately, spatial perception now reached a distance of 262 meters. What kind of concept was that? You can't necessarily see more than 200 meters away when you're driving normally. Because there are a lot of cars on the road, a random truck blocking the front, you may only be able to see 50 meters away, 100 meters away. Moreover, this 200 meters is a 360-degree off both sides of the street. As far as his mind, as a native of Sioux City, Xiaoran can still easily recognize his position. Therefore, even if he was traveling in the mist, it was basically difficult to stop his forward speed. It didn't take him an hour to arrive at Qinghong Mansion. Phew! When A to B became a field again, Xiaoran also had a mind like water and entered the sage state. The teachers were really dedicated, with good attitudes and strong business skills. They couldn't pick any faults. Xiaoran couldn't help but think of the island girls. If I can really awaken the ability to instantly move, I must go to Hot Beijing and instruct the Sakura girls on how to make a good love action movie. I say so. The night passed. Xiaoran left early to return to Qingfeng Garden. Today he still had to go to Camp Hope again to deal with the last batch of patients, and then bring a few nurses back to Qingfeng Garden to work as maids in normal times, but return to their old jobs when necessary. The hovercraft drove back to Qingfeng Park, so Qingmei women are relieved. How could one not be worried when one's man went out on an adventure? After all, Xiaoran's opponents were too strong now. Xiaoran had breakfast and first looked at Xia Chuchu's situation. Experience told him that this woman should start condensing seeds tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Good, no matter if she can become an evolved person or not, it's good to get through it, so that he doesn't have to worry about something in his heart all the time. On the way, he calculated that he would not go to the villa for the next few days. He would not have so much time to play with Lao Gao and Chao Xinning every day. It would be better to leave them hanging for a few days. 10 or so minutes later, Xiaoran arrived at Camp Hope. From afar, before even entering the door, Xiaoran saw the messy sled prints on the ground. Someone had come. Why was it someone coming and not the people inside coming out? Because the camp had long since run out of sleds, it could only be outsiders. Xiaoran frowned. Did someone find this place by chance, or did those who ran away before bring them here? He didn't kill all the people here. 1. He didn't reveal his identity. 2. This place wasn't important, and killing wasn't a pleasurable thing to do, so he just let those people make their own way. But some of them even lured outsiders here? A faint smile rose to the corners of his mouth. The hovercraft drove on a little further, and the sanatorium drifted into the range of spatial perception. And as he continued on, more and more parts of the sanatorium were captured. The main building, the patient building, more and more buildings entered the range of perception, and Xiaoran's just expanded eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle again. He saw dead people. Among them were several nurses. The deaths were very tragic. Their bodies were naked and covered with scars, their faces were filled with fear and resentment, and their eyes were staring wide open, not resting in peace. Obviously, they were all abused before they were born. And in this patient building, there were still 14 people being ambushed. It just so happened that they were talking. Xiaoran was stunned, because he actually heard the conversation of these people. It couldn't be said that he was listening, because it was directly projected in his mind. In fact, the fact that spatial perception could hear other people's conversations was not unusual for Xiaoran, and he wasn't even shocked for a moment because he felt that this should be what spatial perception could capture. It was just that he hadn't found the right path, which was why there had been only pictures without sound. Now it was finally sound and picture. What have I done here? It's like under the emotion of anger, I triggered something? And so, it was as if the 14 people inside were right in front of him, only he was transparent and no one could see or touch him. Boss, how long do we have to wait? Yeah, it's been almost a day since yesterday afternoon. 2 people said impatiently. The one they called boss was a man around 30 years old, in a thick down jacket. Both hands were also stuck in his pockets. With a look of being cold to the point of shivering, he glared at the 2 men and said, "Those nurses said that this person comes over at 9 or 10 o'clock every day. What's the hurry for you guys? All shut your mouths and keep a good eye on him." Chapter 250 Panghu, +2. Unfortunately, spatial perception was unable to detect the strength of an alien. Xiaoran thought that there were Alterans among these 14 people, perhaps more than one, but he was unable to sense the strength of their Alterans. He certainly could not stop because of these people. Stopping the hovercraft, he took a big step inside. Boss, that man is coming. There really is a hovercraft. This is great, let's grab this boat and go wherever we want. Beauties, we're coming. Yuck, just you didn't have a light hand, tossed these nurses to death, otherwise we could have played a little more. Oh, say it like you didn't strangle anyone to death. Shut up, don't let that man notice. The boss in the feathered jacket lightly drank. I'll go find a place to hide. Once that person enters the door, shoot them together as planned, dead or alive as you please. Yes. They all looked for a place to hide, but they all pulled out their guns and aimed at the door. After a short while, there were footsteps. None of them tightened the guns in their hands, adrenaline surging. According to others, this person was very powerful. So, nervousness was inevitable. Creak, the door opened. Bang, 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 bang. These people emptied their magazines at the same time, which made them stand up and look towards the door. However, they were all as if they had seen a ghost. There was a person standing at the door. Unlike what the nurse had said, this mysterious person wasn't wearing a helmet, and one could clearly see what he looked like, a young man in his late 20s, while a mocking smile hung on his face. But they obviously shot so many rounds of bullets, why did they not hit a single one? Their boss also walked out and laughed, saying, "Dude is really a shifter, lucky to meet you. How about making a friend without fighting?" Before the words were finished, he violently opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red pike. That was blood. That was his supernatural ability, spraying blood. However, the pizzle had just sprayed in front of Xiao Ran, but it strangely disappeared. This time, the crowd finally understood why Xiao Ran was unharmed under the barrage of bullets. Just like this blood arrow, it disappeared so strangely. That boss was originally laughing happily, but now he couldn't laugh anymore. He smiled while hiding a knife, wanting to paralyze Xiao Ran and then take the opportunity to surprise attack, not expecting that Xiao Ran had not relaxed and been careless at all, and had been using his ability all along. But you have been keeping your abilities running, aren't you afraid that you will consume too much of your supernatural energy and fall into a state of exhaustion? Ha, man, awesome, my test like this has no effect on you at all. But the next moment he still laughed out again. If he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't have realized that a blood flowed out from the bottom of his feet and was flowing along the cracks of the floor tiles toward Xiao Ran. This blood seemed to be alive, flowing rapidly all the way, and did not deviate from the direction at all. Xiao Ran looked at this person and also smiled, saying, "What is your name?" "Older brother, my surname is Pang, my name is Pang Hu." This boss controlled the blood on the ground to keep approaching Xiao Ran. This blood was highly poisonous, a single drop could cause an ordinary person to die immediately. Anyway, Xiao Ran was about to become a dead man, he did not mind letting the other party know his real name. Xiao Ran continued to ask, "How did you guys find this?" "Oh, it's this underling of mine, he ran away from here." Pang Hu didn't hesitate to sell his men, he pointed to one of them. "When I heard it, I thought I should no with dude, so I let him lead the way and touched it all the way here." God damned no, clearly want to seize his supernatural ability. Xiao Ran was also too lazy to break it down. Did it make any sense? He asked the last question, "Which power do you belong to?" Cheng Qian's? Because this was the closest to Cheng Qian's sphere of influence. Pang Hu's expression stared slightly before he continued to smile. "You know my boss?" Xiao Ran watched with his eyes, and even more so, he was using his spatial perception to capture this person's micro-expression, and could not help but shake his head. "You're lying." Pang Hu then really froze for a moment and let out a rattling strange laugh. "Could it be that you used to be a psychiatrist? Otherwise, I just had a slight change in my micro-expression and you were actually able to capture it? And therefore decided that I was lying?" Xiao Ran did not answer and continued to ask, "Could it be that you came from Wujiang district?" "Damn it, I'm from Wujiang, you Sioux City people don't wishfully count us in." Pang Hu blurted out. As we all know, the Great Sioux Province's bulk, not only is the province bulk, but the city is likewise so. For example, the several county-level cities under the jurisdiction of Sioux City, which one will recognize Sioux City's big brother status? This kind of loose has been deep into the marrow, so as soon as Xiao Ran said Wujiang district, Pang Hu instinctively refuted. Of course, that line of blood on the ground was already incomparably close to Xiao Ran, and he roared so loudly with the purpose of continuing to distract Xiao Ran's attention. Xiao Ran nodded his head. It seemed that this Pang Hu was from Wujiang district. Although this place was not far from Wujiang, Xiao Ran had not paid attention to the situation in Wujiang before, and was not sure what kind of powerful aliens were there. Forget it, just kill it. With a thought, he decisively activated spatial compression. At that moment, the 14 people in the room seemed to be pushed by a big invisible hand, and they actually involuntarily stumbled towards the center area. Huh, what's going on? It seems like someone is pushing me. Oh my god, I can't control myself. In a state of panic, these 14 people huddled into a ball. This was actually fine, but the next moment they revealed an incomparable look of horror. Because, not only were they squeezed into a ball, a terrifying force was still persisting on them, causing them to suffer immense pain and even their bones to cackle. Ouch! But more than that, it was still fear, because if this continued, they would die, and their deaths would be extremely ugly. In fact, Xiao Ran could have killed them more easily, but after seeing the death of those nurses, he decided to kill these few people in the most brutal way possible. Pang Hu was in a hurry. He hurriedly controlled the blood on the ground to attack Xiao Ran. As long as he touched it, the man would be dead. But the blood spread over, but it disappeared for no reason. Finished. Pang Hu froze stupidly, before he had not been too panicked, because he thought he could Jedi turn the tide, but when this move is ineffective, he finally panicked then the so-called courage immediately disappeared. His so-called courage immediately vanished, and he immediately begged for forgiveness, saying, "I'm Sister Qin's subordinate. Our Sister Qin is very powerful, there are thousands of alter egos under her hands, I'm just one of the pawns, you won't get any benefit from killing me, but once you offend Sister Qin, you'll be dead." Huh, thousands of Xenos? Xiao Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're damn well too capable of blowing it. Look at these forces of Chao Xining. The bottom of his men lasted for 40 to 50 Alterans. He could blow away more than 100 Alterans in the building materials market purely because it was a market, and there were so many Alterans who went there to buy and sell items, which was what allowed him to hit the big time. So, this Sister Qin had thousands of Alterans as her henchmen? Isn't that a joke? Chapter 251, A Real Dog. Xiao Ran ignored it and ran space compression with full force. Snap. 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 Those 13 ordinary people could not carry it at all. The sound of bones breaking was endless, and they were embedded into each other's bodies, but on the contrary, they had not died immediately, and this experience made them so fearful that they were incapable of even crying and screaming. Only Pang Hu was slightly better. He was a psychic. His bones were of course much harder than ordinary people, so for the time being, he hadn't been squeezed into his body yet, but he had squeezed into other people's bodies. For example, his elbow had stabbed into the small of one person's stomach, and his foot had been inserted into another person's chest cavity. From the outside, these people turned into a four-square human Rubik's Cube. Snapping, the sound of bones breaking continued. Xiao Ran's eyes were cold and indifferent. There was certainly no need to hold any sympathy for the brutes. Spare life. Pang Hu was still able to make a sound, but it was emerging from a pool of blood, and with one mouth he swallowed a large amount of blood, causing him to choke and cough. Xiao Ran just watched him die without a trace of sorrow or intolerance in his eyes. "You are not human, you are a devil," Pang Hu suddenly shouted in agitation. "If you are a human, how can you just stand by and watch? Even, you actually killed people in such a cruel way." Xiao Ran lost his smile. "You actually have the face to accuse me? Forget it, what's the point of bothering with a dead man? Ka. Card. Ka." As the space continued to squeeze, Pang Hu's bones couldn't withstand it and let out a wail before they began to break and shatter into pieces. His body was also quickly squeezed and deformed, turning into a pile of unknown objects mixed with blood, flesh and bone. Xiao Ran's mind moved, and with a crash, the object formed by the mixture of 14 corpses fell violently from midair, splattering all over the ground. He had already aimed at one of the bones, and not minding it, he reached out and pressed it. He froze as no warmth hit him. How could it be? He was 100% sure that this piece of bone belonged to Pang Hu. Xiao Ran touched another bone, but still no warmth appeared, which made him frown. What was going on here? The first time he encountered such a situation, killing an alien actually didn't absorb the alien energy, it was too weird. After thinking for a while, he left, but this matter took root in his heart. Xiao Ran walked out of the patient building, which was already empty, and the main building had long since run out of living people, so he was also the only one in the entire Camp Hope. It didn't matter, this camp had always failed to live up to its name, and now that there was not a single dead person left, it was in line with the real truth. There was no need to come back in the future. Xiao Ran raised his head and went back to Qingfeng Garden. Now, he only had one last patient left. Sa Chochio. However, she clearly hadn't reached the time to form her energy seed today. What to do in the afternoon? Xiaoran wasn't interested in continuously going to the Jiufu neighborhood to wait for Lao Gao and the others. If you guys can't find me, then you can't find me. Is there no patience to wait for a few more days? Lao Zi was not born for you guys. Forget it, let's rest today. Xiaoran thought about it. These days are either killing people or blasting, blowing up, should also rest and relax. He returned to Qingfeng Garden, because today he didn't need to help people cure, so he came back a little early, not yet to the point of eating, so he took the leopard to play. Leopard is the earliest with him, cannot be too cold to it. The master came to play with himself, so the leopard naturally jumped up and down in excitement. Right, leopard, do you want to evolve a bit? Xiaoran had a sudden thought. People's era can mutate successfully, you as the field dog of my titular flower grower, there should be no reason why you can't. How about this, I'll let you choose for yourself, if you want to evolve, just woof, if not, then meow. Could the leopard possibly understand what he was saying? But as it was rare for its master to favor it, it naturally wagged its tail in a desperate attempt to please, woof woof woof. Xiaoran was shocked, you are actually so eager? Well, I like you to be so courageous. Alright, after I cure Xiao Chuchu, and gain some more experience, I'll let you start evolving as well. He, walking a mutated dog, it's exciting to think about. He stroked the dog's head and laughed again. What kind of game do you want to play? Fine, let's have something simple, I'll throw the ball and you go fetch it. Xiaoran took a baseball from the space and casually threw it. The leopard was first stunned, then it smartly ran over, picked up the baseball and sent it back to Xiaoran. Stay away this time. Xiaoran laughed, let's go play outdoors. With his physique at this time, under the premise of being fully armed, staying outside for an hour in one breath would never be a problem. An ordinary person would have a maximum of 15 minutes or their lungs would definitely not be able to stand it, and the panther was a dog, and a dog's ability to protect itself from the cold was naturally above that of a human. Just play for 10 minutes. Xiaoran tossed the baseball in his hand, pay attention, I'm going to throw it hard. The leopard wagged its tail repeatedly with an expectant look. Xiaoran's muscles tensed, and with a swoosh, he threw the ball in his hand. Tongue, the leopard also scurried out right after it. However, it only ran a few meters away before stopping and turning its head to look at Xiaoran with contemptuous dog eyes. With Xiaoran's full strength bursting out, the baseball thrown seemed like a shooting star and quickly flew out 1 kilometer, and it was still continuing to fly forward. How could this be chased? Although the leopard is a dog, dogs also have intelligence. You actually played with the dog. Xiaoran laughed, sorry, I didn't realize that my strength is so great now. Every time he absorbed an alien energy, his physique would be 1 point stronger. This was an all-round improvement, including strength, speed, reflexes, as well as invisible defenses. His skin was very tough now, not to say that bullets couldn't penetrate it, at least it would be basically impossible for an ordinary person to break through the defense with a knife. He lightly threw the baseball. It was just 8 meters away. The leopard ran over cheerfully. However, it took a bite and didn't bite the ball. The dog was confused. The ball was right in front of him, how could it not touch it? Undeterred, it continued to bite, but each time it bit straight into the air. Woof woof woof. The leopard's fur stood up all over its body, it was scared. It was haunted. Xiaoran finally couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. He used banishment on the baseball. The leopard looked back at Xiaoran. Although it had the IQ of a 3-year-old at best, it could still sense something when it saw Xiaoran laughing like this. It looked at Xiaoran with a look of contempt. If it could speak, it would probably say, although I'm not human, you're a real dog. Alright, don't look at me with such a sultry look, big deal, I'll give you an extra meal at noon. Xiaoran laughed, come on, let's run and have a good workout. 10 minutes later, Xiaoran dragged the leopard that seemed like a dead dog into the public hall. TSK, as a dog, how far did you run before you couldn't? Leopard, even if it's the end of the world now, you can't desert your exercise. Look at your fat face. The leopard had a look of hopelessness. It wasn't like it hadn't run with people, but which one was like Xiaoran, as if his legs had wings, swooshing out, faster than a car. Is this the speed of a human being? I'm a dog if I play with you again. No, I am human. Chapter 252, Xiao Chocho Evolution Successful. Eating. Xiaoran really did not go back on his word, giving the leopard extra food, just the poor leopard is really tired miserable, froze half a day, did not have much appetite, can only stare at the food days. After eating, Xiao Ran accompanied the women to watch the drama, read a book, look at the body. How to study the structure of the human body for a good reason. However, the 11 women are ringed with fat and thin, beautiful in their own way. God is really cowhide, can mold thousands of completely different, but also beautiful and thrilling women. Little women, soft girls, big cows, TSK. Playing games, playing cards, the serious kind. Xiao Ran said that the card game of whoever loses and whoever takes off his clothes he stopped playing a long time ago. Well, just yesterday. Naturally it belonged to a long time ago. Soon half of the afternoon passed, and as night fell, everyone sat down at the round table and waited for dinner. The round table was large, the kind that could seat 16, and with only 12 people in the house now, it sat quite generously. So, is this implying that I'm going to take in 4 more? Counting Natsu Hatsuki, we're still 3 miles short. This can be had. Xiao Ran thought about it. Is it better to change a table that's a bit bigger? After all, this table had been looked at for so long, it was a bit aesthetically fatiguing, affecting his appetite. A table for 20 people? Or just get a 100-person seat, it should be able to be one step, and there is no need to change it again in the future, right? After eating, the women went to the gym. There were those who practiced yoga, those who did aerobics, and those who went swimming, while Xiao Ran practiced combat. His current physique was too strong, and although he hadn't tested how much strength he had in the end, it definitely wasn't worse than that low-grade type of physical art, so he was qualified to practice the art of combat. It's best to have someone I can spar with. Unfortunately, none of the girls have awakened their psychic abilities, so if I really have to fight close to the ground, one of my punches won't make them oink, but lose their lives. Where to find a girl with a high face value and able to fight? It's not a girl. How would Xiao Ran bring it home, isn't it? I can only hope that 1 or 2 physical arts types can pop up among Su Qingmei and the girls. There were no words for the night. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Xiao Ran was filled with anticipation. Xia Chuchu should be gathering her energy seeds today. After the complete destruction of the Hope Camp, there is only one experiment left in Xia Chuchu. Sure enough, the energy in Xia Chuchu's body is becoming more and more violent. However, it still hasn't reached the critical point, so it may have to wait until this afternoon. Then let's wait. After accompanying the ladies to play for a while, he still wanted to play with the leopard, but when the leopard saw him come over, it actually spread its legs and ran away, with the look of seeing a mad dog. Yesterday's workout scared it like this? Xiao Ran shook his head and took out his cell phone to read a novel. Lunch at noon, not much to say. By 1 p.m. or so, Xia Chuchu finally reached the critical point. The energy surged madly to form an energy seed within her mind, but also because the energy was too violent, the seed immediately shattered apart just as soon as it took a shape, never being able to coalesce successfully. Xiao Ran intervened decisively. Under spatial perception, he intervened with spatial cutting. Even so, the energy seed was still unable to form, and at most, it did not burst its body under Xiao Ran's intervention. At this rate, even if Xia Chuchu could survive, she would still be an ordinary person. Is there no other way? Wait a minute. Xiao Ran's mind moved. Is it possible to use banishment? If I use banishment to keep the energy from becoming too violent, would it be possible for the energy seeds to form smoothly? At least the difficulty would be reduced by a large margin. Banishment can only target complete specifics, otherwise if I hit banishment directly at the target's heartbeat brain, wouldn't this person be heartless? How easy it would be to kill someone then. But if you put it on a microscopic level, of course the human body can be divided like a single cell or something. The limit of banishment is that it can't exceed 125 cubic meters, but it can be shrunk to infinity, and there's no limit to the number of them, as long as they don't add up to more than 125 cubic meters. Then can I not throw out tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of banished spaces all at once, each of which is the size of a cell, so that it's not possible to be within the human body to released? Xiao Ran's eyes burned. This was feasible. He intervened again. Exile. Banish. Banish. He split the energy in Xia Chuchu's body into countless chunks, and most of it was thrown into the banishment space, only allowing a small amount to coalesce the seeds. But, it's so damn tiring. For one thing, he had to manipulate so many banishing spaces at the same time, and for another, maintaining the banishing space was already consuming a lot, but to Xiao Ran's surprise, the energy seeds in Xia Chuchu's mind were becoming stable. Very good. He began to release the amount, allowing the seed to absorb more energy so that it could become thriving. Continue, and continue again. Fortunately, since the banished space didn't add up to half a cubic meter, Xiaoran didn't particularly have to consume alien energy to maintain this ability, but it was too much of a drain on his spirit. He had to control tens of thousands of exile spaces at the same time. Xiaoran only felt that he was going crazy. This was too great a test of will, and he almost fainted directly. However, he viewed it as an exercise. He could do it. Moreover, after succeeding this time, in the future, if Su Qingmei and the girls were to evolve as well, he would have a greater certainty that they would succeed, rather than guaranteeing that they could survive. Xiaoran continuously released the banishment space. More energy surged, and the energy seeds became more and more radiant, with an indescribable beauty. There were still 20,000, 10,000, 5,000, and 1,000 left. By this point, the energy seeds had basically formed. Xiaoran stopped the banishment. Inside Xia Chuchu's mind, the energy seed was still radiant. Suddenly, the seed flashed and violently shattered. It didn't fail to evolve, but succeeded. The seed transformed into countless broken stars, integrating into every cell of Xia Chuchu, rapidly strengthening her body, which would make her physical quality greatly exceed that of normal people. But the most important thing is that she has awakened an alien ability. What attribute is it? Xia Chuchu opened her eyes violently and sat up straight. Congratulations! Xiaoran laughed. You're now a supernaturalist with supernatural abilities. Alien ability. Xia Chuchu was dumbfounded. Xiaoran nodded and took out an apple out of thin air and immediately made it disappear again. My ability is spatial related, try yours. Xia Chuchu is dumbfounded. This really opened the door to a new world for her. It's not until you. Xiaoran's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Incoming call? Lu Mei? Xiaoran took out a look, but the display was actually the words unknown number. Could it be? He looks at Xia Chuchu in surprise, and Xia Chuchu shows him a smile. Chapter 253, Control Cell Phone? Control Base. Your ability is to control cell phones? Xiaoran asked. If that's true, then put it in the pre-apocalyptic era. This ability is so strong that fraud syndicates will kneel to welcome you over and the security department will be generous with their gifts, but put it in the present? Is it for scaring people in the middle of the night? Xia Chuchu nodded and shook her head. I can control all electrified appliances. The range is almost 2 kilometers. So, isn't this ability practical? Can you even control the engine? Xiaoran asks. Xia Chuchu was slightly out of breath before she nodded. It can. Hiss, then this ability is somewhat useful. No, sometimes will be very useful. For example, approaching a military base, then opening the missile silo, determining the target, and launching. I'll go. Previously, the Xia family bragged that whoever killed Elder Xia, the eastern military region, would wash the ground with missiles, but now Xia Chuchu can completely turn this lie into reality. The prerequisite is for her to find a military base. Unless one possesses a super awesome defense divine skill, one is absolutely finished. Xiaoran's eyes shone and sparkled. This piece of treasure was his. No, it was originally his, otherwise who would have spent such a long time taking good care of her and ensuring her evolutionary success? What's the point? It's not like I'm a good person. Xia Chuchu, on the other hand, is fluttering her beautiful big eyes and says emotionally, Xiaoran, thank you for taking care of me these days, otherwise, I might have starved to death long ago. Actually, it wouldn't have. Xiaoran said in his heart. In his last life, he had been suffering from a low-grade fever and lack of strength in his limbs, but had the Zheng family ever taken care of him? No. Food and whatnot was basically not distributed to him. Xiaoran now suspected that the Zheng family wanted him to starve to death alive, and then cut him up for meat with ease, only that they didn't realize that he hadn't died yet, but a few of the Zheng family were starving first and had to get their hands on him to tie him up and slaughter him. But strangely, it seemed like his metabolism had stopped in his low fever state, he had no hunger at all, and he really didn't die of starvation or thirst. If this is the case when an alien evolves, then even without his care, Xia Chuchu wouldn't have died. However, why did he need to explain? He just smiled. It should be. Xia Chuchu was just about to say something, but she didn't know what she remembered and her pretty face instantly turned red. Xiaoran fed her medicine and water as well as some fruits mouth to mouth. She was already stunningly beautiful, and this made her even more charming, and even though Xiaoran was used to seeing the very best, he could not help but lose his concentration slightly. The best of the best. Seeing Xiaoran so dumbfounded, Xia Chuchu could not help but feel a little smug. In fact, before the end of the world, there were many people who were moved by her beauty, and when she was in college, when she sat by the lake, at least a dozen people would fall into the lake in a confused manner because they were lost in thought. So, she was more than familiar with this kind of gaze, this kind of expression. It was taken for granted. However, now that she saw it on Xiaoran's face, she couldn't help but feel a little bit finicky. It was just that. She suddenly furrowed her willow brows and came back to her mind. Under the high fever, she woke up and fainted, and was awake for a small amount of time, but, in that awake state, she clearly realized that there were other women in the house, and there were quite a few of them. Moreover, their relationship with Xiaoran was not ordinary. She is actually not stupid. No, what is the situation now? Weak woman dependent on the strong is normal, but she also want to share the man with other women. Self-esteem would not allow it. Xiaoran but clearly saw her micro-expression and knew what she was thinking. In fact, which of the women who received modern education were willing to share men with other women? Which one of them, Su Qingmei, was an extremely good quality and could easily marry a rich second generation before the end of the world? Of course, want to marry into the top of the family will be difficult. It is not only to be beautiful, but also depends on the origin. The origin is not good enough, then look at the achievements of the day after tomorrow, such as a few more Olympic champions, then you can be married to the family of the family. Su Qingmei and the girls will willingly follow Xiaoran because they have been beaten by reality, and know that they can't live on their own, and following Xiaoran not only can they live, but they can also be very, very well nourished, surpassing almost everyone else. Right now Xiaoran is the gentry, the top of the line, not even one of them. Xia Chuchu, however, hadn't gone through this step yet, so naturally, she could still play her little game. Xiaoran didn't want to miss out on such a super auxiliary, and later on, when she found a certain military base, this woman could be transformed into a top-tier killing god. Moreover, a woman's heart, the bottom of the sea needle, in case this woman out of love born of hate or something, the muzzle of the gun aimed at him? So he doesn't play the game of catch and release. Today, now, he has to confirm the results. Xia Chuchu calmed down and said, that, I'm fine now, I'll go home first. Xiaoran pats her fragrant shoulder. Good, do you want me to send you? No need. Xia Chuchu politely refuses. She has to calm down and think carefully about her relationship with Xiaoran. Should it continue, and even if it is to continue, shouldn't he break off his relationship with other women? She stood up. As she had been lying down for 10 consecutive days, she was already a bit uncomfortable, and only stabilized herself after a while. After all, her body was now strengthened, far beyond normal. She suppressed all the emotions in her heart and was about to take a step forward, but suddenly, she gave a cry and her body trembled slightly, her skin quickly surfaced a layer of scarlet, and there was also a strong feeling of need that came over. Horror. Chochio, what's wrong with you? Xiaoran's voice rang in her ears. This voice was so nice to listen to. It was full of the magnetism of a mature man, and even more so, it was full of temptation, making her want to. Ha! Xia Chuju froze. She actually moved that kind of thought. As a normal woman, there's always that 1 or 2 days a month where she'll have an aphrodisiac dream, so she's not very unfamiliar with this current feeling. But she clearly wasn't dreaming. She looked up at Xiaoran and only felt that this little handsome man was suddenly full of charisma, making her incomparably eager to get it. But, no. She forced herself to endure. It's fine. She walked forward, but she couldn't do it after only one step. Her body was limp, but her wanting was hard and tied. You call that fine? Xiaoran pressed her shoulders with both hands, and it wasn't like she was a physical type. Even if she was a physical type, with Xiaoran's current strength, she didn't lose to the primitive state, so how could she possibly match Xiaoran's strength, and was wrenched over. Your face is so red. Xiaoran exclaimed, why do you have a fever again? Fever, yes, fever, just the word fever with one H removed. Xia Chuchu was pressed by him like this, the resistance that had risen so easily almost vanished. All that she breathed in her nose was Xiaoran's scent that was full of manly flavor, and such a flavor made her crave for it even more. Xiaoran, she opened her lips lightly, her eyes were dripping. Xiaoran violently suddenly realized. Not good, after awakening or absorbing a supernatural ability, it will be accompanied by strong side effects, it has to be that. Xiao Chuchu is about to cry, you didn't say it earlier. What then? There's no way, if this side effect isn't lifted, people will explode. Xiaoran said with a straight face, Xiao, there's no way I can stand by and watch you die like this. You bastard. This is Xiao Chocho's last thought before she is engulfed in desire. Chapter 254, 12th Sister? It's time for dinner. Xiao Ran said. He had helped Xiao Chuchu evolve in the afternoon and as a result, it was now dark. TSK, the physique of an alien is good, Xiao Chuchu has only just evolved, if she absorbs a few more alien energies in the future, TSK, it's true that there are still only exhausted cows and no plowed ground. Xiao Chuchu can't help but squirm. Eating, it is natural to face Xiao Ran's warblers and swallows, she is thin-skinned. Come on, the ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her in-laws. Xiao Ran laughs. Xiao Chuchu looks at him with nice white eyes. Is this meeting the in-laws? This is meeting the love rival. It doesn't seem right, this is to see the big sister, second sister, third sister, and 10th sister. She squirmed for a while, but still put on her clothes and went out together. The physique of a shifter is just good, obviously it is the first break of a new melon, but she walks with just a slight twist. Arriving at the restaurant, Su Qingmei and the girls are already almost busy, seeing Xiao Ran and the two of them come over, they have a smile for Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Ran's face of course has to be given, so today is a ceremony to welcome the newcomers, as for the jealousy in the future, that's something for later. Xiao Chocho was a bit surprised, and hurriedly smiled in response as well, and the smile was naturally awkward. However, she counted and then went to pinch Xiao Ran, didn't you say it's only 11? Yeah, not counting your 11. Xiao Ran laughed. Xiao Chuchu rolled her eyes again, come on, there's one more 11th sister. However, this little grudge of hers was immediately diverted away by the sumptuous dinner. Gosh, you guys eat this every day? She was shocked. Xiao Ran shook his head, how could it be? Today is a celebration because we are welcoming you into our big family. Xiao Chuchu nodded, this is normal. However, Xiao Ran was actually able to come up with so many and so precious ingredients, no wonder these 11 superb women with their own specialties were willing to follow him except for two whose looks were a bit worse. The two women, Zhang Jingya and Zhang Lei, suddenly felt as if they were offended. Xiao Ran added, normally, we only eat 15 dishes. You are in Versailles. Xiao Chuchu was left speechless and puzzled, although Xiao Ran's supernatural ability was related to space, theoretically a mobile warehouse, but the warehouse should be empty. Did you awaken your ability to give you a full complement of supplies? Eat. However, Xiao Ran gave her a few large dishes, what with the green dragon and breaded crab, and she ate in a daze, completely forgetting about this query. After eating and drinking, Xiao Ran made an announcement. Starting today, he decided to push the evolution of the ladies. One a day, so that when he reached the tipping point, he would only need to deal with one person a day. If all the women came together, the most he could do was to make sure that everyone did not die, but whether they could evolve successfully or not was unknown. After all, the process was very consuming for him, and his attention had to be highly focused as well. Because Xiao Ran can guarantee more than 99% of the safety rate, all the women are no longer afraid, the big deal is that the evolution fails, or to maintain the original state, and will not die. Because Su Qingmei was the first to request, she was the first to start. After her was Green Tea, then Zhang Jingyan and Zhang Lei, these two women also took the initiative to apply, because they were self-aware that their face value and body shape were a cut behind, so they had to prove themselves in other areas. Xiao Ran was indifferent to this, anyway, there were only 11 people, even if they were at the end of the line, it was only 11 days late. After making the arrangements, Xiao Ran took out the treasured poisonous hailstones and rubbed them on Su Qingmei's skin. Even though Su Qingmei had already heard Xiao Ran say that it would be very painful, she still couldn't help but grunt out after experiencing it for herself, but she deserved to be the toughest one amongst all the women, and immediately gritted her teeth and endured it, only that beads of sweat continued to ooze out from her forehead, and her body couldn't help but wobble. Half an hour later, she calmed down as if nothing had happened. Half a day later, when she wakes up tomorrow, she will start to have a fever, high and low unknown, and then there will be a latent period of about 10 years, and finally start to form the energy seeds. Han Yun and the girls are both looking forward to and a little scared. Su Xinla is concerned, although Xiao Ran said with full certainty, but that is her sister Ah. Chapter 255, Steel Refinery. One night passed. Husband Xiao Chuchu rolled over and reached out to embrace Xiao Ran, but touched an empty hand. However, she was not awake, so she just murmured a little, her breathing steady. Xiaoran, on the other hand, was sitting by the window. He was used to going to bed early and getting up early. What to do today? Alas, this was a happy worry. If it was a different person, as soon as he opened his eyes every day, he would have to think about today's 3 meals a day. What was there to think about? Naturally, he would go and collect supplies. But Xiaoran was not worried about food or drink. What he was worried about was how to pass the time. Well, there is also how to become stronger. However, getting stronger was not the goal, it was just to ensure that he could hold on to a life like the one he had now. How about, or continue to collect oil? Xiaoran thought, only now that one power after another had risen, and fuel was a strategic material. All powers were collecting fuel, putting it on a level equal to food, so it wasn't too easy to collect it again now. Luckily, fortunately, he had swept the many gas stations at the beginning of the end of the world, and the heating of the public house was basically provided by the boiler, which burned firewood, which could greatly save the consumption of fuel oil. So, I need a lot of coal, preferably anthracite. The steel mill would have been the best option, but it had been knocked down by Wei Lily, and she didn't know how much coal was left now. It was possible to go and take a look. After all, did Wei Lily have a spatial system adept on her side? If not, could she possibly move all the coal from the steel mill? Besides, there's no loss in taking a look. Well, it's decided, we'll go to the steel refinery today and take a look around. After a little while longer, the ladies woke up one after another, and after everyone washed up, they came downstairs for breakfast. Xia Chuchu naturally was shocked again. Breakfast is also so sumptuous. The conditions here are also too good, there's plenty of food not to mention, it's also very warm, there's even hot water, and that heated pool is even more satisfying to her. Her favorite sport is swimming. Xiaoran ordered Su Xinla to go out with him today. Yesterday was already spoiled enough for Xia Chuchu, it can't be like this every day. A bowl of water has to be leveled. After all, it's Zhou Yunsu and Su Qingmei who are sitting in the first-class position now, he can't break the rules he set for himself. Moreover, Xia Chuchu has another task, she has to install machine guns in various locations of the public house today to complete the automation. Actually, it's semi-automation, it still has to be controlled by her. By the way, Su Qingmei has really started to have a fever, and it's a low fever just like Xiaoran. But it didn't matter if the fever was high or low, could it be that a low fever would awaken spatial abilities? Xiaoran took Su Xinla out the door. The hovercraft drove steadily. Su Xinla was first silent for a while and suddenly said, "Do you think I am somewhat stupid? To be able to go to university, at least the IQ was not a problem, so what she was asking about should be the personality aspect. When she was put in school, she could still say that she was too lazy to pay attention to that green tea, but now that she had to go through the motions with Zhou Yunsu, it was clearly visible that she was falling behind. Xiaoran thought for a moment, you can't be considered stupid, it's just that your character is on the soft side, and in today's world, such a character doesn't fit in, so either your sister or the green tea will have to adapt better than you. Su Xinla couldn't help but squeeze her small fists, and waved them, I'll definitely try my best. How could she lose to green tea? Hate this tea-alicious bitch the most. Xiaoran nodded, okay, I'll give you a little kick in the pants. Su Xinla was naturally surprised, really? Aha. Xiaoran said very majestically, 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night, where does the Jade Man teach blowjob? Su Xinla naturally understood for a second, and couldn't help but roll her eyes, are you sure this is for me to open a small stove? But she thought about it and gritted her teeth, but still did as she was told. There were 12 women now, if she didn't want to be a good-looking base, then she must show something. The hovercraft lurched and finally drove to the steel refinery. Xiaoran had checked the map in advance, plus his spatial perception was always comparing the street scene, he was not going on any crooked roads at all, and came to the steel refinery smoothly. The steel refinery was big, super big. Sioux City is doing industrial upgrading, like the steel refinery such heavy pollution and miscellaneous industries belong to be relocated, so the steel refinery is also actively looking for a seller. It is said that the magic city of a certain what the family mouth group is interested in taking over, want to build residential and commercial body here. Now it seems that it should be impossible to realize. It was also good that Xiaoran used his spatial perception to look at it, just within this range of more than 200 meters, there was a large amount of toxic gas evaporating. It couldn't be helped, there must be a large amount of toxic items in the tar. It was good that the natural disaster had come, at least this toxic land could not be sold. This factory area was extremely large, and Xiaoran did not go through the main gate, so he stopped the hovercraft against the fence and directly put it away, then picked up Su Xinla, slightly bent his legs, and with a fierce force, he actually leaped over the fence that was up to 3 meters high while holding even a single person. Su Xinla was still rinsing her mouth continuously with a look of disgust. Xiaoran laughed, "Don't gargle after getting off the boat, be careful of freezing your mouth." It was more than 30 degrees below zero outside. A splash of hot water gave you an immediate freeze into ice flowers. Only then did Su Xinla stop and poutingly gave Xiaoran a glance. "It's all because of you guys." Xiaoran hemmed and hawed, wrapped his arm around Su Xinla and walked forward. In the midst of the snow, the two of them were also dressed in white, and their hair was hidden in a white cap, so it was as if they were ghosts in the snow, turning around in this huge factory. This steel mill in its heyday had over 10,000 employees. It was a veritable giant. Later on, of course, there weren't so many employees, but the scale of the plant was placed there. No wonder there were buyers who wanted to take over and convert it into commercial properties. Xiaoran, two people in a plant around. Fortunately, they do not have to go in to look carefully, only need to space perception sweep. What are put inside will be all clear. And this huge factory is also empty. At least for so long Xiaoran has not found any other living people, but you can see there are traces of fighting, and also very intense. Many factory buildings have collapsed. More than that, there is a big pit, 6 or 7 meters deep, as if it was blown out by a bomb. Very scary. Xiaoran looked on. In fact, through these traces left behind one could roughly deduce the exotic attributes of both sides of the battle. Of course there were many more that could not be seen. Su Xinla, on the other hand, was astonished beyond measure and whispered to Xiaoran, "This is all fought out by people?" What did she see? In addition to the collapsed walls, there were all sorts of broken steel bars. Oh my god, the rebar was bent from fighting? Are you sure this is human? She did see a psychic, but Song Hui's psychic ability was ice cold, not the kind that could cause major damage to even buildings, and he didn't need to use much of his psychic ability against ordinary people. And then later on, she had been kept in a golden house. So she really didn't know much about Xenos. Now that she saw such a tragic scene, she was really shocked. How could human power be so powerful to such an extent? Xiaoran just gently hugged her and laughed, "It's fine, I'm stronger than them all put together." Chapter 256, Making a Bet. This was by no means Xiaoran boasting. Before, he did not have any clear perception of his strength, but after defeating Lu Yong, his self-confidence came up and he also had a clear understanding of his strength. In particular, destroying Chao Xinning's building materials market in a single battle made Xiaoran realize that his strength was crushing against most of the exalted. After that battle, he had absorbed a large number of alien abilities and had also awakened the ability of spatial compression, which was even more awesome. The key spatial ability was different from other abilities, which could be prepared in advance. For example, Sonic Stone, Sonic Steel, such a big killer, the material is very common, and casting does not need to consume the ability. As long as the reserve is large enough, he can shoot to the end of the world. If you go head to head with him, you have to absorb at least a large amount of alien energy more than him, otherwise you will only be beaten up by him alive. Manpower tactics? Oh, in the face of his so powerful firepower suppression, what was the use of having a large number of people? Therefore, Xiaoran was really just stating a simple fact. Su Xinla nodded her head obediently. Whether she believed it or not, how could she refute a man's face at this time? The two continued searching. "Stop," Xiaoran said, reaching forward and pressing. A stone shot out, banging the gate open. The two walked in, but it was dark inside, and Su Xinla realized that she could not see anything. Xiaoran likewise couldn't see, but he had spatial perception. This place was full of coke. A warehouse full of it. Xiaoran immediately began to collect it, only to see that large swaths of coke suddenly disappeared into thin air. However, in 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was empty. Xiaoran smiled faintly and said, "Go to the next one." Su Xinla had already been dumbfounded. She knew that Xiaoran had a spatial warehouse, however, she completely did not expect this warehouse to be so large. Such a huge warehouse, how many tons of coke are there in total? Hundreds of tons? Or even more? As a result, it was all taken away by Xiaoran, and listen to what Xiaoran said, "Go find the next one." In other words, he could easily take away another warehouse. Gosh! She muddledly followed Xiaoran and came to the next warehouse, but what was put here was not coke, but iron ore waiting to be refined into steel, and Xiaoran didn't want to take it. Did he still need to refine iron and steel himself? And when it comes to smashing people with iron ore? Then forget it even more, I might as well stock up on rocks. Next. The next one is a warehouse of finished steel. Xiaoran will gladly smile. This can be used as a weapon. Dozens of tons of an iron pier smashed down. This powered to what point? From this warehouse out, only to see the door of the next warehouse parked several sleds, which just walked out of a group of people, our backpacks, bags full of things, and then they sat on the sled, driving the snow three fools run. Xiaoran could see clearly through spatial perception that the next warehouse was still coke, so these people should be carrying coke back as fuel. Why not use a truck? The trucks would have to be able to drive on the snow as well. The snow is up to 6 or 7 meters high right now. How can a truck drive? Willy Lily's men, I think. They knocked down the steel mill, and naturally regarded everything here as their private property, but it's impossible to move their base camp here, so they have to move the ants, little by little, to move things back here. That said, the hot spring hotel already has a hot spring. Why do they need coke? The heating problem is solved, but what about cooking? The hot spring water at 20 to 30 degrees can only heat up vegetables at best. How can it be used for stir-frying and cooking? Therefore, firewood, coke, and natural gas are still a must, at least one of them, or else you can only chew bread every day. What should we do? Should we avoid it? Su Xinla asked. Why should we avoid it? Xiaoran was surprised. Is this steel mill theirs? But they came. First, Su Xinla said weakly. Xiaoran lost his smile. Coming first is theirs? You're being too reasonable. However, if you really want to say first come first served, this place was previously occupied by some Bostian before it was fought down by Wei Lily. So now where is there any such thing as first come first served? It's all about who has the harder fist. Now that I have my eye on this place is mine. Su Xinla seemed to have some difficulty accepting such a concept for a moment, and was still there somewhat dumbfounded. Xiaoran didn't care, everyone's character was different. If he had replaced green tea, this girl would have smiled and pulled him out, fearing that he would change his mind. He looked at Su Xinla and said, I'll make a bet with you. Bet on what? Su Xinla asked carefully. Previously, this guy said that he would give himself a small cooking stove, and as a result, he made himself swallow all the way, and now he said that he wanted to make a bet. She had palpitations in her heart. Xiaoran smiled, just bet on how the gang treats us after we go out. Even if they just kick us out, it counts as a win for you, and if they want to kill me and snatch you over then it counts as a win for me. How about it? Su Xinla only hesitated for a moment before saying, Fine, I'll bet with you. If I win, you have to raise my rank. I thought you were very noble, but you care so much? That's right, you don't want to be crushed by green tea. Okay. He nodded. If I win. Here, this gun is for you, and you have to take out all these people with your own hands. If you can't lay your hands on them, fine, you die for them. He said it very plainly, as if it couldn't be more ordinary. Su Xinla, however, was horrified and could not help but look over towards Xiaoran. Xiaoran smiled faintly. I'm not joking with you. Su Xinla tremblingly reached out and took the pistol. It was icy cold. She almost retracted her hand back, but when she saw Xiaoran's serious expression, she had no choice but to harden her heart and take the gun over. Xiaoran did not pay any more attention to her as he pushed the door and walked out towards the warehouse in front of him. Su Xinla was stunned before she hurriedly followed suit, while on the other hand, she hurriedly put the gun away in her pocket. The down jacket's pockets were large enough to fit perfectly. The two of them walked forward, and within a few steps they were discovered by the people in the warehouse in front of them, immediately yelling and shouting, and within a short while, a whole bunch of people rushed out from inside, all wearing gloves in black and blue. But there was one exception. This is a woman, about 30 years old. Looks can make a score of 60 points, just to reach the passing line of beauty. She then did not wear gloves, and her hands are clean. In a group of 5 big and 3 thick men look especially eye-catching. She was obviously the leader of the group. Su Xinla could not help but feel happy in her heart when she saw this woman, figuring that the woman would not make things difficult for the woman, and that the bet she had made with Xiaoran should have been won by her. Kill the man, take the woman away. However, the two of them hadn't even gotten there yet when they heard the woman coldly say, Chapter 257, Are you living in the atmosphere? Immediately, the big and thick men rushed over. Their faces were all filled with viciousness and longing for the upcoming fun times. This woman is too beautiful. Moreover, she was young and pure, so she had probably experienced the man on the side. In such a post-apocalyptic world, except for the women of the big shots, can one find such a clean woman? Therefore, they were all poor and vicious one by one, lest they were a step behind. Su Xinla couldn't help but lose her color. But without waiting for her to have any reaction, Xiaoran had already struck out, and with a flick of his hand, boom, 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 all of these people were squeezed together. In fact, he could have done it without this action on his hand, but he felt that waving his hand would be a bit more windy, and it could also have the effect of confusing the enemy, thinking that he had to wave his hand to activate this ability. Those men suddenly you pressed me and I squeezed you, as if they were caught in a fishing net. He didn't get these men killed. Said he would let Su Xinla do it herself. Only then did Su Xinla come back to her senses and asked the woman in front of her in a trembling voice, "We have no grudges or grudges, we don't even know each other, why are you so vicious?" She could not understand. The woman across from her couldn't help but lose her smile. "Little sister, do you live in the atmosphere?" She did not look at Su Xinla again, but stared at Xiaoran. The henchmen were trapped by Xiaoran with a single move, and she did not find it strange at all for half a second. In fact, she had let her henchmen on just to confirm Xiaoran's identity as an alien, and it was best to test out the other party's alien attributes. Unfortunately, only half of it was detected. Xiaoran was indeed an altered being, but to make her men turn into a ball with a wave of her hand, it was really difficult for her to understand what kind of altered being could do that. "This is Sister Wei's territory, get lost," she said coldly. Without knowing the enemy's strength or weakness, she didn't want to start a war easily. She still valued her life. Xiaoran smiled faintly. "I declare that this place belongs to me." Eh? The woman's expression became hideous all of a sudden. "Are you going to make an enemy of Sister Wei? What a big nerve!" At this time, Su Xinla also came back to her senses and incredulously shouted again, "How can you be so unreasonable? Now that it's the end of the natural disaster, humans should unite in order to tide over the difficulties, why do you still want to kill each other?" If it was all smelly men, she could barely accept it. "But you're clearly female as well. Women against women, why are you still so ruthless?" The woman looked at Su Xinla with eyes like a fool, then said to Xiaoran, "Don't you find it annoying to have such a stupid white woman?" Oh, there was usually nothing to do when he was locked up in the public hall, so it didn't matter. Xiaoran ignored her provocation and just said lightly, "Keep it simple, to fight or not to fight?" The woman hesitated for a moment and suddenly smiled delicately. "This big brother, don't be so fierce, people are so scared." She had just been full of fierceness, but now she was smiling charmingly like a flower. The transformation was too great to be described as awkward. Shoo! Right at the next moment, a sonic steel bar shot out violently, shooting towards the woman. Pfft! Although the woman's whole body was warning, she was simply unable to dodge and block the blow, and was directly shot through her head, so it was like a shattered watermelon, with red and white things spilling out all over the place. Xiaoran then released the cold wind from the foreign space, whistling, rolling up the snow in the sky. The woman appeared to be showing weakness, but in fact, she was releasing toxins. Spatial perception clearly found that there were threads of poisonous gas released from her pores, but to poison Xiaoran in such an open place outdoors, the time she needed was not a fraction of a second. Therefore, she deliberately laughed delicately, intending to delay the time so that the toxin could float over to Xiaoran's side. However, Xiaoran did not give her this opportunity at all. Xiaoran patted Su Xinla and said, "Kill all those people." The bet they had made was clearly lost by Su Xinla. Those rough men were trapped by the spatial compression, and they only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and their bones were still clicking as if they would break at any time, but when they heard Xiaoran's words, they all panicked more than once and begged for mercy. "Beauty, we are wrong, give us a chance. I still have a wife and child, they will all die if I die. We're really wrong, spare us." They played the sympathy card, making themselves look incredibly pitiful, just hoping that Su Xinla would be a saintly mother, flooded with sympathy, that is, she would be merciful to her enemies. Su Xinla raised her gun shakily, but was very nervous. She still needed some courage. Xiaoran smiled and said in her ear, "Think about it, if you had fallen into their hands just now, would they have paid any attention to your pleas for mercy? If you asked them not to do anything, would they listen to you again? They would have torn your clothes to shreds and violated you in the midst of your cries, and the more you screamed and cried, the more excited they would have been. The natural disaster magnifies the cruelest side of human nature. In the midst of the end times, how many people can still hold on to their hearts? You can certainly let them off the hook if you want to, huh? I'll just hand you over to them." Bang! 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 In fact, before Xiao Ran finished his words, Su Xinla had already pulled the trigger. It was just that her marksmanship was so bad that 8 out of 10 shots actually traced the edge, but after all, there were 2 more that hit, just not the vitals, and then they heard these people crying and screaming miserably. They also know that begging for mercy is useless, and used the dirtiest language to abuse Su Xinla. Su Xinla had already emptied her magazine, but it didn't matter. Xiao Ran handed over another gun. Bang bang bang, Su Xinla continued to empty her magazines. Her accuracy still hadn't improved much, but Xiao Ran didn't care and kept handing over guns. Finally, the group was silent. Su Xinla finished shooting a magazine and wanted to pick up the gun again, but she didn't wait for the gun Xiao Ran handed over, so she turned her head to look at Xiao Ran. All dead. Xiao Ran laughed. Su Xinla then froze for a moment and suddenly vomited in disgust. She had actually killed a dozen people in one breath. Xiao Ran did not comfort. What the hell is this? If she evolved successfully, then she was destined to fight people, so it was better to forget about this kind of mental quality. This was the end of the world, it was not peacetime. Thinking of this, Xiao Ran could not help but think of Su Qingmei. A mom and dad were born, why is the character so different? If you let Su Qingmei come over, she doesn't need Xiao Ran to say anything at all, and will even take the initiative to let Xiao Ran give her a micro-punch, or a rocket, and simply wipe out the whole gang. It also has to be the big sister. He let Su Xinla spit out a pain in the ass, and with a thought, he continued to ramp up the space compression, and boom boom boom, the skulls of those dozen or so people were all squeezed out alive, and also caused a few of those who pretended to be dead and wanted to muddle through to die immediately. Then, he walked over and absorbed the alien energy of the woman from before. It was very strong. Chapter 258, Watchers. If this woman's psychic energy was quantified, it had to be like 30 parts. Hiss, this woman should be Wei Lily's right-hand man in this force, otherwise how could she have absorbed so many alien energies? However, a single henchman had this kind of strength. What about Wei Lily? How many psychic abilities had this woman absorbed? The more time passed, the stronger the power holders of these great powers became, as if they were snowballing, their advantage would only get bigger. They have a base that provides a place to live, so naturally they will attract people to them. Whether it's ordinary people or psychics. This allowed them to expand easily and grow stronger. Especially since Wei Lily's group had just wiped out Boss Jiang and the others. If one fell, then the other could naturally be fed, just like how many Xenos were absorbed at once after Xiao Ran wiped out the building materials market? Wei Lily had even eaten Boss Jiang. Xiao Ran would not underestimate anyone. My advantage lies in the fact that currently no one even knows where I live, while the villa in the Jiufu neighborhood can be used as bait. I'll have to make good use of that. Also, I am almost invincible in the darkness of the night, this point should also be utilized. Xiao Ran mumbled as he collected the coke in the warehouse. Unfortunately, apart from the range of spatial perception increasing to 292 meters, none of the other abilities had changed. Actually, there were, such as the power of spatial compression increasing a bit more, and the time of banishment increasing by half a minute, but the size and distance of all of these had not changed. And of course, no new abilities were created. My instantaneous transmission, when are you going to show up? Xiao Ran walked out of the warehouse, only to see that Su Xinla had finally stopped throwing up, but her face was ugly, obviously not yet recovered from the shock of the killing. He ignored it and continued to search. He collected whatever he saw that had value. However, it had been a while since Wei Lily had laid claim to this place, and naturally, things like food were moved away at the first opportunity, and what was left was just coke, which was the only thing that Wei Lily's forces valued. Towards evening, Xiao Ran had almost emptied the entire steel mill of anything of value. Okay, it's time to go home. The two of them boarded the hovercraft, and Xiao Ran naturally had to release the side effects from absorbing the supernatural energy. After it was over, Xiao Ran was all relaxed and sailed back. Fog blocking off heaven and earth? No light at night? What does it matter? I have spatial ability. Under my perception, I can grasp the area of nearly 300 meters, so I am still afraid of getting lost. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Ran smoothly drove the hovercraft back to Qingfeng Garden, but by this time, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. The ladies had already had dinner and had thought that Xiao Ran and his duo would not be coming back today, but they did not expect that they would be coming home at this point, so they were naturally surprised and happy. Xiao Ran and Su Xinla had also eaten on the way, so when he returned home Xiao Ran took a bath straight away, and today he let Zhou Yunzi dip into the poisonous ice hail again, and also opened the path of evolution. One a day. Xiao green tea is not as hardy as Su Qingmei. Naturally, the pain cried out, hugging Xiao Ran that called a struggle, but also bit Xiao Ran's arm. If not, Xiao Ran's skin after more than 100 times to strengthen, has long been tough more than the cowhide, otherwise it is really possible to be bitten and bleed. One night passed, and the end of the world entered the 64th day. More than 2 months. Early in the morning, Xiao Ran routinely sighed for a while, and then began to fret about what he was going to do today. Collecting oil and supplies? Not much interest. Playing poker? You have to take a break once in a while, and both Su Qingmei and Zhou Yunzi were in a feverish state today, 2 miles short. Then go to the Jiufu neighborhood and play with Chao Xining and the others? After leaving them hanging for a few days, it's time to reel in the nets. Decided. Xiao Ran checked the defense of the public house. Xiao Chichukyu has already formed the weapon network. First of all, a large number of surveillance. As long as someone enters the villa range within 500 meters, the surveillance will carry out face recognition, identify the enemy in me. Face masked? Then there's no need to recognize it, it's directly categorized as an enemy. Then it's a weapon attack. With Xiao Chuchu, an alien who can control electrical appliances, any weapon can be turned into automation. This modification would be too easy. Under such a dense fire coverage, the vast majority of the aberrants can't cross one step of the minefield. Of course, as long as one reached Lu Yong's kind of combat power, they would be able to forcefully break through the weapon array. However, the possibility of this was very small, even minimal. Today, Xiao Ran did not bring anyone with him and went to the Jiufu cell alone. He was planning to go for a big battle. It was just that the time spent on the road was too long, and it was only after more than 3 hours that he arrived at the Nine Fortunes cell, nearby, and he first collected the hovercraft, and then searched for it. He believed that old Gao would definitely send someone to squat in the neighborhood, or even be in the neighborhood himself, then being found out by him would be a clean sweep. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ran appeared on the top floor of a building. He pushed the door and entered, only to see that there were a total of 2 people in the house. One was cooking something by the fire while the other was staring down with binoculars. It was clearly Xiao Ran's villa. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Ran asked with a smile. This startled the 2 men and they looked towards Xiao Ran at the same time. "Who are you?" they asked in shock. Xiao Ran lost his smile. "Aren't you guys spying on me, and you actually don't know who I am?" Yes, old Gao's group could only listen to Chao Xining's description of what he looked like, but the description was too abstract to be able to let others know what he actually looked like. When those 2 heard this, they reacted furiously. "You're Xiao Ran," they blurted out. Xiao Ran nodded and smiled. "Old Gao, that's Gao Liang, you guys are old Gao's people, right?" Those 2 looked at each other and nodded with a face full of bitterness. They were just ordinary people, how could they dare to be tough with a psychic? It was just that they couldn't figure out why Xiao Ran could find them. There were so many houses here, you wouldn't be able to find the earth and the sky alone? Xiao Ran asked again, "Where is old Gao?" "We don't know." The 2 men shouted before explaining, "We were just ordered to keep watch here, and use the intercom to contact when we see someone entering or leaving the villa." They pointed to the walkie-talkies on one side. Ordinary civilian walkie-talkies had a maximum talking distance of within 5 kilometers, but this was the ideal state. As soon as there were more obstacles, this distance would drop, and the normal talking distance was only 3 kilometers. However, with this as the center, even if it was only 3 kilometers, how big would the whole area have to be? Xiao Ran touched his chin. Old Gao was really cautious. Chapter 259, Entering the Tiger's Den. Xiao Ran really wanted to search this 3 kilometers area is not impossible. After all, he has spatial perception, nearly 300 meters. What building do not have to climb, stand at the bottom of a sweep, the whole building is what the situation is completely grasp. So, it is not difficult for him to search such a large area. "Well, I'm idle anyway. Old Gao, Chao Xining, if you guys want to play, then I will play with you." Xiao Ran casually killed these 2 people, then ran out and started searching this huge area. With a radius of 3 kilometers, that would be an area of nearly 30 square kilometers. It was still quite an exaggeration when you did the math. Xiao Ran made full use of this ability of spatial perception. He first left the building by about 150 meters and then went around in a circle so that his spatial perception covered the entire area with a radius of 300 meters, and then he went forward by another 300 meters and went around in a circle, expanding this circular area by another large circle. The larger the radius, the longer it took him to go around in a circle, and in the midst of such a large area, he did find quite a few living people, and even residents in various neighborhoods, but the situation was all over the place. It could only be described in 4 words: hell on earth. How were most people going to live now? People eat each other. Xiaoran didn't want to be some kind of messenger of justice. As long as others didn't mess with him or threaten him, he didn't bother, so without stopping, he continued his search. How could he confirm if he had found the target? Simple: look for the radio intercom. A house with a walkie-talkie wasn't necessarily a target, but if it didn't have one, then it definitely wasn't. Finally, he found the person using the walkie-talkie on the 3-kilometer maximum radius. It was also 2 people, not aliens, and they had built a fire with hot water still boiling on it, and a pile of finished buckets of instant noodles on the side. Creaking, the door to the room pushed open, and Xiaoran walked in. These 2 were much more professional in their behavior, at the same time picking up the pistols placed on the side and aiming them over. Who? The 2 men drank at the same time. Murderous. Definitely not one of their own. Because the time for one's own people to send supplies over was not this time, and if there were other people coming over, they would have been notified beforehand. Xiaoran is a frown. The old high is really metalaw, actually put these 2 people in this relay, but I am not here. Does he still have to look for half a day in this center? Another nearly 30 square kilometers will run out of legs. Moreover, the longer the time, Lao Gao realized that the greater the possibility of the situation, because the radio cannot contact people. So, this search once again is not likely to have results. The old high again overnight to carry a bucket to run away. I don't like people pointing guns at me, he faintly said. Lousy is willing, what do you care? Those 2 still wanted to be stubborn, but as a result, Mo's wrists hurt, and they couldn't hold the guns at all of them falling to the ground. Alien. A thought flashed through the minds of the 2 at the same time, and then they shivered. My name is Xiaoran. Xiaoran said casually, where is old Gao? It was still necessary to ask. Those 2 were even more scared. The name Xiaoran was not unfamiliar. It was a terrifying figure that had exterminated Chao Xinning's forces, only Chao Xinning had managed to escape with his life, which was something that they could rival. Originally, they might have been able to muddle through, but Xiaoran had come to their door, so how could they still muddle through? Therefore, both of them were honest. We don't know where the boss is either. Moreover, there are 4 groups of people like us, spread out in the 4 corners of the southeast, northwest, and north, so the ones who contacted us don't necessarily know where the boss is either. Holy shit. Xiaoran held his chin. The old high was more go than imagined. There were actually as many as 4 relay stations like this, so it was naturally unknown which relay station after that would be able to contact old Gao. How long will it take to find old Gao if we really follow this clue? The key is that Lao Gao is not stupid. He will definitely contact his men from time to time, and when he realizes that something is not right, won't he run away? How can a person be so meticulous? Xiaoran is very angry, because some people are actually more meticulous than him. This is too much. Xiaoran waved his hand. Bang, bang, both of them simultaneously softened their bodies and fell to the ground. Spatial cutting, killing without blood. What exactly does old Gao want? Just staring at my residence without doing anything? It was clearly confirmed that I was inside before, so why didn't he make a big attack? So, has he gone to get missiles, or is he pulling heads? Xiaoran muttered, the 5 major forces in Sioux City. Old Gao wouldn't be thinking of uniting all of these forces, would he? More than $3 billion of supplies. Even if the 5 families share it equally, this is a staggering amount of wealth. Others might be blinded by greed and just want to take it all alone, but old Gao is so cautious and so meticulously, I guess he shouldn't dare to face me alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away from the gas group that day, but instead set up a duel with me. Faced with this kind of old six who wimped out first without fighting and looked for a place to hide, Xiaoran could not do anything about it. Unless spatial perception could reach a size that covered 1/10 of the city of Suzhou, how could this be done if one wanted to find a specific person in a huge city? If we put it in the past, if we let Xia Chuchu to control the surveillance, it would be possible to find old Gao out, but now it's impossible. How many other monitors were working? Xiaoran realizes that he actually can't do anything about old Gao. A mouse in hiding is too hard to find. Since old Gao is coveting my supplies, it doesn't matter how tolerant he is, he will eventually strike. No. I can actually take the initiative. Xiaoran clapped his hands, feeling that his thinking was limited. Isn't old gal looking for a helper, so if I go to the helper's place ahead of time and stand guard, won't I be able to wait for a rabbit? Learn to switch your thoughts. Go to Wei Lily's place, sit and wait for old gal to come to the door. Just in time, by the way, touch Wei Lily's bottom, have killed 2 waves of her men, should also be an enemy in the future, should explore her strength, after all, it is a giant who exterminated the steel refinery, the strength should be very strong. Xiao Ran decisively headed towards Xiaoyang Mountain. There was no need to worry about the family, at least there was an alter ego sitting in the town, and he had left behind a large number of weapons. There weren't many alter egos at the current stage that could carry such firepower, and there was enough food and fuel. Besides, it's not like he can't come out when he goes to Wei Li's place. The big deal is to do it in advance. Oh, if Lao Gao went to find Wei Li, only to find that it was in ruins and empty, would Lao Gao be so scared that he would take his men and leave Sioux City directly? He was quite looking forward to old Gao's expression at that time. It can't be taken lightly either. Wei Li defeated Boss Jiang, her strength was already not weak, then she absorbed Boss Zhang's psychic ability, her strength is naturally still soaring, plus she is still hunting other psychics, her strength cannot be underestimated. Never let the gutter turn over. He was there to be a hunter, not to be sent to the door to be hacked. More than 2 hours later, he arrived at the bottom of Xiaoyang Mountain. At this time, there was only an hour until darkness. He put away the hovercraft and walked towards the mountain on foot. How can you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Teacher you, I really didn't connote you. Chapter 216 Teen 2 Wu Wanting. Xiao Ran hiked up the mountain. Mr. Lu said that there is no road in the world, but naturally there are more people walking. The snow on this mountain flooded the original road, but with more people walking, it actually hardened and opened up a road. Xiao Ran then followed this road up the mountain. When he walked halfway up the mountain, he saw a very large hotel. Xiaoyang Mountain Hot Spring Resort Hotel. Wei Lily's lair. He walked over and only saw that the gate was closed, but there were people in the gate guards, and spatial perception also made it clear to Xiao Ran that there were 3 points in the hotel where snipers had been arranged and were pointing their guns at him. Xiao Ran looked calm, but with a slight movement of the fingers of these 3 people on the trigger, he would immediately open the door of space in front of him, or use banishment on himself. Who are you? The window of the janitor's room opened and a face appeared, but as soon as the window opened it naturally ate a mouthful of cold wind, freezing him to shiver. Xiao Ran smiled proudly, I'm an alien, I came over to join Sister Wei. Alien. The doorman immediately flinched and hurriedly said, wait, I'll notify you. He closed the window, took out his walkie-talkie and spoke. Xiao Ran could not hear it, but his spatial perception caught it clearly. Well, this ability was fantastic for undercover work. An open book exam was practically cheating. This was also one of Xiao Ran's underpinnings for daring to go into the tiger's den alone. Mr. Yu, I really don't have any connotations for you. Not long after, only 2 people walked out from the hotel, and when they came to the doorway, the security guards hurriedly pushed out the door in the cold and opened the gate with their asses. Come on. The 2 men waved at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran followed the 2 towards the main building of the hotel while the 3 snipers still locked onto him until they entered the main door of the hotel, which was when they moved their muzzles away from his body. As soon as they entered the door, warmth came over them. Those 2 had stripped off their clothes and hats. Xiao Ran also took off his thick jacket, then his hat and goggles. However, he had put on a fake mustache, his eyebrows were much thicker, and he even wore pupils, making him look completely different from his original self. Even though it was unlikely that old Gao and Xiao Xining would come over with his picture, Xiao Ran definitely still had to disguise himself. What's your name? A man asked. Summer. Xiao Ran spread his face and smiled, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Those 2 lost their laughter in unison. Summer, now that name seemed quite ironic. What type of supernormal ability do you have? The other asked. I'm Hercules. Xiao Ran looked proud. Alright, let's test it. The 2 men guided Xiao Ran to the hotel's gym. Show your hand. Xiao Ran walked over and easily picked up a treadmill with one hand, casually tossing it into midair and catching it again, as if it wasn't a few 100 pounds of weight at all, but rather a ping-pong ball. Hercules, true to his name. One person laughed, man, you don't call this Hercules, we call it warrior type, high defense, long blood bar, and great strength, just like the warriors in the online game. Hee, a group of internet-addicted teenagers. Xiao Ran naturally would not argue with them, but asked, Do you guys see how good a deal I can get with this kind of strength? Those two could not help but both laugh. Have you ever absorbed other people's psychic abilities? One asked. Ah, it is still possible to absorb other people's psychic abilities? Xiao Ran pretended to be shocked. Sure enough, you're still a little white. The two laughed again. No matter, now you know. Warrior-type alien is still highly valued here in our place, but you just came here. It's impossible to get too high a position at once. How about this, you go to the second team to follow Sister Wu first, and you'll have a chance to obtain alien abilities when you go on missions and whatnot. After proving your loyalty, you will get everything you crave for. Xiao Ran followed along with a heckle, then they led Xiao Ran up to the second floor and knocked on one of the room doors. Enter. A woman's voice came out from inside. Only then did the two push the door in. Xiao Ran had already used his spatial perception to see it in advance, but he still intentionally searched for a moment before his gaze settled on a woman who was doing deep squats. She was wearing blue yoga pants, the fabric tightly wrapped around her plump buttocks, round like a peach, but when she pressed her buttocks down, it distinctly turned into two flaps, the flesh bulging mouth-wateringly. Those two men both looked straight into their eyes, itching to shove their eyeballs into the cracks of the fabric, but when the woman turned around, they immediately turned their eyes away, as if they were honorable men. Xiao Ran didn't stare. It wasn't that he was a gentleman, but he had seen a little too much of this kind of scene, and Su Qingmei and the others were all the best of the best, so his control was naturally far more powerful than that of an ordinary man. This woman looked to be in her 30s, her looks could score 70 points, which was already above par, and her breasts were large, especially under the black bodyshirt, a gully that was amazingly deep and so white that it shook her eyes. She wore a big wave, her skin was very white, but her lips were as red as a blaze, giving people a sense of flirtatious and provocative seduction. What is it? The woman asked casually. Sister Wu, this is the new, warrior-type alien, you are not exactly missing one here, so we thought of arranging him to come to you. Those two controlled their eyes not to fall on the woman's body. This woman is too tempting, they are afraid to look straight in the eyes and be punished by the other party. The thought of the woman wielding a whip sent shivers down their spines. That can never be some kind of sport in the flirting program. This plump and ripe woman glanced at Xiao Ran and made a chest-expanding movement, and immediately, those two men did not blush and covered up. What's your name? The woman asked. TSK, what a broad chest. Xiao Ran's gaze was clear as he said, Summer. The woman nodded, my surname is Wu, my name is Wu Wanting, I am the captain of the second team, from now on you are my person. Your person? This sounded so ambiguous. Xiao Ran nodded, good. The woman walked over to the desk and opened the drawer to rummage around for a bit before she threw a key over to Xiao Ran. Room 206 is now yours, have a good night's rest, I will be leading the team out tomorrow, so don't drag your feet for me. Xiao Ran caught the key and nodded, no problem. The three of them went out of the room, and the moment the door closed, they all saw Wu Wanting resuming her deep squatting, her arse so fat that it made people drool. Hey! Those two both scowled at Xiao Ran before departing. Xiao Ran found room 206 and walked over. In fact, he didn't even need to go in to realize that there was surveillance in the room, but he didn't move and just treated it as unknown, only to see that it was a standard guest room of the hotel, and to say that it was different from ordinary hotels was that it had an oversized bathtub. The luxury is that there is actually a bathtub here. A hot spring hotel, it really is blessed with a unique talent. Xiao Ran lay into the bathtub, letting the warm water flow wrap around him, not moving a muscle as if he was asleep. In the hidden corner, the monitor is staring at him, but the person watching the monitor does not know that he is also under Xiao Ran's perception. Chapter 261, Another Secret Leaked. Wu Wanting picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, is there anything unusual? No, he took a bath for half an hour and then laid down on the sofa to read a book. The opposite party immediately replied. Although no one could be seen, it was obviously a woman. The woman paused for a moment and resumed, Captain, this guy's body is really good, what about 8-pack abs, and TSK, you know. Dead Ninny is having spring fever again? Wu Wanting snickered. Although this hot spring hotel had both men and women, however, the core circle was all women, they were all waitresses and spa staff of this hotel before, so they were also more willing to trust these old sisters. The opposite side said quietly, Captain, I'm telling you, some men just grow a handle, but some men, TSK, are blessed with a heavenly gift, that guy is a tripod. Wu Wanting immediately lost her color, tripod. How majestic it must be. I've already sent out his picture, Captain, you're now close to the water, hurry up and do it, or else you might be snatched up by someone else. The opposite side smiled and said, it's a pity, if I didn't have to be on duty, I would have definitely gone to his room. It's not like we're absorbing alien energy, what are you guys fuming about? Wu Wanting laughed and scolded. Xiao Ran appeared to be reading a book, but 2/3 of the entire hotel was under his surveillance. Therefore, Wu Wanting's conversation with the monitor was naturally captured by him. Damn, a bunch of female hooligans. Actually leaked another one of my secrets. Sure enough, once a woman gets dirty, there's nothing left for men. He looked at Wu Wanting's plump and firm buttocks. Well, if she really wants to attack at night, in order to cover his identity, he has no way to refuse, so he has to accept the subterfuge. Don't say, the hotel's beauty is actually really quite a lot, although it can't talk about the very best, but at least there are 70 points, and then make up a little bit of words, can barely make up a 80 points, if you shoot into the photo, hey, that casually on the 90 points. He was looking for Wei Lily, but did not find. This person should have gone out, not in the hotel. After a little more time, the radio sounded in the hotel, informing everyone to go to the restaurant for dinner. Xiao Ran went out and made his way to the restaurant on the top floor. Phew, only to see the male sitting on one side and the female sitting on another side, clearly separated. This person in charge was a female, so it really was different. Xiao Ran naturally obediently went to the male side, where it was further divided into two camps, the aliens and the ordinary people, and it could be clearly seen that the ordinary people couldn't help but bow their heads and look cowering, while the aliens were in a leadership stance. That's why Xiao Ran said that there was no going back to this world. The emergence of the alien naturally allows the emergence of class within the human race. In fact, this thing called class has existed since ancient times, it's just that in the past, it was power and wealth, but now it's become psychic abilities. If you possessed an alien ability, you could be in the upper echelons of the human race, and the more powerful your alien ability was, the higher your status was and the greater your privileges were. Xiao Ran silently took his seat. His task was only to penetrate the enemy's interior, find out the enemy's situation and wait for Lao Gao, Chao Xining, and the others to appear. Once they appeared, he would immediately take action. Of course, if he found that Wei Lily's side was too strong, then naturally, he would not make a move, but quietly retreat and plan for it. The initiative is his. He keenly noticed that a sled team had entered the hotel. Everyone was wearing thick clothing, not only with hats, but also goggles. Can't see the look? It doesn't matter, just strengthen your spatial perception. At once, this line of 14 people were in front of Xiao Ran with no secrets to speak of, even how big the cupolas were could be said in one mouthful. The leader was a woman, in her 20s, with an ordinary look, but her body was incredibly plump. In fact, without using spatial perception for perspective, she could also see very clearly. She was at least twice the size of a normal person. After her, there were 13 people, both male and female, but there were still more men, 9 men and 4 women. Xiao Ran estimated that they were all psychics, because ordinary people couldn't move around for too long outdoors. They are sitting on a sled, not a hovercraft. There is no way to protect against the cold when traveling. On the contrary, they have to bear the cold wind. Ordinary people may be 10 minutes to be frostbite. So, this line was Wei Lily and the others? Sure enough, he soon heard the cheers of the crowd. Boss is back. After a little while longer, he saw a line of 14 people enter the restaurant, and at the head of the line was that fat girl with an amazing figure, and everyone looked at her without revealing a look of awe. Is she Wei Lily? No, is she really Wei Lily? This really made Xiao Ran a little unexpected. He had thought that it would be a beautiful woman with not bad looks, but he didn't expect that there would be such a big deviation between her name and her looks. Wei Lily and her party breezed into the restaurant. Still men and women went to one side each, while Wei Lily, Wu Wanting and a few other women sat at a table, and the food on their table was going to be obviously much more plentiful, showing the fact that they were the leadership. In fact, such differences were reflected at almost every table, with people being divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Xiao Ran took a look and he belonged to the second class on the men's side. Below that was the ordinary man's class. This was normal. He had just joined this power and his treatment could only be at the bottom of the list amongst the exalted. It was not surprising at all. He appeared to be moving his chopsticks, but the food he stuffed into his mouth went straight into the alien space. He could not be careless in other people's territory, in case there was an alien similar to Chao Xining here, who could poison and control people through food and such. Then would he not be throwing himself into the net with this feat of going into the tiger's den alone? However, Xiao Ran realized that there were quite a number of women looking at him with hot eyes, as if he was some kind of prey. Obviously, his tripod photo has been leaked. You'd better behave yourselves, or else I'll turn my back on you in advance. Xiaoran said in his heart, like Wu wanting this kind of although cannot be regarded as a superb, but just play with words, he can also be under the hand, but if it is Wei Lily, then he is sure to immediately turn his face. I can't eat this kind of soft rice Fortunately, those women just used their eyes to aim at him, and no one over to accost. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. The management here is quite strict. Xiaoran found that even the male alien's room has no women, but went to the spa room, where it was transformed like a club. There are a number of women there work, and men need to give them a ticket, with the ticket on the base. Hey, it's a setup. So the women could exchange the ticket for food or something? However, like Wei Lily was different, there were 6 men in her room when she opened the door, those 6 men obviously changed their face, but immediately all of them floated a fawning smile again to greet the woman. The next. Xiaoran had no eyes. 2 hot eyes will vomit. Right in the middle of this enemy nest, Xiaoran maintained a shallow sleep state for the night. A new day has arrived. Out of the mission. Chapter 262, Going out on a mission with the team. In the morning, Wu Wanning assembled a team of 20 people, other than her and 2 other women, the rest were all male. Listen up, today we're going to launch a sneak attack on People's group and try to wipe them out. Wu Wanning exclaimed, the old rules, whoever kills someone, the alien energy will be absorbed by him. If several people team up, whoever snatches it is the one who gets it, either that or you guys will assign it yourselves ahead of time. My request is, absolutely no infighting, or I'll get him killed. Do you understand? Understood. The 20 people all responded loudly. Depart. Wu Wanning led the team. 21 people were divided into 11 sleds, each sled was made up of 4 snowy 3 idiots acting as foot soldiers, and it was unknown where the hotel found so many dogs, and they were all sled dogs. Their line of work can be all supernaturals, even if they are not the physical type, even if they have not absorbed a few supernatural powers, but the physical body is beyond the ordinary people, so they can completely in such an environment to persist for a long time. Their target was an alien power in Wangting town. Wangting was almost within the boundaries of Xicheng, but it took them more than an hour to go all the way there, mainly because Shaoyang Mountain was also in the southwestern corner of Su City, which was already very close to Xicheng. Xiaoran was wearing goggles and a hat, others couldn't see his face, but his expression was somewhat grave. This force of Wei Lily should not be underestimated. Because they had been traveling east and west, yesterday, Wei Lily apparently led the team out personally, and today, it was Wu wanting, not to move supplies, but to kill xenomorphs, rushing towards the xenomorphs. He had to pay close attention to how strong Wu Wanning was, and from there, he could also get a glimpse of Wei Lily's depths. After all, she was definitely the #1 expert at the resort hotel. Also, Wei Lily's detection ability on her side should not be underestimated, because even an alien ability can be detected from so far away. How can this intelligence network be underestimated? Could it be that someone's alien ability was related to detection? Unfortunately, he had just joined this power now and was still in the inspection period, so naturally he couldn't know any secrets. Then I'll find it myself. They stopped far away, and their target was in the middle of a hotel 1 kilometer ahead. This hotel wasn't big, it was the convenient type, only 5 stories high. The target is right in the middle of the hotel. Wu Wanning said, Summer, you're a warrior, wait in charge at the front, don't care about anything, just crash into the hotel and force the people inside out. I should have known not to impersonate a physical art type. I still have a little bit of ice cone, cold wind, iron feather, and laser in my space. It's perfectly possible to impersonate other exalts for a bit, it's just that the quantity of all of them is too small, and I'll have to bottom out after using them a few times. Physical types are different, just use brute force. No problem. He grinned. At this time, a man but interjected, Captain, I've always been the one to break down the door before, why are we handing it over to a newcomer today? He also glanced at Xiaoran with obvious hostility. I'm being targeted even after I've lowered my profile so much? Xiaoran also glanced at him, and under the goggles, this was a man around 35 years old, a very stout person with an ordinary look. Who are you? Wu Wanning frowned, a little displeased, but still explained, Zhu Chao, your ability is throwing. It's really good to use it to break down doors, but it's too much of a waste of time when you still have to look for rocks, cars, and so on for you. Alright, this topic ends here. Seeing that the man was still a bit unconvinced, she directly aborted the discussion. Everyone else stay close, as long as you see someone running out from inside the hotel, no matter if they are an alien or not, all of them will be killed. It's a matter of death and survival between Alterans, so if you don't submit to me, there's only a way out. Understood. The crowd all agreed. Summer, go. Wu Wanting drank. Xiao Ran then rushed out, like a reckless bull towards the hotel in front of him. It was just a distance of 1 kilometer, and his current distance was astonishingly fast, and in less than even a minute, he appeared underneath the hotel and directly crashed into it. He hadn't even hit the wall yet, and he had already unleashed space compression. Boom! The wall in front of him immediately shattered with a bang, and Xiao Ran happened to rush in, so even if someone was watching from the sidelines, it was Xiao Ran who crashed through the wall, not the wall itself falling down. Boom, 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 boom. He continuously crashed through several walls and rushed out from the other end of the hotel, then immediately folded over and came back in. Boom! He crashed through the last wall and rushed out, and it was only then that Wu Wanting and the others had just arrived. Seeing Xiao Ran rushing out with the broken wall and shattered bricks, Wu Wanting and the others naturally had no doubt about his ability. The warrior type was reckless, and could charge across the room without having to worry about anything. Wu Wanting also could not help but think of what someone had said about the tripod, and could not help but glance at Xiao Ran before hastily returning to her senses. Because the people inside the hotel had already reacted. Gripgrass, actually dare to sneak up on me. Kill them all for me. Only to see that from the hotel windows there was someone who directly jumped out. With a wave of his hands, an ice road appeared out of thin air under his feet. He slid down the ice road, with his hands waving in succession. More ice roads were built in one window after another, so that other people could also directly break through the windows and get out, without having to run the stairs. This time a dozen people came running out, but all of them were men. Kill, leave no one behind. Wu Wanting also said loudly. A big battle broke out. In such a situation, even if Xiao Ran wanted to avoid the battle, it was impossible, and the key was that he did not want to avoid the battle. Why wouldn't he want it if he had an alien ability to absorb it? Only to see that the ice attribute alien just now had already killed towards him and came up with a series of ice arrows. Xiao Ran put his left hand in front of his face and charged straight ahead. Now that he was a warrior, he naturally had to fight in a physical manner. However, when the ice arrow reached him, he quietly activated spatial compression, crushing the ice arrow to pieces, and then the ice arrow also hit his body, as if it was shattered because of the impact. This scene was fake too real, not to mention that everyone was busy fighting. Even staring at Xiao Ran it was very, very difficult to see the break. For example, this ice attribute abnormalist didn't notice any abnormality at all, and just cursed reckless man is so damn annoying and continued to swing out ice arrows. Is it useful? Of course it didn't, it was compressed by the space compression and burst. Xiao Ran had already rushed to. The alien was shocked, he wanted to retreat, it was impossible. How could he compete with a physical R-type alien in terms of speed? Therefore, he could only allow his entire body to freeze. In this state, his hardness would increase by more than 10 times. However, there was a drawback, the ice lacked toughness and would make him brittle. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and punched up. The moment his fist touched the man, space compression was once again activated. Boom! That person was then directly crushed and turned into thousands and thousands of pieces. Xiao Ran only touched a few of these fragments, and warmth surged over, almost the equivalent of 4 servings. As expected, the longer the time passed, the stronger the alien energy became. But where exactly was the alien energy stored? Xiao Ran was curious, because the chances of him coming into contact with that part that contains psychic energy were too low. Forget it, let's collect the psychic energy first. Xiao Ran looked towards the other targets. To be exact, it was Zhu Chao's opponent. Are you hostile towards me? Fine, I can't kill you yet, so I'll grab your prey first. Chapter 263, Robbing Prey. Zhu Chao's opponent was a fire breather, spraying flames at him in mouthfuls. The temperature of the flames was very high. Zhu Chao didn't dare to get close to it. However, his special ability was parrying. Once anything was touched by him, he could parry it out. The power was amazing. Originally, the snow was so thick that he didn't have a suitable weapon, but Xiao Ran had crashed through so many walls, and there were so many broken walls and bricks, which provided him with a large number of weapons, which were all over the place. The fire breather similarly did not dare to take such an attack hard and kept dodging. Xiao Ran saw the right moment and happened to be right in front of the fire breather when he dodged again. He. Xiao Ran threw a punch. Danger! The fire breather's mind flashed wildly with a crisis warning. but having a warning was one thing, being able to dodge it was another thing entirely. What's more critical? Xiao Ran had also shamefully used banishment on him, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was only at the moment when the fist arrived that Xiao Ran lifted the banishment. A fist smashed into. Don't look at him as a spatial system, but after absorbing more than 200 copies of alien energy, to what extent was his strength strong? When his fist smashed into it, the fire breather was exploded alive. Of course, Xiao Ran had also released space cutting at the same time to cut the fire breather's brain into paste in order to prevent any accidents, so even if he had any life-preserving moves, he couldn't perform them. Alas, in order to disguise himself as a physical type, he really put up a fight, otherwise, with this set of combos, he would have been able to finish off 3 fire breathers, right? Boom! The fire breathers were busted alive, while a stream of warmth surged towards Xiao Ran. It was almost 7 servings again. Xiao Ran smiled. Even if there were no other gains from this undercover operation, it would be worth it just for these 11 copies of alien energy. Xia! Tian! However, someone was not happy. Xu Chao let out an angry roar, itching to throw a rock at Xiao Ran. That was his target. Xiao Ran ignored him and went straight for his next target. Every time he absorbed one more person's psychic ability, that would be him being strong and the enemy being weak, and this would be the difference between him and the enemy, and Wu Wanting had also said before that it was up to each person whether they could absorb the psychic ability or not, as long as they didn't fight amongst themselves. You see how good his temper is, Xu Chao was yelling at him, but he didn't talk back at all. Wu Wanting's side had a much larger number of alien energy users, and their individual strengths were much stronger, so it was a no-holds-barred, one-sided massacre. The battle ended very quickly. Xiao Ran killed the most people, but a lot of them were picking up the pieces, killed a total of 5 alien energy. The number of combined alien energy is almost 26, ranked second is Wu Wanting. She only killed 2, but one of them is the leader of this group of people. Paibo, single this one of the alien energy may be more than 10, so even if she absorbed less alien energy than Xiao Ran, but less is not much less than Xiao Ran. But less is not much less. Xiao Ran was not ready to turn his back on Wei Lily's gang, so naturally, he would not go and steal the captain's prey. Although making this decision caused him a lot of physical pain. Captain, this summer is too much. As soon as the battle ended, Zhu Chao immediately complained to Wu Wanting. Yes, Captain, this guy robbed my prey. And mine. Several people followed suit and Xiao Ran had robbed a total of 4 people's targets, but now there were 6 people suing, as 2 of the groups were both teamed up with 2 people. Wu Wanting looked at Xiao Ran, her winks carrying inquiries. Xiao Ran then spoke about the previous battle, not favoring himself at all and only telling the facts. Wu Wanting only pondered for a moment before saying, Summer did not violate my rules, so this matter will stop here and is not allowed to be brought up again. However, she still glanced at Xiao Ran. You also keep it in check, after all, you are companions, you will have to lean on each other in the future. Yes. Xiao Ran was amenable to good advice, but was definitely a repeat offender. Besides, it's not like we're in the same boat as you guys. The battlefield had been cleaned up, however, it didn't mean that things were over. There were side effects after absorbing psychic abilities, regardless of gender. A few people who absorbed psychic abilities immediately felt the arrival of February 2nd, while those who had no dragon's head to lift were flooded by the Yellow River, which was out of control. At this time, the men all looked at Wu Wanting with a baba. Their group of 3 women, Wu Wanting is the most beautiful, good figure, big breasts, big buttocks, meat nourishing bulging, understand. Moreover, they are still the captain with the captain good relationship, naturally, there are only benefits and no harm. Xu Chao subconsciously stood out. Previously, he had always been the one to help the captain solve problems. Summer, you come with me. However, after Wu Wanting looked around, she said to Xiao Ran. Tripod Grass. Xu Chao's face instantly turned blue. He was Wu Wanting's royal technician, but now a newcomer appeared and directly replaced him? Coupled with the fact that Xiao Ran had robbed him of his prey before, the new hatred and old hatred together made him gnash his teeth at Xiao Ran, hating to immediately send a rock over and smash this hateful bastard to pieces. Although Xiao Ran's appetite was a bit tricky, there was no better choice now. Besides, didn't he want to disguise himself? As an undercover agent, there was always a price to pay. Did he not even have this realization? He and Wu Wanting entered a hotel on the side, casually found a room. Wu Wanting took out a condom, and both parties cooperated tacitly. More than an hour later, the wind was calm. Wu Wanting was very satisfied with Xiao Ran's performance. Worthy of being a San, worthy of being a warrior type, what stamina! Wu Wanting praised, pack up and prepare to return to the hotel. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, was somewhat unfulfilled. He lazily put on his clothes. Why did he dare to talk to Wu Wanting in depth? Because he had seen everyone's battles and already knew everyone's alien ability attributes. Like Wu Wanting's alien ability was to metallize her body. Well, he had seen this ability before and it wasn't rare, but Wu Wanting was obviously much stronger. She transformed her hands into two sharp long swords and chopped her opponents to death alive. Since it wasn't controlling people, Xiao Ran let half of his heart go, and during the exchange, he had been careful to use banishment on himself as soon as there was a warning of a crisis, so he was having a great time while being wary. This kind of feeling was like when you saw a young lady selling abalone by the side of the road, and because you pitied her for her life and gave her $200, as a result, the young lady insisted on repaying you with her body, and while having a good time, you were afraid that the police uncle would suddenly show up, not believing in your explanations and arresting you. Fortunately, Wu Wanting didn't act like a female praying mantis. She slaughtered and ate the male praying mantis after getting high. On the way back, Zhu Chao kept looking at Xiao Ran with spiteful eyes. He thought that Xiao Ran did not know, but Xiao Ran could see it clearly. Find a chance to get him killed, or else this kind of person will definitely make some demonic moths out of him. Chapter 264, The World is Also Too Small. The crowd returned to the hotel in waves. Entering the hotel, the crowd took off their heavy clothes and all of them just felt a sense of relief throughout their bodies. Wu Wanting had only just left when Xiao Ran immediately felt another gaze full of resentment stabbing at him. He looked back and saw that Zhu Chao was glaring at himself while his face was filled with provocation. Seeing Xiao Ran looking at himself, Zhu Chao raised an eyebrow and even compared a middle finger. Xiao Ran would not spoil him. This kind of person will be honest after a beating. First beat up, then find an opportunity to do away with. Just he has not yet had time to strike, only to see a large number of people push the door into the room. The cold wind whistling rolled in, the noisy voice endless. Stocking up, stocking up. This batch is of good quality, there are several beauties. Hey, we'll play later. Only a group of 13 people were seen being pushed and shoved into the hotel, all of them revealing a look of horror. These people were residents of a nearby neighborhood, and had already been lingering in the end times for many days, not expecting to be caught anyway. They are ordinary people, just saw the power, terror and brutality of the alien, disobedient people directly killed, all the way over they have not come back to God, only endless fear, coupled with the cold, no one is not shivering. Their fear just let the people in the hotel laughed, with an expression like a cat playing with a mouse looking at these people. Some of them are sizing up the women in them. In the hotel, there was only one way for women without supernatural abilities to make a living: selling their bodies. Xiao Ran swept with his spatial perception, and was going to ignore it and continue with the plan he had just made to beat the crap out of Zhu Chao, but he suddenly froze and looked at one of them with his spatial perception again. Woman. Suna, his vice class president in high school. Holy shit, I just came here undercover yesterday, and I'm going to be dismantled today? No, it's already been 10 years, and he's done a bit of camouflage, so Suna shouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking about it, he still lowered his head, lest Suna see him. However, someone else got the wrong idea. What, now you know you're afraid? Zhu Chao said coldly, how come you didn't know to be afraid just now when you robbed Laozi's prey? Also, the captain is my woman, you fucking dare to touch, I don't chop your thing down, I fucking with your last name. Keep your voice down. Xiao Ran wanted to whip him, the result is afraid of what will come. Suna just happened to look over, the eyes first from Xiao Ran's body scratch away, and then as if remembered what, immediately moved back, face also showed the color of surprise. No way, I even put on the pupils, you can still recognize it? That said, we were not familiar with each other in high school, and we didn't have any life and death relationships, so why did you recognize me right away? No, I still want to struggle a bit. Xiao Ran rushed over with an arrow step, aiming straight at Suna. Xiao, ah! Suna really recognized Xiao Ran, however, she had just said one word when Xiao Ran intercepted her, causing her to let out a shocked cry. Xiao what Xiao, now Xiao Xia is also something you can call. Ha, I really didn't expect to actually run into my old classmate here. Xiao Ran laughed out loud and slapped Suna's ass, purposely revealing a horny look. I've wanted to fuck you since high school, I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. Suna, on the other hand, screamed out of shame and indignation, wriggling her body continuously, completely forgetting to refute Xiao Ran's question about her surname. What are you doing? A man roared angrily. He was a little under 30 years old and a phenom. His name was Huimo, and he was also Suna's husband, so when he saw that his wife was actually being picked up by someone, he was naturally shocked and angry, and rushed forward to stop her. Hee, who made your wife almost call out my identity? If I don't carry her away, then I'll have to turn the tables and do it. Xiaoran kicked Huimo out. What a dog, how dare you spoil my good deed. His current persona was that of an unscrupulous mangaka. Huimo curled up into a cooked shrimp on the ground in pain. Naturally, it was impossible for him to stop Xiaoran again. However, a woman reached out to stop him and frowned. This woman is the property of the hotel. You can play if you want to. If you make a merit, you will have a consumption coupon. With the consumption coupon you can look for them. She was the captain of the third team, called Chuman Ro. How could Xiaoran agree to this? He hummed and said, I made a great merit for the hotel. I can't even ask for a pussy. Humph, I'll take this woman today. I'll see who dares to stop me. Saying that, he carried Suna and was about to go upstairs. Xu Chao was overjoyed. Xiaoran actually dared to violate the hotel's rules? Ha, you are asking for death. He immediately stopped him and shouted, Summer, what kind of place do you think this is? I advise you to behave yourself. Fuck off your sister's rat for good. Xiaoran slammed his fist over. Damn it, I've long been displeased with you. Just now, you were delayed for something, and now you still dare to run into a gun? Boom! With one punch, Zhu Chao was sent flying. He wanted to dodge, but was directly trapped in place by Xiaoran using space compression, and could only take this punch. Although Xiaoran was not a true physical type, this punch was also incredibly powerful, directly dislocating Zhu Chao's jaw, and even sending 7 or 8 teeth flying, so Zhu Chao's jaw was cracked to the point of exaggeration, and his mouth was full of blood, making him look very creepy. This also made Chuman Ro stunned, and her original action of trying to stop her could not help but pause, while Xiaoran took the opportunity to carry Suna and leave. Woo! Woo! Xu Chao, on the other hand, became a standard clown, clearly injured and bleeding, but not a single person gave him a second glance. Even Xu Manu did the same, only frowning slightly as she looked at Xiaoran's back. A proper backdrop. Xiaoran didn't pay any attention to anyone else, and was now completely resuscitating a bit. If he could salvage it, then he would continue to disguise himself as an undercover agent and wait for old Gao's arrival, but if he was to wear out, then he would just turn his face and do it. Who was afraid of who? Xiaoran carried Suna to the second floor. Bang, he kicked open the door of his room, striding in, a throw, and threw Suna to the bed. Suna was thrown all over the place, and only after a while did she come back to her senses. Xiao. Damn it, how dare you call me Xiao Xia, haven't you received a lesson? Xiaoran stepped forward and snapped, giving her ass a beating. Suna was ashamed and in pain. Wow, she cried out. Xiaoran rode on top of her and appeared to be kissing her neck, but in reality, he was issuing a warning. My name is Summer now, if you dare to say another wrong word, I'll break your neck. Suna could not help but shiver, but she calmed down and her cries were also smaller. Xiaoran had been watching with his spatial perception and realized that there were more women in the monitoring room. Not only was there Chuman Ro, but even Wu Wanting and Wei Lily were there. What is the meaning of this for you guys? Are you coming to stop me or not? Chapter 265 Acting for you guys. In the surveillance room, a group of women were crowding around. They were the very core of this force, and none of them were male. Boss, aren't going to arrest this guy? Someone asked Wei Lily. Not bad, how dare you break the hotel's rules, it's just not right not to make an example of him. Another person said. Wu Wanting hurriedly said, Big sister, this person is a rare warrior type, and his performance today was also very good, so please give him a chance, boss. I see, Sister Wu is tasting the sweetness of the tripod and doesn't want to give it up. Needless to say, it must be refreshing, otherwise she wouldn't have helped this person. All the women talked and laughed. Wu Wanting, on the other hand, coughed. At a time like this, of course I'll talk about things as they are. That Summer is indeed very prim and proper, and deserves to be given a chance. Even if we have to absorb his supernatural abilities, we should at least make the best use of what we have. There is no rush to finish him off. The ladies did nod. Of course men were meant to be used, but how long they could be used depended on the type of ability they had. They were indeed short of warrior types right now. Wei Lily, on the other hand, pondered for a moment and said, since there is a lack of warrior types, let's keep them for now. However, the rules can't just be broken. It just so happens that I'm also planning to make a change. From now on, men are allowed to keep women. However, they will have to take care of their own food and use, we won't even supply a piece of paper. Since you want to hide a woman in a golden house, you have to have the ability to hide a woman in a golden house. The ladies all nodded their heads. The boss had spoken, who would dare to gab? Huh, why isn't this guy on yet? Someone pointed at the surveillance. Is there something wrong? Listening to these women's comments, actually growing suspicious, Xiaoran could not help but bare his teeth. He did not expect to be able to muddle through, but when he was about to succeed, he actually got stuck here again. Okay. Big beautiful Sue, do you know what kind of fate will befall you after entering here? He asked in a low voice. Suna couldn't help but physically tremble. Would she not know? Having already lived for more than 60 days in the post-apocalyptic world, she naturally knew how terrifying the world was now, and to what extent the hearts of people were sinister. Not to mention these 60-odd days of living, let's just say that today, Shumanua brought people into the neighborhood and easily killed their altered beings before taking them captive as trophies and bringing them here. What are they going to face next? The women are going to work at the clubhouse to support themselves, the men? Experimentation. Chances are, they won't make it, and they'll die a horrible death. After all, she had lived a good life before, and her mind hadn't been converted, so when Xiaoran reminded her of this, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. I'll give you a choice now. 1. Stay here and I'll give you a bite to eat. 2. The door is right there, walk out by yourself. Choose. Was Suna willing to follow Xiaoran? Of course she was unwilling. In her impression, Xiaoran was still the poor bully in high school, so she naturally looked down on Xiaoran 100 times, but now she had to get shelter from Xiaoran, or else she would be reduced to a chicken. So she didn't move. This was equal to making a choice. Grass, why are you guys still staring at Lousy? Do you want me to perform live for you? Okay, you guys don't drool. After an hour, everyone in the surveillance room dispersed. Awesome. Xiaoran then breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched live by so many people did affect his play a little bit, although he covered it with the quilt, he actually didn't leak any spring light. He casually asked. Suna glanced at him with a complicated expression and spoke about her own experiences. After graduating from high school, she went to college very smoothly, and after graduation, she took the public examination to land a job, and then she met her current husband, who was also a careerist, and her father-in-law had a small amount of power, and had already paved the way for his son. Because of this relationship, coupled with Huimo handsome and will coax people, the two soon married. After marriage is also peaceful, just Huimo in a certain aspect of the problem, although it does not affect the same room, but the two have never had a child, go to the hospital to see, Huimo has been eating traditional Chinese medicine to regulate. But not yet adjusted out of what Hall of Fame, the end of the world came. Fortunately, the father-in-law actually became an alien. So, their family branched out in the community, sucking the blood of the neighbors to live well. Her father-in-law was somewhat restrained at first, but as time went on, seeing that rescue was simply not possible and the world was inevitably sliding towards collapse, her father-in-law began to let himself go, killing people at will and lusting after them. Luckily, the tiger's venom didn't get the old man's claws into her. Such days lasted until today. Shumanua brought people over and easily finished off her eunuch, captured all of them, killed a few disobedient ones, and the crowd obediently followed them here. There were also 2 people on the road who could not walk anymore and lay down in the icy sky and snow forever. How their family had disregarded and toyed with life before, now they were being disregarded and toyed with in the same way. In this world now, whoever has a hard fist can act recklessly. Xiaoran could not help but lament. He had thought that Suna was somewhat innocent, but in reality, she had also eaten human blood buns and lived until now, so how could she be innocent? Remember, my name is Summer now, if you call me wrong once, he. He casually removed a coffee table. Coffee table. Suna completely lost the courage to resist and just nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. In fact, Xiaoran is not particularly concerned about whether or not the identity will be exposed, the big deal is a battle, or he ran away well, anyway, and Wei Lily this power is always inevitable a battle, early and late and what difference? Of course, if he could stay under cover for a while longer, so that he could get a clear picture of the bottom of this force, then naturally it would be even better. That was why he had just deliberately carried Suna away and acted out such a scene. If Suna thought that she had grasped his weaknesses, his handles, that was really a big mistake. Not a moment later, someone came over to inform him that Wu Wanting was looking for him. Thus, Xiao Ran went to Wu Wanting's room. This woman seems to especially like practicing deep squatting, and wearing tight pants in deep squatting, well, no wonder she practiced such a fat ass, similar to a millstone. However, are you deliberately trying to lure me? Do you know that breaking the rules of the hotel is punishable by death? Wu Wanting didn't look back and said in an eerie voice. Xiao Ran looked like a reckless man and said with a sense of concern, then the big deal is that I'll just leave. Wu Wanting didn't expect him to say this, and couldn't help but be stunned before saying after a while, if it wasn't for me pleading on your behalf, with the boss's temperament, he would definitely kill you as a warning to everyone, and it would be impossible for you to walk out of the front door of the hotel at all. Oh, you guys are just lacking physical type psychics to charge the battlefield for you, how can you really love the material? Xiao Ran was then shocked and duly revealed a look of fear. Then thank you so much, Captain. Wu Wanting squatted down, she smiled, how do you plan to thank me? I won't stop until the captain says stop. Xiao Ran walked forward, can the captain accept such a thank you? Accept. Wu Wanting's voice was trembling. Chapter 266, Break an Arm First. After thanking Wu Wanting, it was almost time for dinner. Xiao Ran went to the restaurant to eat, while Wei Lily also announced the new rules at the right time, causing the crowd of men to cheer. Although the hotel had a clubhouse, but every time you went, you needed a ticket. It wasn't something you could play with just because you wanted to. However, now that it was allowed to keep women, then there could be someone to warm the bed every night, which was certainly a favorable news. Many people looked at Xiao Ran one way or another, somewhat shocked. Because this change was obviously brought about by Xiao Ran, so did this guy have any special background that he could actually change the rules because of one person? On top of the shock, there was of course gratitude. Brother, you've brought benefits for everyone. There was only one exception, who kept staring at Xiao Ran with a bitter and hateful gaze. Xu Chao. Only, Xiao Ran had almost killed him with one punch, so how would he dare to clamor with Xiao Ran again? At most, he would find a way to accidentally kill Xiao Ran when he was on a mission. This is not a game, the attack will not accidentally injure teammates, the real battle is rapidly changing, accidentally kill teammates is also a very normal thing. Therefore, many people wanted to hook up with Xiao Ran and became good brothers. Xiao Ran was smiling on the surface, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. Don't look at the current enthusiasm of these people, but behind his back, how many people were thinking of getting him killed and absorbing his supernatural abilities? If they were strong enough, who wouldn't want to pull Wei Lili down and be the head themselves? Currently these forces are all formed because of interests, so don't talk about cohesion, everyone under the hand is a vicious wolf, as long as the boss shows a little bit of fatigue, he will be divided by this group of vicious wolves and take his place. So believing in the enthusiasm of these people? Xiao Ran was really out of his mind. However, this did allow Xiao Ran to poke around and learn about the hotel. For example, where did so many sled dogs come from? Another example was why could one find one of the alter ego forces? Sure enough, both of these were because of the shifters. Wei Lili has a subordinate named Li Hongyan, her supernatural ability is to communicate and command animals, so the snow dogs are all raised by her. Wei Lili will also have people searching for sled dogs all over the city to send them to her, with a little bit of training, they can be on duty. Moreover, although the natural disaster brought about the extinction of plants and animals, there are still some creatures that survived, such as rats and some birds. Li Hongyan was using these animals as her eyes and ears, searching the nearby areas of the alien. Well, this woman must be resolved as soon as possible. Xiao Ran had already made a decision in his mind. What did modern battles fight for? Intelligence. So, Wei Lili forces actually had such an intelligence expert, this was terrifying. The key was that the animals under her might find their way to Qingfeng Garden at any time. Well, please go to your death tonight. Xiao Ran poked around without a trace. This Li Hongyan is Wei Lili's right-hand man, and she sits on Wei Lili's side during meals, so it is obvious how much she is valued. At this time, the bullishness of spatial perception manifested itself. Xiao Ran did not even need to look at her, yet he saw her clearly. This was a mediocre-looking woman and was almost 40 years old with a fierce look. According to people in the know, this woman was quite soaring, opened a dog meat restaurant before the end of the world. One day dog lovers came to the store to make trouble, so she rushed out with a knife, and good grief actually really fought, cutting and injuring 2 people. Then she not only lost a large amount of money, but also squatted for 3 years in prison. The dog meat restaurant directly closed down. However, after the beginning of the end of the world, this woman not only awakened the supernormal ability, actually still communicate, control animals, is also ironic, so she let the animals to find one of the victims, with a bunch of dogs to kill over, let the dogs to the family of 5 people to eat alive. Don't you like dogs? Then let you be eaten alive by the dogs and see if you still like them. In fact, there are a total of 2 victims, but only one in the city of Suzhou. Li Hongyan is not capable of killing to the field, so had to stop. TSK, this woman is ruthless and poisonous. Xiaoran nodded his head secretly. Those who were able to become psychics at the beginning of the end of the world, which one of them would not have some stories? After having dinner, everyone went back to their own houses. Suna, on the other hand, could only go hungry. Because the hotel does not feed now, she can only look for Xiaoran if she wants to eat and drink, and Xiaoran is not likely to expose the secrets of the alien space for her, so she can only go hungry today. But a day without eating and will not hang. Xiaoran decided to go out tomorrow, just can use the excuse of looking for supplies to raise women. The night was already late. Xiaoran's mind moved, and the spatial slash was already unleashed. This cut was directly directed at Li Hongyan's central nervous system. Even if Li Hongyan was in a state of deep sleep, the crisis warning immediately awakened her and she instinctively rolled over. However, Xiaoran's sword speed was getting faster and faster, the thought rose and the sword arrived. In order to have the intention to calculate unprepared, and Li Hongyan just in the sleeping state, with Xiaoran absorbed more than 300 copies of the crushing advantage of alien energy, this can still let Li Hongyan spared? Li Hongyan did roll over, but her eyes instantly became confused, her mouth opened wide, and saliva flowed out, as if she had suffered a stroke. Dead. No sound, no breath. One without doing anything. Xiaoran stared at Wei Lily again. He wouldn't mind killing another one. Spatial cut, chop. Right at this moment, Wei Lily opened her eyes with a sudden burst. But a person's defense is weakest when they are sleeping. There is bound to be a reaction process when a person wakes up in shock, even if it is a short period of time. And how fast can a space cut be launched? A knife hit. Just like Li Hongyan just now. However, Xiaoran frowned, because this knife chopped over but seemed to chop into the air, actually no sense of substance. Wei Lily, on the other hand, climbed up from the bed in a single bound, and even stomped on a male pet's belly, the huge weight causing the other party to wake up directly from his dream, and let out a pig-like miserable scream. Shut up! Wei Lily was furious, but she was almost 300 pounds and didn't move her foot away, so the male pet was still screaming. Wei Lily stomped hard, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and she saw that the male pet's chest directly collapsed. Blood gurgled out, he was already dead. It was then that the other male pets woke up, and they were all confused when they realized that there was hot liquid splashed on their faces. One more slash. Xiaoran unbelievingly launched space cutting again, but it clearly sliced into Wei Lily's brain, but it was as if there was nothing there, unable to cause any damage at all. Are you so damn stupid that you don't have a brain? Otherwise. Xiaoran could see clearly that Wei Lily had a brain. So it was strange. Her ability. That fatty had said that when Wei Lily fought with Boss Jiang, she often ate Boss Jiang's attacks with a single movement of her mouth, so this woman's ability was related to devouring? The power of space cutting was also devoured? Chapter 267, Bewildered and Clueless. Xiaoran frowned. This ability of Wei Lily's was quite disgusting, and it seemed to be targeting space cutting. This was because space cutting was characterized by concealment, but the power was on the small side. Xiaoran believed that any ability had an upper limit, so even if Wei Lily's ability was really devouring, then there must be an upper limit for devouring, such as 100 tons of power, 200 tons of power, and surely the higher the number of alien energies absorbed, the higher the upper limit of her devouring would be. But the cutting power of Space Slash was just too small. This could ignore stacking armor, but people don't stack armor, but directly devour and eat it, and that would very much restrain space cutting. Forget it, he has already finished off Li Hongyan. Once this ear is gone, he is not afraid that Wei Lily will find out about Qingfeng Garden. No rush, I'll continue to wait for old Gao to come. Wei Lily was on full alert, but the attacks were no longer issued, and the crisis warning no longer rang out. She maintained this stance for a while longer, and then she pranced around and ran on her 2 elephant legs. She went to the surveillance room. Bring me up the previous 10 minutes and everyone in all the rooms, she said loudly, her anger visible to the naked eye. Someone, in her territory, had actually launched a sneak attack on her. How could she endure it? Could she not be furious? The henchmen hurriedly began to call up the surveillance to take a closer look, and when a few people weren't enough, they called in more people to check it out together. Wei Lily paced back and forth in the surveillance room, suddenly gave a beat, and added, "Count the number of people, let everyone report back." Yes. Thus, the news of Li Hongyan's lack of response was reported to Wei Lily. At this time, like Wu Wanting and other backbones also all heard the news and rushed over. Learning that Wei Lily was attacked in the middle of the night, they were all shocked. How can this be? This was their lair. If the attack came from the outside, such as bullets, then they could still accept it, but the attacker was a psychic, and had the ability to directly strike at Wei Lily's brain, which was too terrifying. "Old boss, Sister Knight is dead." A henchman came over to report, her face terrified to death. Because she saw Knight Hongyan's delayed response, she thought that the other party was sleeping too much and took the key and just opened the door and went in, but as a result, when she pushed Knight Hongyan, there was a stream of warmth coming in. This is too familiar to the alien. Li Hongyan was dead. Therefore, she was both shocked at Li Hongyan's strange death and worried that she was going to be punished by Wei Lily for sparingly absorbing Li Hongyan's psychic ability. Li Hongyan is dead? Wei Lily froze for a moment, then frowned even tighter. There were now a total of 2 people being attacked at night. One was her and the other was Li Hongyan, and Li Hongyan was dead, time-wise still before she was attacked. Therefore, this mysterious murderer had killed Li Hongyan first, and then came back to attack her. The target is clear. One was the eyes and ears of this force, and the other was the ringleader, and if both of them died, this force of theirs would naturally disintegrate. This murderer is bound to be in the hotel, she said with incomparable certainty. All of Wu Wanting nodded their heads as well. Such an attack could never be launched from the outside. Just, who was so bullish that he sneak attacked Wei Lily not only retreated in one piece, but didn't even let Wei Lily discover the trace. Long-range attack. It can even go through walls. Ignore defenses and point straight to the vitals. Wei Lily pieced together the attacker's characteristics while the others added on, and when they finished, everyone's eyes were wide with utter disbelief. This person would need to possess means such as perspective eyes and spaced-out attacks. It's simply impossible for this to appear on the same person. But to say that it was the cooperation of several people, that would be even more impossible. Several people cooperating to carry out an attack? Look at the monitoring and statistics. At that time everyone was under the monitoring, and no one at this point in time ran to the monitoring of the dead corner. But under the monitoring, everyone is alone, and there is no radio walkie-talkie in the hands of there is no possibility of playing cooperation. Could it be that someone's psychic ability is telepathy, just like Professor X, using himself as a node to link the others together? Someone said. This possibility. Everyone was slowly shaking their heads. If we really want to be like Professor X, wouldn't we be able to directly control others? Someone countered. Maybe it's a weaker version of Professor X that can only communicate with others, not control? The first person said. This left people speechless. Wei Lily pressed her hand, signaling the crowd to stop. She was a bit headstrong, because it was completely impossible to make a judgment from the surveillance, as if everyone was very innocent, but to say that the enemy was attacking from outside the hotel would be even more unbelievable. Moreover, was it one person or several people who launched the attack? If it was a single person, then what attribute of an alien could do it? Wei Lily thought for a long time before she said, "First, this matter is limited to only a few of us, and we are not allowed to spread it out, lest people become frightened." Aha! Everyone nodded. This was a must, otherwise it would dishearten people once it was spread. Such a powerful force, inexplicably died an alien, and the boss was all but attacked, yet they don't even know who the murderer is? Wouldn't it be a big joke to tell it? Moreover, everyone will be in danger. Will I be next? Therefore, this matter can only be investigated in the dark. Secondly, check all the people who defected over in the last 10 days properly. If we can't find the murderer, then expand the scope again. 20 days, 30 days, we must find this person or this group of people out. Wei Lily added. Yes. The crowd nodded once again. Disperse. Wei Lily waved her hand and took the lead to walk out. On the second floor, Xiaoran smiled faintly and rolled over to continue sleeping. After the long night had passed, the entire hot spring hotel seemed to be as normal, but when Wei Lily and these women saw Xiaoran and the others again, there was an extra trace of scorn in the depths of their eyes. The ridiculous thing was that they were not even sure of the number of murderers. After having breakfast, Xiao Ran left the hotel on the pretext that he had to collect supplies, except for when there was a mission. At other times, they, the Exalts, were quite free and would not be subjected to any restrictions on their travels. He had locked Suna in his room, and normally other people could not access her, so Xiao Ran was not worried about his identity being exposed, but taking a step back, even if it did come to light, it did not matter, then he would just flip out early. After leaving the hotel from a distance, Xiao Ran took out the hovercraft and sailed away. Several hours later, Xiao Ran returned to Qingfeng Garden. Once he told the situation of the past 2 days, the women were all stunned. "You are too bold, actually breaking into the enemy's den alone. But you must be careful. Hubby is so powerful, he. Although Xiao Ran hadn't returned for 2 nights, the evolution path of the ladies hadn't stopped. Zhang Jingye and Zhong Lei had entered the feverish state, while Su Qingmei was already on her 4th day, and in about 6 days it would be time to see the results. Therefore, Xiao Ran was bound to return after 6 days. After giving his instructions and setting up, Xiao Ran set off to leave again and rejoin the Shaoyang Mountain Hotel. He stopped 4 kilometers away, then put away the hovercraft and carried a very large bag on his back as he traveled towards the mountain. After walking for a while, Xiao Ran acutely realized that someone was staring at him. Chapter 268, Jumping Clowns, Casually Resolved. Xiao Ran did not discover it with spatial perception, but with his naked eyes. Because the gang was rushing out from the woods that were at least 500 meters away, which was outside the limit distance of spatial perception, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Ran to see what these people looked like through his perception. However, just use both eyes directly. His eyesight had also reached a very scary level after being strengthened by several hundred copies of his supernatural ability, which was not as good as clairvoyance, but definitely surpassed normal people many times over. There were not many people on the opposite side, only 6, and the leader was Zhu Chao. It seems that he has been waiting for himself. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. He had not yet gone to look for Zhu Chao, but Zhu Chao had sent himself to the door. It was really understanding. When rewarded. In a few more seconds, only to see that Zhu Chao's 6 people had entered the range of spatial perception. To be able to guard themselves outside in such cold weather, even if they had made preparations against the cold in the woods, it shouldn't be something that an ordinary person could carry, so these 6 people should all be exalts. Except for Zhu Chao's ability to throw, the other 5 people's abilities were not known at all. If you don't know, then you don't know. Anyway, you are just tool people who provide alien abilities. Xiao Ran was in no hurry to unleash his abilities as these people were still slightly far away from him. A little closer. However, Zhu Chao obviously did not intend to wait that long. He had already stood still, and while putting down the bag he was carrying, he opened it, took out 2 stones and threw them toward Xiao Ran. Swoosh, swoosh, the stones cut through the air and whistled as they shot towards Xiao Ran. The speed was incredibly fast. His ability was to throw objects, and he could attack targets up to 200 meters away, and now this distance was only 80 meters, which was already his optimal attacking distance, which could ensure accuracy and also possessed enough killing power. Go to hell, asshole. Of course he hated to use a blunt knife to cut Xiao Ran to death little by little, but Xiao Ran was a physical arts type alien. How would he dare to get close? Even he did not dare to deal with Xiao Ran alone. Swoosh, the stone attacked. Although a crisis warning rose in Xiao Ran's heart, it was not strong as the speed of the stone was not that fast. With a thought in his mind, he decisively flew out a kick. Boom! A stone was immediately kicked away by him, then with a smooth swing, the second stone was also kicked away. It was very easy. Xiao Ran secretly nodded his head. Sure enough, he had absorbed too many supernatural abilities, and the strength of his physical body alone was enough to be comparable to that of a physical arts type in its initial state. However, this act of his did not frighten the 6 people on the opposite side. In their view, Xiao Ran was a warrior type, or physical art type, so wasn't it normal to kick away Zhu Chao's stone? If he couldn't even defuse such an attack, would there be a need for the 6 of them to join forces to target it? Therefore, Zhu Chao's attack only played a role in holding back Xiao Ran's reckless charge. After all, once a warrior-type alien charges up, the destructive power is too terrifying, simply unstoppable. But once they were suppressed, letting them output their attacks to their heart's content, the result would be very different. Xiao Ran smiled faintly as those 5 people also entered the space compression attack distance. Very well. He ceremoniously clasped his hands together. Those 5 Xenos immediately found themselves uncontrollably slamming towards each other. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Boom, 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 they crashed into a ball. It made them dizzy, and 2 of them almost fainted to death, but they had a lot of battle experience and forced themselves to calm down before launching their psychic abilities one after another. However, there was no use for the birds. They were forcibly squeezed together, then you pressed against me and I squeezed against you, as if there was a road roller running over their bodies. Instantly their skin was broken, their flesh cracked, and even their bones shattered one by one. In an instant, all 5 people died. It was as easy as killing 5 mole crickets. In the distance, Zhu Chao was still throwing rocks from his ass, but as he threw them, he saw this horrifying scene. Holy shit! At this instant, Zhu Chao's cold hairs stood up all over his body. It was too terrifying. How could Xiao Ran be so strong? No, this guy was by no means some warrior type, because a warrior type that was even stronger should have blown those 5 people away one by one with a single punch. There was no way that he could have let 5 people die in such a bizarre manner. What's going on? What exactly is this guy's ability? No, this guy is so powerful, but he deliberately hid his ability to enter the hotel. What does he want? Go back and report. He immediately shouted in his mind. This private ambush of one's own people was a taboo in the hotel, and one would have to lose one's head, but Xiao Ran had actually concealed such significant information, and even if he was so strong as to be so terrifying, he naturally had great intentions. Therefore, if he reported back Xiao Ran's true strength, he would definitely be able to receive Wei Li's commendation instead of punishment. Run! 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 Boom, he fell violently. At first, he didn't take it seriously and planned to get up and continue running. However, he suddenly realized that one of his legs actually couldn't move. Whatever. He then wanted to do a one-leg jump. After all, this place was not far from the hotel, and he was a psychic. His physical quality was too much stronger than an ordinary person. Even one leg could not run as slow as that. However, he realized that his other leg was also completely out of command. No, I won't give up, I still have 2 hands. Then, he couldn't move his hands either. Xiao Ran slowly walked over. In the process of treating those patients in Camp Hope, he also had quite a study on the brain, which part of the brain controls the hands or feet. He now understands it very well. How far is the distance of the spatial cut? 100 meters. So, Zhu Chao had indeed entered his optimal attack distance, but how could Xiao Ran not? Soon, Xiao Ran stopped in front of Zhu Chao. He looked at the man with a smile on his face. Zhu Chao, on the other hand, was shivering. One was that it was cold, and the other was fear. What exactly are you? Let me be an understanding ghost. Zhu Chao said through clenched teeth, quite a backbone, and did not cry for mercy. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, I am Chao Xining. After saying that, he sent Zhu Chao away with a space compression. If there really are any resentful spirits after a person's death, old Chao, you help me test the waters. Xiao Ran absorbed the alien energy of the 6 people, almost 32 copies of it. It was quite sizable. Xiao Ran, however, put a slight frown on his brows. Wei Lili, this power is so strong. These juniors are so bullish. What about captains like Wu Wanting and the like? What about Wei Lili herself? Moreover, this person's ability is extremely strange. She can devour attacks, so other than throwing them into a different dimension, is there any other way to kill them? While thinking about it, he disposed of the corpse, and after determining that there was nothing broken, Xiao Ran carried the bag on his back and continued to walk towards the mountain. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the hot spring hotel without slowing down. Passing through the gate post, he walked into the hotel and was just about to go upstairs to find Tsunade solve the side effects, when he saw a hot woman in leather walking head-on, with big waves and red lips like flames, exuding sexiness all over her body. When she walked past Xiao Ran, she suddenly stopped for a moment and even sniffed with her nose before looking at Xiao Ran. You have a bloody odor on you. Chapter 269, All Offended. Holy shit, what kind of nose is this? When Xiao Ran killed Zhu Chao, he did not let the blood splash onto his body. It was purely after the death of these people. The blood was mixed into the air, and then drifted to Xiao Ran's clothes with the wind, which left a trace of the bloody odor. But this amount may not even be able to sniff out the dog. Your nose is also too sharp. Could it be that your psychic ability is related to this? Xiao Ran deliberately laughed. I didn't have my period. Where is the bloody odor? This hot girl's gaze chilled as she said unhappily, don't joke with me about this kind of nutrient-less joke. Xiao Ran then patted the large bag he was carrying. Just now, I went out to collect supplies and encountered a few disobedient ones, so I slaughtered them. Maybe I got a bit of blood then. He sized up the hot girl in front of him with an unbridled gaze. Just as the side effects of absorbing the supernatural energy started to kick in, his eyes became aggressive. The hot girl was indeed very hot and glared at him, saying, "If you dare to hit on me again, I will gouge out your eyes." Xiao Ran laughed and deliberately said in vulgar language, "It's all right? It's fine, I'm going back to play with my woman." After saying that, he pranced up the stairs. Before even entering the hotel, he had already looked with his spatial perception. His room should not have been entered by anyone, as the hair he tied to the door had not been damaged. If he found out that the door had been opened, then he wouldn't have entered the hotel door at all, but would have just blasted it with a sonic stone. What's the point of flipping out in advance? Opening the door to the room and walking in, Suna shivered in fear when she heard the sound, only to be relieved when she saw that it was Xiao Then. "Is there any food?" "I'm starving," she said. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. She was really starving. "Take it easy." Xiaoran put down the bag and took out a piece of bread from it and threw it in. "Pad your stomach first, then I'll let you have a big meal later." Suna started eating, and he also started eating. After resolving the side effects, Xiaoran took out all the food in the bag. A large number of kebabs. Suna could not help but be surprised. Grilled meat. Big surprise, I've eaten and gotten tired of all the food after the end of the world. Xiao Ran nodded. He didn't go to the restaurant for dinner, he really didn't look at it, just a little bit of leftovers but also a limited amount. My dog eats better than this. So, he started the barbecue in the hotel. Of course it cannot be in their own room, otherwise all the smell of fumes, half a day cannot be dispersed, but use the hotel's kitchen. Although Xiao Ran couldn't exaggerate and take out the big lobster, wagyu beef, salt pond lamb, etc., just some frozen instant meat skewers, but, once the sole cumin was sprinkled, the tantalizing aroma came to his nose. Not to mention in the end times, even before the end times, who wouldn't drool when walking through the barbecue street? Thus, so many people were following the scent to find their way over. Grass, it's really barbecue. Dude, can I have a skewer? I have entertainment coupons here. How about I give you one and you let me eat until I'm full? The crowd was salivating. Hotels eat instant food every day, basically based on instant noodles. Those with high status can add a marinated egg, and then a little higher can add a marinated chicken leg. Even the pickles belong to the luxury goods, so can you not be excited to see a barbecue? Don't think that now you can $0 purchase. This kind of meat skewer is good to get. Most of the barbecue store is buried under the snow. Want to obtain such raw materials is not easy. Of course it's possible to skewer your own, but who has that kind of free time? Either they were busy looking for food, or fighting with their powers one way or another, trying to grow as much as they could. Xiao Ran did not agree and refused altogether. "I'm not a waiter, and I'm grilling things for you guys to eat? Are you guys worthy?" His refusal naturally made the crowd very dissatisfied. A piece of bread can start a tussle these days, but Xiao Ran had so much baked meat but didn't take it out and share it. It's fine if you secretly ate it, but then you let them see it. How can it not attract hatred? A group of people were leaving with an iron face, while in their hearts, they hated Xiao Ran to the bone. "There is a chance that we must do this kid and play with his woman." This meal Suna then ate a very, very full meal. Although because of her father-in-law's existence, their family had never gone hungry, but meat? Sorry, there wasn't even a chance to eat it once in a few days. So eating meat to her heart's content now moved Suna to tears. "Full?" Xiao Ran asked. "Aha." Suna nodded her head in a hurry. "Then go move around to help with digestion." Xiao Ran laughed. 2 hours later. Suna had already fallen into a deep sleep long ago. Xiao Ran did not have the slightest bit of compassion for her, so as soon as it was over she fell asleep. Xiao Ran appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but his spatial perception enveloped most of the hotel, observing every move of the crowd. He wanted to learn as much as he could about everyone's psychic attributes, especially those at the captain level. Of course, what he wanted to find out the most was Wei Lili. This woman could devour attacks, but were there any other abilities, and how many copies of her alien energy had she absorbed, and where was the limit? One night passed. The next day, Xiao Ran got up and came to the hotel lobby to walk around. Just for a while there were several women who came over to him, explicitly and implicitly said that they could be his woman. The premise was that Xiao Ran had to feed them and provide them with enough to eat and drink. Xiao Ran is politely refused. It's not that he's suddenly not horny, yuck, I haven't been horny, but the quality of these women isn't high, and in the end of the world they can survive until now, whether or not they're aberrant. How many men must they have experienced? especially in a hotel. This was no longer a question of who to be a fellow traveler with, but rather 1,000 armies squeezing a single wooden bridge. I can't afford to mess with them. These women do not return disappointed, and naturally have a resentment towards Xiaoran. In the end of the world, you do not help others, others will hate you, and you help others, then others will think you are good to bully, step by step to test your bottom line, until the face of the hands, life and death to each other. That's why, in the end of the world will form an island, and even like the Hot Springs Hotel such a big power, but only because of the common interests and converge together, and there is no unity of hearts and minds of the people who can fight for the goal. Xiaoran knew that these people were just like Zhu Chao, and would definitely strike out at himself when they caught the opportunity, but he welcomed this very much, and it was just the right time to slowly dismember Wei Lily's power, which was still quite terrifying otherwise. At least, old Chao's power is far less than. It seems that after the Battle of the Steel Mill, they got a great promotion, but also let them taste the sweetness. These days the 6 teams take turns to go out, every day has a harvest. Of course, Knight Yanhong was dead, they were eating their old capital, and in the future, there would be no one who could help them look for the exalted. He didn't go out today, instead choosing to stay at the hotel with nothing to do. However, he was called out by the hotel party at noon, and he was scrutinized. Chapter 270, Going to Make a Move, Extra. Wei Lily was attacked and Li Hongyan even died, although these two things didn't leak out and were limited to the top management knowing about them, and on the surface it seemed calm and quiet. However, the hotel top management was quietly launching investigations. What did each person do before? Why do you want to join them? Asked very detailed, while Xiaoran only lied about the type of psychic ability, and the rest pushed in the community has been mixing, and when all the people in the community died out, he ran out, and accidentally learned that there is Wei Lili as a force to come to the defection. The resume is quite clean. In fact, it's only been more than 60 days since the end of the world, so who would have too many stories? Xiaoran passed through without any problems. In fact, he had used spatial perception plus spatial cutting to do the deed while he himself was huffing and puffing in his room, so as long as he didn't take the initiative to expose his ability, who could know that he was the perpetrator? He waited at the hotel, firstly, to understand the ability attributes and strength depth of Wei Lily's gang, and secondly, to wait for the arrival of Lao Gao, Zhao Xining, and the others. Because Li Hongyan was dead, there were no more missions for the next few days. No idea where the altered beings were, so how could they possibly find them and finish them off? Therefore, Xiaoran had even less to do and just hung around the hotel all day. He should know this place better than Wei Lily and the others by now, and he even found a hidden basement, only there was nothing valuable inside. Oops, old Gao, are you guys coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Time came to the evening. Today Xiaoran did not eat barbecue, but hot pot, so he did not borrow the hotel's kitchen. It is in their own room to open and cook up, but the hot pot is also a thief incense, the fragrance spread out, floating in the air of the entire second floor. Not long after, someone came over and knocked on the door. Although he already knew who it was, Xiaoran still asked, "Who?" "Me." A flirtatious voice came from outside the door. "Wu Wanting." Xiaoran went over to open the door, however, he only opened it a crack and Wu Wanting squeezed in, but while her upper body came in, her lower body did not. Her ass was too big and actually got stuck. TSK, what a big grinder, half right. Xiaoran opened the door some more, and only then was Wu Wanting able to squeeze in completely, and even bumped Xiaoran a little. "Captain, something wrong?" Xiaoran asked. "Can't you come to see your own men and sympathize if nothing is wrong?" Wu Wanting's eyes contained winks, however, her gaze landed on the hot pot that was poofing hot, the red oil tumbling and the aroma. Xiaoran laughed out loud. "If the captain hasn't eaten yet, together?" "Yes." Wu Wanting nonchalantly sat down. Among the women, none of them could match her in terms of the size of their buttocks. Except for Lu Susu. Unfortunately, this woman with a superb ass went back home. I wonder how it is now. Xiaoran had sent her a large amount of food, and it was not a problem for her to last for 2 months, but now that it had been more than 2 months, how was she doing now? However, Lu Susu's hometown is in the countryside, and rural people basically store a large amount of food in their homes, and if they are lucky and happen to have a batch of food, it will be enough to eat for 3 months or even longer. So theoretically speaking, Lu Susu could last up to 5 months. If Lu Susu's hometown was in the vicinity of Suzhou City, then he didn't mind making a trip to pick up the person. After all, that beautiful as still made him quite satisfied. But where was Lu Susu's hometown? Xizang province. How could he make a special trip? Moreover, now that the snow was so thick, it was fine for Xiaoran to run around in Sioux City. There were too many familiar buildings that could be used as signposts, but to run out of town? Sorry, he would be completely in the dark. This can only go with fate. If later he has the ability to instantly move, then maybe he can go to find, otherwise it would be too difficult. On the contrary, Lumei, she has a satellite phone, then Xiaoran can go to look for through the latitude and longitude. Of course, for the time being, it is impossible for him to go out. Dare to awaken an instantaneous movement for me? Summer. Seeing Xiaoran somewhat lost in thought, Wu Wanting reached out and waved her hand in front of him. Xiaoran smiled and said, "Eat." Wu Wanting was Xiaoran's nominal boss. Although Xiaoran had nothing to fear, Suna was different. Not only was she squeezed to the side, but she also cowered when reaching out her chopsticks, and when she encountered Wu Wanting similarly stretching out her chopsticks, it was as if she had been stabbed by a needle, and she hastily shrunk her hand back. This image was just like a frustrated daughter-in-law encountering a ferocious mother-in-law, so she was very cautious. With great difficulty, dinner was finally finished. Suna was sitting on pins and needles, itching for Wu Wanting to hurry up and leave, but Wu Wanting had no intention of leaving at all, and she even lay down on the sofa, unbuttoning two of her clothes while fanning the wind with her hands. Eating hot pot is definitely hot. However, you are too hot can go out and walk around. Do not have to go outside, even if the aisle can be, were up to 10 degrees, to ensure that you immediately cool down. Suna looked at the front and charming and slutty woman, cannot help but secretly sigh. Then the value of her is not bad, and even slightly better, and also young some, but Wu Wanting's body to be much better than her. The key is, people are still the captain, even Xiaoran have to listen to her, she is a human subordinate naturally more like a mosquito general insignificant. Summer, I want you to thank me one more time. Wu Wanting said in a murmuring voice. No problem. Xiaoran walked over. Suna stood up prancingly. I'll go to the bathroom. No eyes what are you running for? Wu Wanting said indifferently, serve on the side, you'll have to serve water when you're thirsty. Suna dared to say no? This time, Wu Wanting was especially enthusiastic. Xiaoran knew why. Wu Wanting had a meeting in Wei Lily's room earlier, and the content of the meeting was naturally still the assault case from the day before. After 2 days of searching, there was no clue. Everyone in the hotel was interrogated, but none of them seemed to have a problem because everyone's abilities did not match the assault case, so naturally none of them had a problem. Someone must have hidden their abilities. What then? Everyone looked at Wei Lili. In that case, kill everyone. Wei Lili said the most cruel words in a calm tone, with Li Hongyan dead, we won't be able to collect the supernatural abilities for a short period of time, it's just as well that this batch of pigs is fattened up and we don't need to raise them anymore. Chapter 271 Reunion. The pigs have been fattened and can be slaughtered. People like Xiaoran have become fat sheep to be slaughtered, so Wu Wanting naturally wants to have a breakup cannon, there can be no tripod minions in the future. Wei Lili is really ruthless. Can't find the murderer? Then all slaughtered, the murderer is who will not matter, directly in this way to force you out, but also can be a big wave of alien energy, save the daily expenses of the hotel, anyway, in the future you can continue to collect people. However, if the mantis is catching the cicada, be careful of the yellow sparrow. Xiaoran smiled faintly, he was naturally that yellow bird. The problem was that he had come to go undercover to wait for old Gao and the others to come over, so how did he go undercover and collapse the force? Plans really can't catch up with changes. Forget it, if he can't wait for old Gao and the others, it's still fine to harvest a large wave of supernormal abilities. Finally, the night passed. Xiaoran realized that after breakfast, Wei Lili and the other main members left quietly. In another half an hour, the first squad also left the hotel and went on a mission. The team leader was the big wave that he met yesterday, named Tao Biki, and there were a total of 21 people under him. Are they really going on a mission? Of course not, but to bring them into the encirclement and get them killed. Why don't they just slaughter them at the hotel? First, they were afraid of breaking the hotel, and that was too likely, the hotel was their lair, with the natural hot springs as bait, they could harvest leaks in a steady stream, and they would have to rebuild it if they broke it, and that would be too much of a hassle. Secondly, the hotel currently has nearly 100 psychics, Wei Lili those backbone members but only a mere 11 people, although they have to be stronger, even if 1 against 10 do not necessarily lose, but why take such a risk? Isn't it good to divide and conquer one by one? They left, and Xiaoran followed. The hotel is now without its top brass, all waiting outside for the hunt, so who cares where he goes? Taubiki led the team. They are sitting on top of the sled. Satsuma sold flying. The speed is quite fast, which makes the rear Xiaoran also had to speed up the pace, otherwise it really may be thrown off. The hotel is built on the mountain. This way down is either mountain, field, or wasteland. Walk 3 kilometers before there are gradually villages, another 2 kilometers. Taubiki and his entourage finally entered the town range, both sides of the road more than washed out of the snow of the building. Unlike before, even if you can see the buildings, there is only a corner of the roof. Taubiki threw her hand out and said, "There's a situation." At once, the caravan came to a halt. The crowd all looked around. Where was the situation? A calm wind and waves ah. But in the next instant, the gang simultaneously raised a crisis warning. Boom! They simultaneously only felt a shake under their feet, only to see a giant palm of ice and snow poking out from the snow, slapping down hard towards one of the sleds. Boom, 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 more huge hands of ice and snow poked out at the same time, slapping down towards the sled. An alien was sneaking up on them. For a moment, the crowd hurriedly displayed their own abilities, and an alien energy operated, meeting those ice and snow hands head on. Boom, 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 these ice and snow hands were shattered one after another, but the crowd's formation was also in complete disarray. Swoosh, swoosh. A new attack came again. This time, it was a large amount of broken walls with a large amount of sharp steel bars inside, which smashed viciously towards the crowd. This amount was too large, and the crowd was all on the street, with no cover to use to resist, so they could only rely on their own supernatural abilities to block it. Boom, 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 this wave of attacks came down, and many people directly coughed up blood. Both waves of attacks were too terrifying. If it was said that their strength was only absorbing around 10 copies of alien energy, then these two sneak attackers were at least experts who had absorbed at least 30 or even 40 copies, and the strength of their abilities completely crushed them. "Captain!" They all shouted. Such an expert could only be matched by Taubiki. Without saying a word, Taubiki directly used her supernatural ability. Her ability was bestialization. In an instant, she turned into a snow-white werewolf, 2 or 3 times bigger in size, at least 4 meters tall, standing human. Her clothes naturally all burst, but her body was also covered with a thick layer of white hair, so she didn't have to worry at all about the danger of leaking her spring light. She raised her head to the sky and let out a long roar, her eyes instantly becoming red. Swoosh, she scurried out. The speed was extremely fast, as if it was a silver-colored lightning. However, she actually rushed towards a henchman, and her hand that had turned into a sharp claw slashed through without mercy. Put! Although that henchman was frantically flashing crisis warnings, he thought that the danger came from the 2 unseen sneak attackers. How could he have thought that Taubiki would actually strike out at himself? Even though he made a move to resist at the last minute, he was slashed across the throat by a claw before he could even send out his ability. Instantly, blood spurted out like a fountain. This scene naturally made everyone else look dumbfounded. Why? However, Taubiki's killing didn't stop there, but instead, she killed towards another person, and in her werewolf form, her speed was astonishingly fast, not losing out at all to physical types of the same level, but with both animal characteristics, such as its sharp claws, which was impossible for physical types to possess. At this time, Wei Lily and the others followed suit and appeared, joining the fray together. It was only then that the crowd realized. This trip was simply a trap, in order to get them to leave the hotel, so that Wei Lily and the others could kill them to seize their powers. At once, there was a flood of curses. Although the number of people on Wei Lily's side is slightly less, plus Taubiki is only 12 people, but 12 against 21, they not only do not lose the wind, on the contrary, it is still an advantage, and it is a one-sided crushing advantage. Even, only 2 or 3 of them could have completed this massacre by joining forces. 12 people doing it together just made this massacre end faster, and it was guaranteed that none of them would be injured as a result. But in just 5 minutes, all 21 altered beings were dead. Wei Lily made the distribution. Each person was assigned 1 or 2 corpses and immediately started absorbing the alien energy. And on a very distant high building, Xiaoran was holding his cell phone to capture the scene. Distance far? Oh, Mate 60's lens understands. By observing this battle, he had a pretty good understanding of the abilities of all of Wei Lily's group. The others were fine, their abilities were even better understood and accepted, but Wei Lily was indeed weird. During the battle, she was at the forefront and absorbed a large amount of firepower, but whatever attacks hit her directly bounced away. Yes, bounced away. Physical attacks such as ice arrows and masonry, and magical attacks such as fireballs and lasers also did the same, which was very strange. Xiao Ran suspected that if he used a sonic steel bar to stick it in, this woman could also slide the bar away. It was as if her body was completely unstressed. What about using spatial compression? Xiao Ran pondered that it was possible to try. However, he didn't make a move. He planned to take the video he had just captured back to the hotel and broadcast it, triggering a big melee before he muddled through. What was the key? Wei Lily and the girls had just absorbed the supernatural energy. Later on, there would definitely be side effects that would erupt. This time to make a move. Hey, how can weaken their battle power a little bit, right? Chapter 272 finally came. The attacker from the day before yesterday is not among these people. It doesn't matter, go back first to resolve the side effects and pull another wave out tomorrow to finish them off. Xiao Tao, you can't go back, just find a random place to stay and figure out the side effects yourself. Wei Lily arranged it, and the 11 people quietly went back to the hotel again. They left and went back quietly, and did not startle a single person. Except for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran went back to the hotel first, made a slight arrangement, and waited to watch the show. Not long after, Wei Lily and the girls returned to the hotel. Let's just play the video that was just taken during the noon meal. Everyone is gathered together and the effect is more explosive. Xiao Ran waited leisurely, half in a hurry. Soon, the mealtime arrived. The crowd came to the dining room one after another. Wei Lily's plump figure also quickly appeared, and Xiao Ran estimated that she had not yet had the time to release the side effects because her face was flushed and flushed. Time was running out, and they did not have to go out on a mission today, yet their collective absence from lunch might make people suspicious. If Xiao Ran was to say anything, they were thinking too much, so what if they were absent? But that's fine, he'll be right there to show the little movie in public. Ha! Xiao Ran was just about to quietly retreat when he couldn't help but freeze. Someone was coming. Not one, but a group, and one of them he still recognized. Chao Xinning. Gosh, old Xiao, you finally come. Xiao Ran decisively stopped. Since Chao Xinning had come, it would be a slight delay. An outsider came, the gate guard immediately contacted with the intercom, then a person ran over, attached his ear and said a few words in Wei Lily. No one else could hear it, but it could not be hidden from Xiao Ran. Gao Liang and Chao Xinning want to see the boss. There are 27 people in total. Wei Lily could not help but raise her eyebrows, revealing a flash of surprise. Chao Xinning and Gao Liang. She had naturally heard of these two. Well, they were both bigwigs on one side. However, Chao Xinning's building materials market seemed to have been terminated, becoming a lost dog. But how did he get involved with Gao Liang again? Gao Liang, this greedy jackal. Let them in. Wei Lily still said, the people were already here, it wasn't a good idea for her to avoid them. Moreover, there were only 27 people on the other side. How many people did she have here? So much cannon fodder was just enough to be used for consumption, and when she was done she would directly absorb the alien energy. The trash can also play a role. After a while, Chao Xinning and his group entered the restaurant. Not seen for many days, Chao boss style still. Well, the change is very big. No longer when the spirit of the wind, but also did not have everything in the grasp of the calm. Black bags under the eyes is very serious. It seems to be the night did not sleep well. This is very normal. If the loss of the dog can still be confident, then the world is too strange. Moreover, would Chao Xinning not be wary of staying in someone else's power alone? What if old Gao was planning to go dark and kill him first to absorb the alien energy? So how could Chao Xinning sleep well? Xiao Ran bowed his head and became a little transparent in the crowd. Wei Lily stood up and walked over to greet these two bigwigs, and the three of them first chilled out for a while, exchanging a few polite words and business bragging before getting to the point. Teaming up against a person? Wei Lily froze before bursting into laughter. Two bosses, aren't you guys making too much of a fuss? Chao Xinning, on the other hand, sighed quietly. Boss Wei, if you wouldn't think it's a fuss after your forces were destroyed by a single person. Wei Lily swept him a glance and faintly said, I'm not as good as you. Grasping the grass, it was solid. Chao Xinning, who was originally pretending to be high and mighty, was directly disliked by her so much that he coughed, his face reddening with incomparable embarrassment. If the two people's identities were exchanged, Wei Lily dared to be so sarcastic, he must have directly flipped out and killed the person to absorb the supernormal capabilities, but the key is that he is the only one who was alone, so he had to swallow his anger. First it's old man Gao, then it's you, this fat woman, you all laugh at me, right? Okay. When I control your men one by one, let you in turn become a bare-knuckle commander, I want to see what kind of expression you will have. For the time being. Endure it first. Gao Liang laughed and rounded off the conversation while explaining. That Xiao Ran is actually so powerful? Wei Lily couldn't help but be shocked as she listened to old Gao describe it, then she snapped, wait. Spatial ability? That mysterious attacker. It couldn't be. In this instant, Wei Lily's chilly hairs stood up all over her body. Xiao Ran was right here. Her hotel. Man, did this person anticipate that Gao Liang and Xiao Xinling would come here, so he ran over ahead of time, wanting to take out his own group first so that old Gao and the others would have no one to ally with? To exaggerate a bit more, did Xiao Ran run here first, waiting for Lao Gao and his gang to come to his door? Whether it was the former or the latter, this person was also too terrifying. She was just about to speak when she saw the huge electronic screen in the restaurant suddenly light up. Who turned it on? No, who plugged it in? Even more wrong, the power supply in the entire hotel was limited, there was no way there could be electricity at this point. Then she saw an extra battery on the side of the screen. Without waiting for her to say anything, there was already a gasp of shock and anger in the restaurant. What was playing on the big screen? Images of Wei Lily's party slaughtering the members of the first team. Bloody and cruel. What about the 21 people? Not a single one was left behind. Then, all those people in the restaurant looked towards Wei Lily and the other core personnel, their gazes carrying intense anger and rejection. Wu Wanting and the others, on the other hand, were shocked. Their actions were so secretive, how could they have been caught on camera? Even, this person was so magical that he electrified the big screen. Not good, this is going to offend the public. On the other hand, Xiao Xinling and old Gao were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did we come at the wrong time? Are we going to implode? So what, Boss Wei, you guys take care of your family business first, so we'll take our leave. Old Gao immediately said. The wise man, the gentleman who does not stand on a dangerous wall, and being careful in all things, old Gao played this set of rules to the letter. Therefore, his first thought was to retreat. You guys fight, I will come back to pick up the advantage after the fight. No, clean up the mess. How could Wei Lily let him leave? Smiled and said, doesn't Boss Gao want to talk about an alliance? Okay, we will make an alliance, first help deal with the trivial matters at home, I believe that Boss Gao will not refuse it. Damn it, if I refuse, will you immediately flip out with me? Gao Liang couldn't help but hesitate. Should I help? Wei Lily, however, said at the right time, the Xiao Ran you guys are talking about should be right here. What? Xiao Xinling and Gao Liang simultaneously drew in a breath of cold air, but immediately revealed a skeptical look. How could there be such a coincidence? We just told you that we were going to join forces to deal with Xiao Ran, and then you ended up saying that Xiao Ran was here? You should be trying to use us as guns to help you quell this rebellion. Chapter 273, Adding Oil to the Fire, Chaotic War Breaks Out. Why isn't there a fight yet? Xiao Ran looked at the scene where the swords were clearly drawn, but there was never any intention of a major battle breaking out. Oh yes, both sides have scruples, right? It is best to be able to reach any agreement, then everyone goes their own way. After all, the mob fight may be brewed out of the human life, then the alien war to say do not die a few people pass? Good, I will give you a hand. Xiao Ran thought, an alien suddenly howled, instantly launched the ability, covered with a layer of feathers, colorful, quite bright. This person's abnormal ability was bestialization, which allowed him to transform into a raptor, and even possessed the ability to fly. Unfortunately, it was completely inadequate in front of space compression. He raised his legs that had transformed into sharp claws and kicked randomly, as if he wanted to break something, but it was completely futile. Visible to the naked eye, the distance his legs could move was getting smaller and smaller, and eventually he was completely imprisoned, and it was difficult to even lift a finger. His expression was also incomparably agonized, his eyes were about to burst due to the terrifying pressure. What was the situation? The crowd was horrified. Was this Wei Lily's side suddenly making a move? At that instant, the crowd looked over to Wei Lily again. I'm so damn wrong. Wei Lily said offhandedly, it wasn't me. Phew. Right at this moment, that Birdman violently flew towards her. He didn't fly over of his own accord, but was ejected by a terrifying pressure, just like a bullet in an airsoft gun. He simply couldn't help himself. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and opened the door of space in front of Wei Lily. The alien has a crisis warning. Without relying on a little accidental factor, it is actually difficult to let the alien run into the door of space by himself, but Xiao Ran's purpose is not this, just want to let Wei Lily give birth to a crisis warning. Sure enough, Wei Lily immediately chilled her hairs, while she also saw the Birdman was shooting over. Instinctively, she thought that the danger was coming from this person, and habitually opened her mouth, cracking it to the point of exaggeration, completely capable of swallowing a large living person alive. She could devour anything. Swoosh, the Birdman flew in front of her mouth, then abruptly disappeared. This scene was naturally seen clearly by everyone, and there was a collective outcry. Wei Lily and the girls had made their move. Although they didn't know what means, Wei Lily and the girls used to make the Birdman fly over by itself, but Wei Lily opened her mouth and swallowed that Birdman. This was something that everyone saw with their own eyes. Was there any falsehood? You guys are going to unload the Birdman? So hateful. Fight with them. The group was furious, and each one of them had eyes that spewed fire. Most of the people who were able to survive until now were selfish and would never fight for anyone, but if it involved their own lives, then naturally each of them would explode with amazing strength. Who wants me to die? I want whoever's life. Wei Lily's eyebrows were about to tie into knots. Because she didn't devour that Birdman. It looked like it entered her mouth, but it actually didn't, as if it was intercepted by an invisible net. Spatial ability. Xiao Ran. Wei Lily's reaction was extremely fast, and the first time she thought of the reason. In fact, she wasn't afraid of these henchmen, so what if they teamed up? The 11 of them, the backbones of the 11 of them, could completely kill all of these people by teaming up. It just might cause a few people to be injured, or even die. That was why she had arranged for a team of people to go out, in order to exterminate these people without injury. The key problem was that Xiao Ran was in the middle of the crowd. This person's ability was too terrifying. He could injure and kill people even through the wall, and just now, he even made her palpitate inexplicably, as if he would die at any time. It was too terrifying. Therefore, Xiao Ran must not be allowed to fish in troubled waters. She pressed her hand and said loudly, "Don't misunderstand, it really wasn't me who moved just now. We have an enemy in our midst, a terrifying enemy by the name of Xiao Ran. Whoever reports him out, I will make him my deputy." Really? With a heavy reward, there would be a brave man, or rather, a stupid man, and immediately, a few people got stupid and racked their brains to think if they knew someone named Xiao Ran. Chao Xinning and Gao Liang, on the other hand, had their scalps numb. Xiao Ran was here? Really here? Did this brat calculate that they would come here and purposely set up an ambush here in advance? Did he reach an agreement with Wei Lily in advance? Wouldn't I be in great danger? For a moment, both Chao Xinning and Gao Liang moved to escape. That. I know who Xiao Ran is. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out. Eh? Everyone's gazes looked over. This was a woman, 27 or 28 years old. Her looks were okay, and her body could barely be called hot, but now her face was flashing with the color of thirst for power. Su Na. She had just heard the commotion coming from outside, and it made her curious. On the other hand, this woman was not a peaceful master, which was willing to be Xiao Ran's caged sparrow all the time? Now that Wei Lily had spoken, the one who reported and denounced Xiao Ran could even become her deputy, which instantly made Su Na's heart flutter. The rich and powerful are in danger. And what? Since Xiao Ran had changed his name to come in, it meant that he was afraid of Wei Lily. Otherwise why bother with the disguise? Therefore, her jumping out to backstab Xiao Ran this time may seem dangerous, but it's actually stable as hell. Humph, when you went to school, you were a poor man who let people bully you, and now you still want a ride to my body. My head? I will get you dead. And then step on your bones to get to the top. Ha ha. Su Na was already fantasizing about the image of bossing around after becoming the hotel's second-in-command. Which one is it? Wei Lily asked, smiling. Su Na was just about to say, but then confirmed, "You'll really keep your promise and let me be your second-in-command?" Of course. Wei Lily laughed. Being one day was also being one day. Su Na, however, had no doubts and was just about to speak, but her entire body was shocked up by a huge force, and she slammed into Wei Lily. The speed was amazingly fast. And Wei Lily? She suddenly rose again with a strong sense of crisis and instinctively opened her mouth. Then Su Na disappeared. Now, the crowd became even more clamored, boiled, and furious. Even Gao Liang and Xiao Xining were chilled to the bone. Damn, fell into a trap. Otherwise, this woman was clearly going to tell where Xiao Ran was hiding. Why did Wei Lily silence the person? It was clear that she was in league with Xiao Ran. This is a naked harboring. Damn it, put up a fight. I don't know who called out, only to see an ice pick shoot out of thin air. Then, a laser followed suit, along with iron feathers. It's a fight. Who moved? It didn't matter, there were a total of 3 powers, which meant that at least 3 people had made a move. Yes, one had to do it, or the one who would die would be himself. Kill. Immediately, several people struck out, launching an attack towards Wei Lily's side. Sean smiled, and continued to lurk in deep concealment. Damn it! Wei Lily cursed and opened her mouth violently, her bloody mouth turning into the size of a water tank, swallowing all the incoming attacks while she chewed her mouth with the appearance of savoring a dessert. Unharmed. This woman was also on fire, and even more so, knowing that the anger of the crowd could no longer be suppressed, she said, "Slaughter them all." Immediately, chaos broke out. Chapter 274, I'm going to turn it up. Boss Gao, let's hurry up and withdraw. Xiao Xining said to Gao Liang. He was truly regretting it. He should have known better than to come. Putting himself in danger, why bother? Why suffer? He was originally a man with guts, otherwise he wouldn't have become the boss of a force, but after the building materials market was destroyed by Xiao Ran, he became a scared bird, so timid that he would think of running away at the slightest breeze. Gao Liang showed a different face at this time. No, we can't leave, now is the best chance to fish in troubled waters. He had a fierce look on his face. There have been very few opportunities for so many aberrants to gather in Sioux City. This wave we just need to seize the opportunity and we can eat until we are sustained. Riches and riches are dangerous. He certainly wouldn't do anything without certainty, but right now, if he was confident, he could totally catch a few big fish. Xiao Xining, on the other hand, was in a cold sweat. Was it normal for him to be the only one in the entire room? If Wei Lily has joined forces with Xiao Ran, then you still want to fish in troubled waters? Don't touch your own life away. I'm damn well not playing with you guys. Working with a madman? I'm not crazy. The entire hotel was reduced to a battlefield, with all sorts of supernatural powers flying around. The destructive power was still quite large. Most people couldn't manage to remain unharmed because you simply didn't know where the attacks would come from. Xiao Ran appeared not to have made a move and had been hiding, but in reality he was never idle, using a spatial cut or spatial compression every now and then, and the doors of space were even opening everywhere, collecting one by one of the alien powers that had been sent flying. Now the scene was in chaos. Even if the alien had a crisis warning, so what, could they still tell where the crisis was coming from? What does it mean to fish in troubled waters? That's what it was. He was muffled, and although he didn't get all the Ultrons in one net, at least 80% of them were collected by him into the alien space. Well, today, he could eat until he was full again, and maybe a new ability could be born. For example, instantaneous transportation. As the saying goes, if you don't forget it, it will come back to you. Big brother, please give me a teleportation. Ha! Because Xiao Ran's strategy was to fish in troubled waters and strike in the dark, he had been hiding, and with his spatial perception's grasp of the whole situation, he could always find the relatively safest place. However, no matter how much he dodged, there would still be occasional attacks that would come his way, but Xiao Ran could resolve them by casually utilizing his supernatural abilities and leave no traces. But this time, one person happened to retreat, but it was an acquaintance. Wu Wanting, who had a friendship of several cannons. Of course, Wu Wanting saw him as well, and with just a slight flicker in her eyes, she struck without hesitation. The 2 metallic iron hands transformed into cold, icy greatswords, stabbing and chopping. Ruthless and desperate. These women were like female praying mantises. Men were just a one-time or several times sexual consumables for them. Anyway, if they killed them, the big deal was to find them again later. Now that food is hard to find, are men still hard to find? What a pity. Wu Wanting revealed a look of regret while killing Xiao Ran. I will miss your tripod. Xiao Ran laughed, and I won't miss you. He had so many women, and with Wu Wanting it was more of just a play for the sake of infiltrating behind enemy lines, so how could there be any nostalgia for not missing you? He reached out and pressed, and Wu Wanting immediately couldn't move. It was imprisoned by spatial compression. However, this woman was quite powerful, and after her entire body was metallized, she was actually fighting hard against the immense power of spatial compression. At that moment, her entire body was clanking, and the metal on her surface actually crumbled and fell all over the place. Fortunately, with her whole body metallized, most of her body was still unaffected. Awesome! Xiao Ran was slightly surprised that this woman could barely fight against the spatial compression. Her strength was indeed quite strong. It doesn't matter. He first opened the door of space underneath Wu Wanting's body and then removed the spatial compression. Under the effect of gravity, Wu Wanting would naturally fall in, and could be finished off without much effort. In this instant, Wu Wanting's cold hairs stood on end, only feeling that underneath her was the 18 layers of purgatory. Will die. Will die. Will die. Under a matter of life and death, she erupted with unprecedented strength. Brush, she fiercely stretched her arms. After metallization, her arms can be greatly extended. 2 arms each grabbed a lamp, and then swung, hard to avoid the trap under the feet. I'll be damned, it's awesome. Wu Wanting was shocked, looked at Xiao Ran horrified, full of disbelief. Just now, when she was in danger, was it all because of Xiao Ran? Definitely. Who else would it be? Therefore, this person was not a warrior type. As we all know, after absorbing an alien energy, an alien will strengthen his body, far beyond normal people, but how many copies of an alien energy must be absorbed in order to reach a level comparable to that of a warrior type? Hiss. She immediately realized that this person was the mysterious person who had attacked and killed Li Hongyan and sneaked up on Wei Lily, and 99% of them were Xiao Ran. Gosh, she actually slept with this person. The moment she thought about it, she was terrified beyond measure. She just wanted to call out Xiao Ran's identity, but although the word Xiao Ran was yelled out, the others ignored it and did not even glance at her. What's going on here? She had been banished by Xiao Ran, and since her body was in another dimension, how could her voice be transmitted? Even if she yelled and screamed, only the exile, that is, Xiao Ran, could hear her. Let's have some hilarity. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Lousy is going to open up big, so you guys should be ready. The door of space opened at the top, and then thousands of sonic steel bars fell from the sky. How fucking terrifying is this? Grass, Xiao Ran. Chao Xining already had a complete stress reaction and blurted out. This wave of attack doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, it's completely a super wide range AoE. The speed of sound. Even if the height of each floor of the hotel was more than 4 meters, how long would it take for the steel bars to fall at the speed of sound? A few milliseconds for anyone to react? Besides, now that the chaos is a mess, everyone's mind is beating frantically with crisis warnings. How can they tell where the crisis is coming from? The steel bars ruthlessly zapped down, a piece of floor tile was pierced through alive, instantly it had to be full of holes, and the destructive power of this wave of attack was too great. The terrifying power destroyed the load bearing of this floor alive. Boom, the whole floor collapsed alive. As a result, rubble and broken walls mixed with human bodies fell to the next floor. With this single blow, more than 90% of the people died. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Wei Lily and a few captains under her, such as Chao Xining, such as Gao Liang, plus the 2 capable generals under Gao Liang, who had absorbed enough alien energy and were thieves, were able to survive this wave of attacks. However, everyone was gray and in a sorry state. They all looked towards Xiao Ran. Chapter 275, 3 parties joining forces to battle Xiao Ran. Why was everyone looking at Xiao Ran? It was because he was the only one isolated on the floor of the original restaurant. Standing proudly in the void, he was like a god. He used banishment on himself. Otherwise he would have had to avoid himself just now when he shot the steel bars in unison. Overplaying his hand, some miscalculation. Xiao Ran scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. However, in the eyes of others, Xiao Ran was really pulling his weight right now, standing proudly in the air without feathers, which was a huge shock to everyone. Was there a second person who could do this? How could it be? Now they weren't fighting anymore. For one thing, there weren't a few people left, and secondly, Xiao Ran had already appeared, so naturally they had a common enemy. Xiao Ran in his embarrassment, on the other hand, threw out a piece of ordinary stone from the foreign space and built up a small stone mountain under his feet before he withdrew his banishment and walked down gracefully. The fact that he fell down out of thin air was fine, it was just a height of about 4 meters, but since he was already loaded, he naturally had to maintain his compulsion. He smiled faintly, everyone finally meet officially. My humble self, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. Wei Lily clenched her fists and said morosely, I shouldn't have any conflict with you, why are you targeting me? Xiao Ran lost his smile, how could Boss Wei say such naive words? Isn't it just you killing me and me killing you between altered beings? Didn't a few of you just kill the 21 people in the video? Why, is this becoming condescending? Then I'm not convinced. So yeah, don't say such stupid things that seem righteous but are actually big idiots. Wei Lily suddenly laughed as if she had completely forgotten her anger just now and said, Space ability person TSK, really rare and uncommon. I heard that you have more than 3 billion in supplies, but is it true? How about real, what about fake? Xiao Ran laughed, even if everyone in the world said he had it, he would not admit it himself. Wei Lily looked towards Chao Xining and Gao Liang, two bosses, let's join forces? Gao Liang originally wanted to bolt, but then decided to stay and fish in troubled waters in order to pick up the advantage, but the fish didn't touch it, and the men he brought with him died, making him feel like he lost $10 billion. However, the big wave of sand, now lived down can be the elite of the elite, elite of the elite. And all of them had already lost so much, if he didn't get back what he had from Xiao Ran, he really wasn't willing to do so. Good. He laughed, then please also ask Boss Wei to cooperate in good faith, we must be united internally. That's natural. Wei Lily said indifferently and looked at Chao Xining again, what does Boss Chao say? The truth was that Boss Chao was eager to slip. Xiao Ran's hand of sonic steel was too terrifying, as well as the sonic stones, and his foundation was basically destroyed by these two waves of attacks. Rockets could only destroy buildings and kill ordinary people, but they weren't really much of a threat to Exalts. But this should be the chance of a lifetime. Yes, he said through gritted teeth. He looked determined, but only he knew that as long as the first wave of attack didn't build up, he would absolutely flee at the first opportunity. Anyway, he had lost his base, so he could run away if he wanted to, without any burden. Good, I don't believe it, the three of us teaming up still can't solve a single alien. Wei Lily said morosely. She was rather martial and brave, taking a step towards Xiao Ran. Actually leading the charge? Xiao Ran laughed, old Gao, old Xiao, are you guys men or not, why aren't you as brave as a woman? Hurry up and get on, don't let Boss Wei fight alone. Wei Lily was actually not alone, she still had 4 captain-level henchmen, except for the first team captain Tao Biki who didn't come back, the second team captain Wu Wanting, the third team captain Chu Manro, the fourth team captain LV Hai Ling, and the fifth team captain Zhou Yu all survived. This was the strength of the captain level. As soon as she moved, the 4 captains followed suit, and under more than 2 months of fighting together, they had developed enough of a tacit understanding. Gao Liang also made a move, he roared, his body was immediately covered with a layer of thick scales, as if wearing a lock armor. Not only that, behind his buttocks actually grew a tail, 3 meters long, also covered with thick scales, bright and shiny. His 2 legs also became thick, thicker than the average person's waist. Of course, his pants could not withstand, all turned into pieces, but because of the scales covered, it is not so bad. His head also became sharp, and a unicorn horn even grew on his forehead. Obviously, his ability was bestialization, but what kind of animal was this? Xiao Ran could not help but think of a certain oddly long anime and sked, ancient species? Aang. Old Gao did not answer him, but opened his mouth and roared. The sound was like a sword, and it actually turned into substance and shot towards Xiao Ran. Awesome, awesome. Xiao Ran casually collected it with the door of space, still eyeing old Gao, meaning a few more, so I can go pretend with others in the future. However, Wei Lily approached steadily step by step. She was afraid of Xiao Ran's unseen killing methods, so she did not dare to walk fast at all for fear of breaking and hanging up. Don't use the means of long-range attack. She exclaimed, this person's ability is spatial, and just now, he obviously absorbed the attack. So, all of you give me close combat, a mere space system ability person, his close combat ability is definitely not strong enough. Is that so? Xiao Ran laughed, and swoosh, a sonic stone struck towards Wei Lily. So fast. Wei Lily did not even have time to open her mouth before the stone had already hit her. How terrifying was the destructive power of a sonic stone! Even physical types, as strong as Lu Yong, were directly broken bones by the impact, but after the stone blasted Wei Lily, a bizarre scene appeared, and she instantly became flat. Physical sense of flat. It's like... Right, It's like a piece of Play-Doh. You use a stone to smash the Play-Doh. That Play-Doh cannot be broken open, but it will become flattened, even if it is crushed into a piece of paper so thin it will not be broken open. Huh, are you the King Luffy? However, under the impact of the Sonic Stone's immense power, Wei Lili still couldn't stop falling back. Xiao Ran showed his teeth and smiled. You're finished. He opened the space gate and saw that Wei Lili's torso immediately disappeared, leaving only her limbs still outside. However, a scene that shocked Xiao Ran appeared. Wei Lili's hands and feet even quickly stretched out, either grasping or wrapping around pillars, broken walls, and the like, and then exerted force, only to see that the body actually quickly emerged from the door of space. Damn, it can still be like this? This was the first time Xiao Ran had encountered this. The person who had been collected into the alien space could actually climb out. In the past, even if you only had a finger in, the alien space would generate enough suction to completely pull people in. However, this way Lily actually went into the entire torso, and could actually pull herself out, which really made Xiao Ran eat a big surprise. He hurriedly wanted to close the door of space, but it seemed to be stuck, completely unable to close it. At this time, Wei Lili violently exploded with her full strength and finally escaped from the space gate. Chapter 276, Killing Chao Xinning. Ox Batch. Bull Batch. Xiao Ran wanted to give Wei Lili a thumbs up. This was the first person who had entered the space gate but did not die. She was the only one, enough to be proud of herself. Whew. Phew. Wei Lili, on the other hand, was panting heavily, her face filled with throbbing in fear. She truly almost died. Not only her, the others were also shocked to the point where their scalps went numb. A big living person disappeared his torso out of thin air and yanked it out again hard. Who wouldn't feel hairy in their heart when they looked at it? His ability. His ability. Wei Lili forced herself to calm down. He can open a similar to a door that connects to a huge strange space, that more than 3 billion supplies are all inside. More than that, a living person who enters this door will die. She didn't die because of her special ability to absorb all damage, including the threat of death in that strange space. Even so, she almost died. As long as the time was a little longer, she was bound to hang. These words horrified the crowd. How could one dodge an unseen attack? Indeed, they all had crisis warnings, but as long as they failed once, or were a step too late, they would be doomed. I suddenly thought of something else. Chao Xinning snorted, everyone, I'll take my first step. With that, his arms violently turned into 2 wings, and with a single vibration, he flew up in the air. He no longer wanted to make an enemy of Xiao Ran. However, he wouldn't let go of his hatred like that, but instead, he would go around proclaiming the fact that Xiao Ran had gotten more than 3 billion in supplies, and the secret of his abilities. I can't fight you, but there's always someone who can fight you. Just as he had just taken to the air, he violently flashed wildly with palpitations. He came to a screeching halt in a hurry. Ahead, there was unseen danger. Now he understood that the unseen danger was Xiao Ran's ability, that door, once he went in there he would be finished. He did not dare to move. Tai. Xiao Ran then rushed towards Chao Xinning. The limit attack distance of space compression was 30 meters, and he needed to get closer. The space door was tilted to open out, otherwise it wouldn't be able to threaten this boss Chao. Row. He violently unleashed his ability, and instantly, pressure measured in tons or even dozens of tons violently squeezed Chao Xinning, and it was only a split second, and bam, Chao Xinning exploded. However, there was no blood. He transformed into countless bugs, but none of them could fly out, as if confined to a glass, obviously see the free air, but can only look at the ocean to sigh. Oh, there is also Brother Tian. He was actually still in Chao Xinning's body, but Chao Xinning was squeezed by the terrifying pressure and could only disintegrate, naturally exposing him. No, he only had time to scream before he was crushed into a bloody mess. His ability was only to parasitize and strengthen the host's ability, but he himself was not strong at all. He died instantly on the spot. Make a move, don't let him break us all. Wei Lili still had a great sense of the big picture, and knew that she could not see death, or else she might be the next to die, and no one would save her. Moreover, since Xiao Ran had used his ability on Chao Xinning, was his own defense weakened? She once again led the charge. However, she had only taken one step to charge before she came to an abrupt halt. That incomparable palpitating feeling came back. She was horrified and shocked. Xiaoran could actually utilize two abilities at the same time? Old Gao actually wanted to impact as well. He had even quietly covered up to the dead center of Xiaoran's line of sight with the intention of shading him, but as a result, just after he took a step out, he sensed an incomparable danger and had to give up on his intention to sneak attack. Like Wu Wanting, the four women were also the same, and Mo was shocked when she moved. Xiaoran could reopen the door of space with a single thought, so it was clear that the people were standing in different places, yet they were threatened by him almost simultaneously. In fact, they could naturally hold Xiaoran back if they maintained a pressing stance, so that Xiaoran could only attend to one side, but the hearts of the people were not in sync, and as soon as they encountered danger they naturally thought of themselves, so how would they go and fight for others? Zhao Xining is not their father or son, so who would fight for them? And like Lao Gao, maybe his own son is being held at the neck with a knife, but as long as the other party is too strong, he is sure to shed a tear and then run away without looking back. Therefore, everyone was watching Zhao Xining struggle in vain. In the previous battle, Xiaoran was not able to kill Zhao Xining, which was naturally related to Zhao Xining's special ability, incarnated as a roaming bug. Even though Xiaoran possessed such big killing moves as Sonic Stones and Sonic Steel Bars, it was very difficult to have an absolute killing effect on a large number of bugs. Moreover, old Xiao was actually able to fly with his wings on, and coupled with the increase in Tian's ability, he was eventually allowed to run away. But now? Space compression to understand. How can this still let you run away? Death. One by one, the bugs were crushed, and when the last one was also crushed into a paste, Zhao Xining was completely finished. Xiaoran had also thoughtfully opened the door of space below, so the bugs that Zhao Xining had transformed into were collected by him without waiting for them to land. It was a breeze. As expected, having more abilities was different. Before, it was hard for him to deal with Zhao Xining, he was helpless when he flew, and turning into countless small bugs was especially hard to deal with, but now? Easy to finish off. Xiaoran smiled and looked towards the old Gao people again. Being swept by his gaze, everyone could not help but tremble with a great fear from the bottom of their hearts. Although they did not have any relationship with Zhao Xining and could not talk about deep feelings at all, they were now considered allies. It was inevitable that the rabbit would die. What was the key? So many people joining hands had allowed Xiaoran to easily kill people. Naturally everyone was in danger. Who would Xiaoran kill next, and who would be spared? Xia, Xiaoran. Wu Wanting suddenly smiled like a flower. A one-night husband and wife will be blessed for 100 days, not to mention that we are not for one night, but several nights. I'll follow you from now on, okay? Traitor. At that moment, several women on Wei Lily's side were cursing. While women can be much dirtier than men when cursing, but Wu Wanting didn't care at all and just looked at Xiaoran, expecting his response. Good. Xiaoran laughed. Wu Wanting was overjoyed, so she walked towards Xiaoran, her large millstone swaying in a way that was flirtatious and sexy. Suddenly, she once again turned her entire body into metal, and she killed Xiaoran. Her arms were like swords, and a cold light flashed. And at the same time, Wei Lily's women also had an unparalleled tacit understanding to strike at the same time. Wu Wanting is a false judgment of change, and Wei Lily's several women are also the first time to understand her mind, and even cooperated with the play. In a moment, several powerful attacks came from different angles. Xiaoran revealed a mocking smile. Think he will fall for it? Am I that color conscious? Boom boom boom, several attacks came, but they directly penetrated through Xiaoran's body, including the vicious punch that Wei Lili had thrown. And at this time, densely packed steel bars once again descended from the sky. Chapter 277, Unstoppable. Facing the attack of the sonic steel bars, how could the crowd care about attacking Xiaoran, but instead, each of them displayed their own special skills, either dodging or toughing it out. Like Gao Liang was more bullish, directly waving his claws to slap the steel rebar. Under the animalized form, his strength, speed, and agility all appeared to be incredibly increased. Actually, two steel rebars that attacked his body were hard slapped away by him. To be able to sit on the throne of a power's boss, Gao Liang did have superiority, not relying on his identity before the end of the world. Even so, his claws had great wear and tear and were even dripping blood. The others weren't as fierce. Like Wu Wanting, four women could only eat the attacks hard, but spare Wu Wanting metallized, but was still impacted by the steel bar to the whole body straight off the metal fragments. The big mill was a small circle, the other three women were even worse, and none of them were missing arms and legs. Gao Liang's two men were the same, although they survived the first round of rebar shooting, but did not survive the second round. Mo was seriously injured. There was only one exception, and it was completely uninjured. Wei Lily. Her body seemed to be like soap, even if such a harsh steel bar hit up. Her body full of fat flesh was also slippery, hard to let the steel bar graze the body and shoot through, completely unable to hurt her in the slightest. This woman's ability is so strange. Her body was smooth and could be flattened and elongated, and she could also open her bloody mouth to devour all attacks. What the hell is this ability? Xiao Ran was shocked. Rumble. However, this wave of steel bars shooting in unison also caused the entire floor to collapse once again, falling down a floor in unison. Amidst a cloud of dust, the survivors climbed up from the rubble. This time, Xiao Ran then directly withdrew his banishment, and boom, he landed on the ground, naturally unharmed. It was just over 4 meters. He smiled slightly. This wave of attack was such a failure, he actually didn't kill a single person. Good, again. With a thought, his third wave of attacks struck. It was still sonic steel bars. Boom boom boom, under the chaotic shooting of steel bars, this time there were 5 people killed immediately. 3 were captains under Wei Lily, while 2 were people brought over by Gao Liang. Besides the 2 bigwigs, Wei and Gao, the only survivor was Wu Wanting. This was entirely due to her supernormal ability. Her metallized body allowed her to fight against the sonic steel bars, although every time she was hit by a bombardment, it would cause her to drop metal fragments all over the ground, but at least she wouldn't die. Xiao Ran. Wei Lily screamed, killing Xiao Ran once again. The likes of LV Hailing and Shu Man Ro were her beloved ones, old sisters who had traveled all the way from the beginning of the end times, people she could safely trust, and as a result, there was only one Wu Wanting left. There was also a Tao Biki outside, and that was only 2. But before that, how powerful was the Hot Spring Hotel? 5 captains, 7 personal guards, a number of secondary believers, as well as a large number of recruited psychics, totaling more than 100. Such a huge force was actually ended by Xiao Ran in one pot. How could she not hate it? Xiao Ran didn't care, this time making a slight change. He used the sonic stone. Boom boom boom. This power would be too terrifying, a large stone bombardment, under the huge kinetic energy running through it. The power of each piece could be no less than a small bomba, several hundred pieces shot in unison. Just so a moment only, the entire hotel was razed to the ground. Sonic steel is suitable for point-blank shooting, while sonic rocks are a good weapon for attacking. Under one wave, all beings were equal. Dust filled the air, making it completely impossible to see. But this had no effect on Xiao Ran, and even what did he do? Opening the door of space below, he directly collected a corpse that had fallen. And also wanted to collect the living, but now the ones who survived were the masters of the masters. It was not that easy to collect them. After this wave of attacks, even Wu Wanting couldn't hold out any longer, and was smashed flat and then collected into the alien space. She wasn't like Wei Lily, her body had amazing resilience and recovery power. The entire hotel had been completely reduced to rubble, while Xiao Ran withdrew his banishment, threw an ordinary stone under his feet, stepped on it with the help of his strength, descended a little bit and threw the stone again to continue with the help of his strength, and after several times he landed on the ground smoothly. Idle steps, as if there was really a row of steps for him to step down. Under spatial perception, everything was under control. Boom! Gao Liang broke through from the ruins. After bestialization, his strength was immense. Even if he was pressed by several floors, he could still push out alive, and his defense was really terrifying. Even if he was bombarded by sonic steel and sonic rocks, he actually survived, and he didn't even suffer any injuries, he just lost a few scales. Nyo nyo nyo. And Wei Lily was even more perverted. She really turned into a Play-Doh general, squeezed out from the gap between wall and wall, brick and brick, so thin and thin body, then as if she blew her breath, boom, she was back to her previous obese and rounded appearance. Xiao Ran could not help but TSK, the same as the boss of a force, Xiao Xining compared to them really inferior. It's not right. Xiao Xining did not die from sonic rocks or sonic steel bars, but rather space compression. Well, the 2 major sonic weapons shouldn't be able to pose a threat to these 2 anymore. Then, let's switch to a different type of attack. Gao Liang and Wei Lily were both beaten out of their true fire, and the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, slowly approached Xiao Ran from different directions. Today, they must get Xiao Ran killed. Xiao Ran just looked towards Gao Liang. Wei Lily's ability was too odd, so even though Gao Liang's defense was extremely high, he still chose to make old Gao his priority target. You guys think that I'm a space system and not good at close combat? Oh, you guys don't be so wrong. Space compression. Old Gao immediately realized that something was wrong. A terrifying force crushed over from the front, back, left, right, up and down, making it impossible for him to advance, and he even had to kneel down. What kind of ability is this? Old Gao had only seen Xiao Xingning being crushed alive, but he didn't know what the exact reason was, and now he finally knew. He was horrified and shocked, and hurriedly launched both his arms and legs at the same time, bracing himself to the sides, wanting to fight against this horrifying pressure. However, he couldn't do it. How much alien energy had he absorbed and how much was Xiao Ran? At this point, it was a simple competition of alien energy. Old Gao was no match. Therefore, his arms and legs were still retracting back inch by inch, and when bent to a certain angle, he couldn't exert any more strength. At that point, he would just have to wait for death. Boss Wei! He hissed. At least he had held back one of Xiao Ran's extremely powerful abilities, and the rest could only be left to Wei Lily. However, Wei Lily came to a screeching halt. That palpitating feeling came back. Ahead should be the invisible door, and if she went any further, she would be actively stepping into the space of death. She did want to kill Xiao Ran to avenge her sisters and vent her anger, but this was clearly an act of sending her to her death, and of course she would not do it. But what to do? Watch Gao Liang die. Chapter 278, Kill Old Gao First. Wei Lily and Gao Liang certainly could not talk about any friendship. But now the two were grasshoppers on a rope. If Gao Liang died, would it be possible for her alone to kill Xiao Ran? For a moment, Wei Lily's brain cells died frantically. She was thinking of a way, but couldn't think of one. Suddenly, she had an idea and lifted the stone on the ground and smashed it at Xiao Ran. Don't look at the fact that she wasn't a physical arts type, but her strength was incredibly large, and it was estimated that she had absorbed enough exotic energy, and under the passive reinforcement. Over and over again, it had made her physique strong as well, and her strength didn't lose to the physical arts type in the initial state. She was not trying to injure Xiao Ran with such an attack, but she was trying to test out a route that she could travel and close in on Xiao Ran. When the time came, she swallowed Xiao Ran in one bite. No matter what kind of supernormal ability you had, as long as it entered her stomach, it would only be digested alive. Wei Lily's jaw dropped. How is it possible? There was actually no dead space at all? Boss Wei, what the hell are you doing? Gao Liang shouted loudly. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, one being strained and the other being anxious. He didn't want to be squeezed alive like Xiao Xingning. But Wei Lily was actually throwing bricks on the side? You're not a child, what's the point of playing with mud? Wei Lily did not explain. Explain what? Gao Liang is now hysterical. Where is there any sanity left to speak of? So instead of wasting words with him, she should figure out how to deal with Xiao Ran. She took a breath and her body moved. It circled around Xiao Ran. Then she continued to throw bricks, not believing that Xiao Ran could really do a 360-degree defense without a dead angle. Xiao Ran smiled. You run around me, so how long does it take you to turn around, and me? As long as you use spatial perception to capture where the attack is coming from, a thought can release the door of space to absorb the attack. You're afraid that you're not here to be funny. And Wei Lily didn't run 2 steps, and violently screeched to a halt as that palpitating feeling came back. Danger ahead. Again. I don't believe you can release this ability regardless of distance. Wei Lily retreated, and as she did so, she continued to throw attacks with bricks. But again, old Gao didn't know what she was thinking. He only thought that she was going to run away. He couldn't help but break into a rage. It was hard to imagine that such an old man could actually curse and come up with such a dirty word. It made Xiao Ran have an eye-opening experience. Wei Lily kept retreating to 40 meters. This time she no longer found a palpitation feeling. This distance was the limit of Xiao Ran's ability? How terrifying, it was 40 meters. Xiao Ran's space gate could only open 10 meters away from his body, but he could open it diagonally above his head, so that he could probe 50 meters towards the front and still block Wei Lily's front, which was equivalent to the diagonal side of a triangle. Why is it only 40 meters? Of course it was Xiao Ran's deliberate move to leave some wiggle room and see if he could shade it. Concentrating on old Gao, he unleashed space compression with all his might. It was similar to a hydraulic press, and it was also coming from all directions at once. There was no dead angle, so it was impossible for old Gao to break out from any direction. He could only fight against it with all his might. The point is, he can't fight it. Snap. His left arm was the first to break, the scales jutting out, while the muscles were directly bursting, blood and flesh exploding out together, but it was confined because of the compression of space, and then the bones, the white broken bones stabbing out, shocking to the eyes. Old Gao let out a pained howl, his eyes were bulging out, and at any moment, he might shoot out like a bullet due to the immense pressure. He couldn't hold on any longer. Old Gao is actually very strong, absorbed foreign energy is definitely more than 50, or even close to 100, after the animalization is even comparable to the strength and speed of the physical type. Let him give full play to the words, it is not impossible to kill 200 absorbed foreign energy spell type aberrant. However, who let him meet Xiaoran? A wave of sonic weapon attacks suppressed him without any temperament, and then a space compression made his speed advantage completely vanish. How many alien energies had Xiaoran absorbed? More than 300. So, in a head-to-head battle, Lao Gao wanted to fight with space compression for power? Funny. Boom. Old Gao was soon crushed alive and turned into a shower of blood and rotten meat. Xiaoran did not mind it and directly took it away with the gate of space. Now, there was one last one left. Wei Lily. Wei Lily to solve, this trip to the Hot Springs Hotel trip will be a successful conclusion. Not in vain he under cover up, lowbrow obediently do a few days little brother. Wei Lili looked at Xiaoran with a fierce gaze and a fierce expression. Xiaoran was very calm, and he even put his hands behind his back and walked towards Wei Lili in a calm and relaxed manner. Wei Lili, however, did not move, and even, she grinned, Xiaoran, I know how I should deal with you. Your ability restrains Gao Liang, Xiao Xining, and even others, but it is ineffective against me. The only thing you can threaten me with is that mysterious door that allows me to enter a strange space. However, this door can never actively take someone in, but rather, you have to let them crash into it on their own, don't you? Otherwise, do you need to go through so much trouble? Just open the door and take in, and you can settle the battle here in an instant. I have to say, your ability is so strong that it's terrifying. The threefold sky is so damn unfair to have granted you such a powerful ability. But how are you going to kill me? That trick against Old Gao won't work on me. You. She was still talking, but her body suddenly deformed. It was instantly squashed. However, just like when you squeeze Play-Doh, if you push too hard, the mud will come out from the cracks in your fingers, and although there were no cracks in space compression, after space compression had squashed Wei Lili, Xiaoran realized that he could no longer push space compression. Because his power was actually being absorbed, it could only reach this level. The current Wei Lili turned into a pile of four square things, but bloodless, fleshless and boneless, weird to the extreme. In the case of another person, this would have already been too dead to die, but Wei Lili obviously didn't, otherwise it would be impossible to absorb Xiaoran's power. Spatial compression could not really kill her. Even if she was flicked into the door of space, she could even drag herself out. Xiaoran smiled and withdrew this ability. Boom, only to see Wei Lili's body bounce back to its original state. What a damn weird ability. Ha ha ha. Wei Lili laughed, it's true. Xiaoran, as long as I stand here and don't move, you won't be able to make me enter that strange space and you won't be able to kill me. I'd like to see when your supernormal ability will run out. At that time, will be the time of your death. She looked at Xiaoran viciously, she must get Xiaoran killed today, for sure. Xiaoran almost lost his smile. You're competing with me for endurance? Should I show you the supplies in the alien space, and you actually want to compete with me on who can endure? Oh no, Wei Lili didn't want to simmer with him for so long, but rather just wait for him to run out of alien energy. In Wei Lili's opinion, releasing a sonic weapon like Xiaoran was bound to consume alien energy. The greater the power, the greater the consumption, this is the most basic logic. It's a pity that you don't know, these weapons were prepared by me a long time ago. Come. He pointed at Wei Lili, and a sonic stone had already struck. Chapter 279, Finishing Well. The sonic stone hit. Wei Lili was also a ruthless person, she opened her mouth violently even though it was impossible for her to dodge such a fast strike. A bloody mouth. Boom. The sonic stone then penetrated into her mouth, a bizarre scene appeared. Theoretically the sonic stone possessed so much kinetic energy, even if Wei Lili could receive it without injury, but the kinetic energy would not disappear into thin air, how could it take her flying back, right? However, the stone entered her mouth, but as if she also had an alien space, the energy was all absorbed. Pfft! Wei Lili let out a strangely loud and incomparable fart, and this fart was so powerful that it formed a hurricane, and her pants were blown out of her head, and a stream of air was visible to the naked eye as it rolled by. So, the energy was transformed into a fart and released in the form of a hurricane? Xiao Ran was a bit dumbfounded. Wei Lily's ability was simply strange. However, the power was also really great. Shocked as he was, he fired out a second sonic stone. Just as Wei Lily said, the supernatural ability would be exhausted, and once it was exhausted, it was a plucked phoenix that was not as good as a chicken. Wei Lily was betting that under Xiao Ran's frantic attack, the supernatural ability would be exhausted very quickly, and Xiao Ran also wanted to know how long the supernatural ability could last if Wei Lily swallowed and swallowed like this. What Wei Lily didn't know was that Xiao Ran didn't need to consume her powers to launch the sonic stones. What he consumed was his reserves, and he had more than enough reserves. When the sonic stones arrived, Wei Lily had another mouthful. Magnificent! Then, poof, she let out a fart once again, but this time she held it in for a moment before turning around and aiming it at Xiao Ran before she started to let it out, and all of a sudden, a fierce wind rolled in, carrying a large amount of fine stones toward Xiao Ran. As if countless bullets. So, was this the last sonic stone, which was quickly broken down into small grains of stone by her? Xiao Ran thought as he opened the space gate to defuse the attack. Again, I want to see how strong your digestion is. Hee, I can always burst you if I fire the stones fast enough. It's just that with me shooting like this and Wei Lily eating with her mouth, it always feels like this way of fighting is a bit immodest. Forget it, anyway, there is no living mouth, no one to divulge the specifics of this battle, otherwise a certain person said. Xiao Ran wildly shot, Wei Lily wildly swallowed, in the end, really cannot swallow, choked to death. He is not embarrassing? Boom boom boom, the sonic stones hit one after another. Wei Lily was also ruthless, swallowing it piece by piece. She was betting that Xiao Ran couldn't maintain such an attack for too long, and as long as Xiao Ran's alien energy was exhausted, she would rush over and eat Xiao Ran in one bite. Killing the enemy and absorbing the alien energy, all in one go. Supplies? Don't want it. This enemy is too scary, kill is the first place. As for supplies, if Xiao Ran died, so many supplies can burst out the best, burst out that does not care. Eat. 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 She kept devouring the incoming sonic stones, and her originally fat body became more and more massive. This was because she couldn't digest so many stones in time, and that's why her stomach was getting bigger and bigger. Swoosh, another sonic stone attacked. Wei Lily could no longer eat, her current size became incomparably exaggerated, her stomach was almost the size of a room, but her head, legs and arms were still the same, so the proportions were completely incongruous, and it looked as if her head and limbs had been purposely placed there. Therefore, when this sonic stone attacked, she couldn't eat it anymore, and could only carry the blow. Boom! She was then sent flying through the stone. How tremendous was the impact of the sonic stone! Xiao Ran smiled faintly and once again angled open the door of space and appeared behind Wei Lily. Wei Lily's entire body was lost in it, however, only two arms were seen poking out, desperately grabbing the messy objects on both sides, which prevented Xiao Ran from closing the door. She forced to grab, only to see her huge body also followed the appearance, bang, actually popped out of the foreign space. Grass, are you an immortal monster? Xiao Ran continued to fire the sonic stone, and boom, once again, Wei Lily was slammed into the door of space, but Wei Lily's vitality and will to fight were tenacious, and she hardly yanked herself out of the ghost gate again. It didn't matter, then there would be another piece. However, this piece of sonic stone struck over, but Wei Lily opened her mouth and swallowed it. She digested some more and was able to eat again. Of course, there was only the amount of one piece. However, Wei Lily's face was also unsightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. She had already entered that strange space 3 times. It was a dead space with nothing in it, a place where all life returned to silence. Even if a person could survive in such a space, they would go crazy because of the dead silence, not to mention the fact that there was a terrifying force in there that could destroy all life. She didn't want to go through it again. Escape. She completely lost the idea of revenge and only thought of escaping and never entering that terrifying space again. Boom! However, a piece of sonic rock attacked and slammed into her, sending her flying sideways. She was then knocked into the alien space again. Ah! In the next moment, Wei Lily pulled herself out once again and defiantly moved away from Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran chased after her, while opening the space gate overhead, still tilted, forcing Wei Lily to fold any further would be an active cast into the foreign space. As she folded like this, she naturally allowed Xiao Ran to close the distance quite a bit again. Boom! Sonic rock came again. Wei Lily barely managed to take in this sonic stone again, but, whereas before it was all smothered in one bite, this time she was unable to do so, instead allowing the stone to get stuck in her mouth, stretching that mouth of hers to the point of exaggeration. However, a new sonic stone struck again. Wei Lily revealed a look of despair, as she said, all powers had a number of uses, they would always run out, and she had reached such a limit. Her stomach couldn't digest the stone anymore. Boom! She was sent flying by the sonic stone, and again, she was slammed into the space gate. However, this time there wouldn't be two arms poking out. This was the reason why Xiao Ran had used sonic stones instead of space compression to catapult Wei Lili into the space gate, as it was only with sonic stones that Wei Lili's supernatural abilities could be quickly consumed. Xiao Ran closed the door of space at the right time. Now Wei Lili's ability is 10 times stronger, will only die. But what surprised him was that Wei Lili in the alien space was actually still fluttering and struggling, and only came to a standstill after more than 30 seconds. Grass, this woman's vitality was too tenacious. He even suspected if this woman was deliberately pretending to be dead, just waiting for him to release her and then eat himself in one bite. There was a 0.000001% chance. Forget it, just let her sit in space for a few days, it's not like he had to rush to absorb her supernatural abilities right away. With a sweep of spatial perception, there wasn't a single living person within the entire hotel area. Under the bombardment of several waves of sonic weapons, where could anyone still be alive? This trip ended successfully. Cool. However, although Wei Lili, Lao Gao, Xiao Xining, and these bigwigs were directly collected into his space, he had inevitably come across a few alien corpses from the chaotic battle before, and that obnoxious side effect had already come. What to do? There are no more living people.